Chapter 992. The sword-shaped metallic life-form advanced at high speed. A soul-protecting divine artifact. I didn't expect you to be able to forge something like this. Taras stared at Zhou Tong in amazement, while at the same time, he rubbed the black ring on his finger. I've been in the infernal realm for so many years, but I've never seen anything like this on sale. After giving Linley and the others soul-protecting divine artifacts, Zhou Tong naturally wouldn't mistreat these people who were willing to follow him. Taras, Dylan and his 2 sons, and Olivier, each received one as well. Of course not. This thing is very hard to forge. Most Asuras aren't able to do so. Only those with extremely powerful souls might be able to forge this thing. Zhou Tong laughed. The requirements for forging a soul-protecting divine artifact were very high. Generally speaking, even someone who had fused 5 profound mysteries might not be able to forge it. Generally speaking, those who forge these things will give them to their friends or family, or they might as well order them for others. I suspect that fellow Mosi must have made a fortune by creating soul-protecting divine artifacts. After all, not every Asura is skilled in the soul. Otherwise, how could his Bagshaw clan have so much sovereign's might? In addition, don't get your hopes up too high. This thing isn't a sovereign artifact after all. Although it can withstand a soul attack from an Asura, it still depends on who is attacking. If someone on Mosi's level were to attack, this thing would be like a thick wooden board that could be shattered with a single blow. Zhou Tong gave a final warning. He didn't wish for Dylan and the others to disregard all soul attacks just because they had a soul-protecting divine artifact. Dylan laughed. However, at the very least, we won't be afraid of soul attacks from 7-star fiends. The chances of us encountering an Asura are simply too low. With this thing, our power will increase dramatically. Zhou Tong shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to persuade them any further. He rose and walked towards his own room. You guys control the direction. I'm going back to train. The Skyrite Mountains weren't too far away from Indigo City. It was only a few months' journey. The entire journey passed in the blink of an eye for Zhou Tong. In the blink of an eye, the group had arrived at Indigo City. The Lord Prefect of Indigo Prefecture resided in the northern part of Indigo City. More than half of the land in the North City belonged to the Manor Lord. There were more than 10,000 personal guards and servants here. After entering Serene Blue City, Zhou Tong's group immediately headed towards the Manor Lord's residence. When Zhou Tong and the others arrived at the gate, a guard at the gate shouted, "Ahead is the residence of the Prefecture Lord. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Go report to the Lord Prefect of Indigo Prefecture. Tell him that Khan, Taras, Dylan, and Olivier of the Yulon Plain have come to pay a visit. He knows of us." Zhou Tong laughed calmly. The soldier hesitated for a moment, then nodded and immediately reported inside. After all, the other party had dared to announce their names to seek an audience with the manor head. Furthermore, they had reported in such detail, and were even certain that the manor head knew who they were. Who knew if they were the manor head's friends? A short while later, the reporting soldier immediately called out excitedly, "Lord Khan, the Lord Prefect knows that you have come, Lord Khan. He is extremely happy and has already ordered people to prepare a banquet. Lord, please follow me in." As he spoke, the soldier led Zhou Tong's group into the manor. Not long after entering the manor, Zhou Tong could already see one serving girl after another carrying a tray of food as they walked into the main hall. "Haha, Khan, you've been in the infernal realm for nearly 700 years now. Finally, we meet again." Beirut chortled as he walked out from a nearby side hall. "You've only been training for 700 years, right? A 700-year-old high god is quite rare in the various planes. The infernal realm is simply too suited for training in the edicts of destruction. My other divine clones are a bit lacking." Zhou Tong shook his head, feeling rather resigned. His earth, water, and fire clones were truly stuck. He didn't know when he would be able to make a breakthrough. Haha, you're only 700 years old. No need to be impatient. Beirut laughed as well. Since you've come to my place, let's have a good taste of the most special dishes of our Indigo Prefecture. Taras, Dylan and his son, sit as well. Beirut chortled as he called out to the nearby Taras, Dylan, and Olivier, inviting them to sit as well. As they ate, they chatted, recounting some of the events that had occurred in the past few years. Khan, you killed the Lord Prefect of the White Dews Prefecture? Even Mosi was wary of you? Beirut looked at Zhou Tong in surprise, sizing him up. Your edicts of destruction have actually reached such a level? According to what Taras and Dylan had said, Mosi had been seeing Zhou Tong's divine destruction clone all this time. A divine destruction clone alone was actually able to intimidate someone like Mosi? And most importantly of all, according to their description, Zhou Tong was actually able to forge a soul-protecting divine artifact? I've experienced quite a bit in the past few years. It can be said that I've made a breakthrough in the edicts of destruction. As Zhou Tong spoke, he flipped his hand and withdrew a drop of destruction-type sovereign's might. Bang! A pitch-black aura exploded out from Zhou Tong's body like flames, then was drawn back into his body. Not a single hint of it dissipated. This is perfect control over sovereign's might. Beirut's eyes lit up and then he was shocked. You actually did it. A 700-year-old great perfection. I don't even dare to imagine it. History is about to be rewritten by you. Becoming a high god at 700 years old was most likely enough to leave one's name behind in history. A 700-year-old great perfection? That was even more unbelievable. Which of the current high gods of great perfection hadn't experienced millions of years? And now they were being told that there was someone who was 10,000 times faster than them? Great perfection! The nearby Taras and Dylan were shocked as well. They knew that Zhou Tong's edicts of destruction were very powerful, but they had never dared to imagine that he had reached this level. The great perfection, the legendary, invincible figure, had actually appeared right in front of them. Khan, you really? Olivier was stunned. Great perfection. What sort of concept was this? Most likely, there were less than 30 great perfection sovereigns in all of the higher planes and divine planes. They were even rarer than sovereigns. I was just barely able to break through. Zhou Tong nodded. With Taras and Dylan present, he naturally wouldn't stupidly say that he wasn't a great perfection sovereign. Good. Khan, you truly are the #1 genius of our Yulon plane. Beirut sighed in amazement, and then immediately poured himself a cup of wine and raised it. Everyone, let's drink together. Let's drink to the birth of the first great perfection sovereign of our Yulon plane. Taras, Dylan, Olivier, and the others all raised their cups. Cheers! Chapter 993. After the banquet, Beirut helped Taras and the others settle down, then led Zhou Tong to a private room which he had meticulously set up. Upon entering the room, Zhou Tong could see that the walls of this room were covered with extremely complicated magical runes. At the same time, the walls were inlaid with countless divine gems and other items. Clearly, there was an extremely powerful magical formation set up here. This magical formation. Zhou Tong stared at the countless magical runes which occasionally flashed with rays of light. In his heart, he was rather surprised. A magical formation like this, even if he personally attacked, he probably wouldn't be able to break it open in a short period of time. Khan, be honest with me. Have you truly reached the great perfection of the edicts of destruction? Beirut, upon entering, immediately asked this question. 700 years of great perfection. Even if he trained 10 times faster in the Yulon continent, he still wouldn't be able to reach this level. Beirut actually had some suspicions in his heart long ago. When he thought of Zhou Tong's unprecedented status as a 4-element soul mutate, he immediately asked this question. Upon hearing Beirut's question, Zhou Tong couldn't help but feel suspicious. He immediately laughed. How am I not acting well? Haha, so you really were acting. Beirut laughed. Since you were acting, then I imagine there really is some other reason why you are able to perfectly control Sovereign's might. If it were anyone else, I definitely wouldn't say anything. But since you know that I am a four-element soul mutate, there's no harm in telling you. Zhou Tong laughed. My mastery of the edicts of destruction truly hasn't reached the great perfection level. I'm roughly in the upper middle of the Asuras. The answer to my control of Sovereign's might lies in my unprecedented four-element soul mutate. Oh! Beirut's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of seriousness. My soul is simply too powerful. After my four-element soul mutate, when I was a demigod, my soul was already close to that of a high god. When I was a god, my soul far surpassed that of a high god. And when I became a high god, pausing, Zhou Tong laughed. When I became a high god, the natural laws caused my soul to transform once more. At that time, I felt that my every move contained my own will. Sovereign's might, which used to be difficult to control, can now be used with ease. At that time, I realized that this might be the reason why the legendary Great Perfection was able to perfectly control Sovereign's might. Thus, I decided to pretend to be a Great Perfection, but unfortunately you still saw through it. Amazing! Amazing! At this point, Zhou Tong smiled helplessly. Beirut knew too many of his secret. As long as he made some connections, it would be easy for him to guess some things. Slightly nodding, Beirut also showed a hint of pride. His right hand unconsciously stroked his beard, revealing a faint smile. Your guess is indeed correct. What makes a great perfection stronger than other higher deities is the might of their will. Beirut then explained, once you reach the great perfection, heaven and earth will bestow you with the great perfection willpower. Therefore, any great perfection is flawless. You've done well. I'm the only one who can guess your secret. If it wasn't for the fact that I knew how long you had been training, and that you had undergone a soul mutation, I probably would have believed you to be a true great perfection willpower. Beirut sighed. Only, how powerful is your will, exactly? Can it reach the level of great perfection? I'm not sure. I've never encountered a true great perfection willpower. It's not easy to compare. Zhou Tong shook his head. He knew that his will was more powerful than a great perfection willpower, but he couldn't compare it to Beirut's, because he himself had never made a comparison. Try to control your sovereign's might and expand it in a certain direction. A true great perfection willpower should be able to expand to a distance of 250,000 kilometers. Have you tested your limits? Beirut asked. A great perfection willpower is only 250,000 kilometers? Zhou Tong was shocked as well. Actually, he had long ago tested the limits of his sovereign's might, and it was far beyond what Beirut had said. In fact, in terms of conversion, it was far greater than the value of Linley's quadruple mutation in the original work. How much do you have? Beirut's breathing was rather ragged. Judging from his tone, it was probably far beyond the great perfection willpower. I have roughly 1.5 million kilometers, Zhou Tong said. What? Your will is actually 6 times more powerful than a great perfection willpower? Beirut was shocked. The calculation of willpower was actually quite simple. If one portion of willpower was 10, then 2 portions would be 100 and 3 portions would be 1,000. Zhou Tong's willpower was exactly 6 times more powerful than a great perfection willpower, and so his willpower was 1.78, because 10 to the power of 1.78 was roughly equal to 60. The power of will grew exponentially with a base number of 10 as the base number. 1.78 portions of willpower. This is even more powerful than Linley's mutation in the original work. Linley's willpower was only close to 1.65. Zhou Tong said to himself. Can it be that this is the difference between a mutation before becoming a deity and a mutation after becoming a deity? 10 to the power of 1. 65 was roughly equal to 45. In the original work, when Linley had experimented with his willpower had been 5 times more powerful than a great perfection willpower. Can it be that this is the difference between a mutation before becoming a deity and a mutation after becoming a deity? Zhou Tong vaguely remembered that in the original work, Linley seemed to have mentioned that his original body's willpower was the most powerful, while his divine clones were a bit weaker. If it were me, most likely my divine clones would be the most powerful, while my original body would be the weakest. Zhou Tong suddenly had a hint of understanding. The divine clones and the souls of the original body were actually one. Thus, as long as one broke through to become a high god, the soul of the original body would, over time, slowly grow until it reached the level of the divine clones. In other words, if a person had a divine clone of a high god, then the soul of their original saint-level body would slowly evolve to the level of a high god. But no matter what, it would never surpass the soul of the divine clone of a high god. The same principle applied to Zhou Tong. His original body's soul was slowly growing as well, slowly approaching the level of the divine clone of destruction. Although the rate of growth wasn't fast, there would come a day when it would give birth to willpower. Only, this willpower wouldn't surpass his divine clone. In particular, if his divine clone broke through to the true great perfection willpower, it would become even more powerful. His original body would never be able to surpass his divine clone. Khan, you've done very well. Continue to do this. Publicly announce that you are the great perfection of the edicts of destruction. After muttering to himself for a while, Beirut said in a low voice, although your edicts of destruction haven't reached the great perfection level, given your willpower that far surpasses the great perfection level, your true power isn't any weaker than the great perfection level. In fact, it might even be stronger. In the coiling dragon world, the power gained from fusing profound mysteries was multiplied. Every time one fused a profound mystery, one's power would increase by roughly 10 times. Similarly, the power gained from willpower was also multiplied. Every additional portion of willpower increased one's power by 10 times. However, once willpower was fused with profound mysteries, it was no longer just a simple multiplication. Instead, it was a combination of multiplication and addition. Based on what Zhou Tong sensed, it was something like 5a plus b, where A was the laws and B was the pure power of willpower. Of course, this was the power of one portion of willpower. If multiple portions of willpower were included, then there would be no difference. To give a simple example, the power of a great perfection profound mystery was 100,000. The power of their willpower was also 100,000. Thus, when one didn't have any terrifyingly powerful profound mysteries like the amethyst space, the most powerful attack of a great perfection high god could reach 5 by 10 plus 10 or 600,000 in power. Actually, below the sovereign level, the power of willpower didn't increase by too much. Thus, Hemmers, who had merely fused 4 profound mysteries of the laws, was able to reach the level of a great perfection when his power was 100 times greater. Thus, in the original work, Linley, whose power of willpower was 5 times that of a great perfection level, was only at a slight disadvantage when facing Bluefire, who only had 80% of the power of a great perfection level of willpower, without transforming. Using the formula Zhou Tong had come up with for his calculations, Bluefire's true body's power was 0.8 times 5x 100 000 plus 100,000 equals 480,000. The 4-element mutated Linley's power without transforming was 5 times 5 by 1,000 plus 100,000 equals 472,500. My willpower is 1.78 times that of a willpower. Given that I have a commander-level edicts of destruction, I am indeed more powerful, Zhou Tong said to himself. Generally speaking, the power of a great perfection was 600,000. This was the power of a willpower multiplied by 500,000, and the power of a willpower multiplied by 100,000. As for Zhou Tong, the multiplication of the profound mysteries of the laws and the power of his will was 50,000, while his will was also 100,000. However, compared to Paragon's, his will, which was slightly more powerful, made it so that the multiplication in front of his 150,000 was no longer 1, but 6. Therefore, his power could still reach as high as 900,000. This sort of power was 50% greater than that of an ordinary great perfection. In addition, this didn't take into account the power of his true body, nor did it take into account the power of his innate divine ability. If it was taken into account, it would be even more powerful. Chapter 994. You absolutely cannot casually spread the news of my four-element soul mutation, Beirut warned solemnly once more. In particular, you absolutely cannot let the sovereigns know. To prevent Zhou Tong from overthinking things, he continued, I once heard the sovereigns say in a conversation that the power of will determines a sovereign's power. If the sovereigns knew that you were able to produce will, I don't need to explain the consequences. I understand. Zhou Tong nodded, indicating his understanding. Beirut looked at Zhou Tong, musing to himself. I didn't expect that a four-element soul mutation would be able to produce such a terrifying amount of will. But it makes sense. An unprecedented four-element soul mutation, when one's soul reaches that level of power, it's normal for one to be able to produce will. If he were to refine the earth, water, and fire over God's sparks on his own, and if he were to cultivate to great perfection on his own, his willpower would be comparable to an upper-rank lord's. Beirut did some mental calculations. With each additional sovereign spark that was fused, the power of his will would increase by a bit more than 0.9 times. And then, when factoring in the power of his will from the soul mutate, every single sovereign clone would have roughly 3.6 times more will than an ordinary lesser sovereign. If he were to reach the great perfection level, he would have 4.6 times more will. This sort of will would be slightly more powerful than an ordinary higher sovereign's. If he were to add infused sovereign's might and his innate divine ability, Beirut didn't dare to imagine how powerful Zhou Tong's strength would be at that time. As soon as he thought of this, Beirut asked, Khan, how is your training in the laws of the earth, the laws of fire, and the laws of water going? What Beirut was most nervous about was Zhou Tong's power in these three laws. No matter how well he trained in the edicts of destruction, without a destruction sovereign spark, it was useless. I've already completely fused 5 of the profound mysteries of the laws of the earth, but I still haven't made any headway on the final world walking technique. The same goes for the fire and water elemental laws. I've comprehended 5 of them, and I'm still in the process of fusing them. I don't have any clue about the last one either. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, No rush. Just train slowly like this. As you fuse, you gain insights. I hope that by the time you reach the high god level, the only thing left is to fuse all 6 profound mysteries together. Beirut's eyes lit up and he immediately said, Earth, water, and fire were all fusing 5 profound mysteries. This talent, Beirut didn't know what to say. The speed of cultivation was too fast. It was beyond imagination. It was unprecedented and unheard of. When your fusion of the laws of the earth, the elemental laws of water, and the elemental laws of fire reaches the final point, you can make a trip back to the Yulan continent. There is a treasure in the necropolis of the gods that might be of assistance to you, Beirut said seriously. At the same time, he warned, but Khan, the necropolis of the gods was built by the sovereigns, after all. As the administrator, I'm going to open a back door for you. Don't go spreading rumors. It's best if you don't even mention the sovereigns. Hearing Beirut's words, Zhou Tong's eyes lit up. Beirut had promised him a sovereign spark. Speaking of which, since you are a soul mutate of 4 elements, I imagine you should be able to fuse the edicts of destruction, the laws of the earth, the elemental laws of water, and the elemental laws of fire. How are things progressing? Beirut asked. Zhou Tong said, of these 4 elements, I have fused 1 law of each element. The laws of the earth have fused with the throbbing pulse of the world. The laws of fire have fused with the profound mysteries of explosion. The laws of water have fused with the profound mysteries of circular softness. The laws of destruction have fused with the profound mysteries of material attack. The throbbing pulse of the world, the laws of destruction, and the profound mysteries of explosion have all been fused to the limit. The profound mysteries of circular softness, the laws of destruction, and the throbbing pulse of the world are slowly fusing as well. As for when I will break through, I'm not sure. Good. You really are the #1 genius of our Yulon continent. Beirut's voice carried a hint of excitement. If you are able to completely fuse these 4 laws, the power will most likely be even greater than that of the laws of great perfection. I even suspect that by then, the power of will descend. By then, that terrifying power of will of yours, combined with the power of fused profound mysteries of 4 elements. Beirut didn't dare to continue thinking about it. He even suspected that if Zhou Tong continued to fuse at this rate, by the time he completely fused all of the profound mysteries of his 4 elements, perhaps he wouldn't even need a sovereign spark. His power would be comparable to a sovereign's. A look of surprise appeared on Zhou Tong's face. Beirut had actually guessed that after fusing the 4 laws, the power of will would descend? But it makes sense. Now that he knows that a soul mutate can give birth to will, Beirut's horizons are most likely far greater than they are now. Zhou Tong understood. If a soul mutate could give birth to will, then it wouldn't be a big deal for a soul mutate to give birth to will as well. Such was the way of thinking. Once it was opened, things that he didn't dare to think about in the past would instantly surface in his mind. Suddenly, Zhou Tong thought of something and said, by the way, there's something I'd like to ask you about. Under Beirut's surprised gaze, Zhou Tong roughly told him about the Mansion Master of Starring Mansion and the Golden Moon Monarch. Beirut pondered for a moment, then said, the Golden Moon Monarch of the Carol continent is said to be a golden-eyed titan. His race's fertility isn't very high. He only has 3 children. Among them, the Mansion Master of Starring Mansion, Lyman, is his favorite son. But even so, as a sovereign, he won't cause trouble for you over such a small matter. Don't worry. A sovereign won't lower himself over such a matter. Beirut's words gave Zhou Tong a reassuring pill, causing the original worry in his heart to gradually dissipate. His entire heart calmed down. As if a rock had been lifted from his heart, Zhou Tong's heart became calmer and calmer. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he stared ahead in a daze. He had an epiphany just like that? Beirut didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just a few words of comfort could give him an epiphany? Was there any justice in this world with such a level of comprehension? At that moment, strands of divine power appeared in Zhou Tong's mind. These strands of divine power formed the shape of divine swords. The law of destruction, the earth-throbbing pulse, the arcana of explosion, and various other profound mysteries merged into his mind in an instant. He actually made a breakthrough at that moment. The bottleneck that he had been stuck at dissipated in an instant. After a long time, Zhou Tong opened his eyes, revealing a trace of a smile. Khan, what did you comprehend this time? Beirut asked. The law of destruction, the earth-throbbing pulse, and the arcana of explosion have completely merged. Next, I'm just missing the arcana of circular softness. Zhou Tong smiled. Congratulations, you've improved. Beirut congratulated him. Zhou Tong continued to chat with Beirut for a long time. During this time, they talked about many things related to soul mutations, as well as some secrets related to the main gods. There were also a lot of gossips between commanders and manor masters. Chapter 995. After leaving Beirut's place, Zhou Tong felt much less worried. This time, he had received Beirut's promise that he should have a share of sovereign sparks. More importantly, Beirut had mentioned earth, fire, and water. Thus, there was a very high chance that he would give Linley the divine sparks of these three elements. At this point, as long as Linley doesn't undergo a soul mutation, there's a very high chance that I'll be able to get 3 sovereign sparks. Zhou Tong said quietly to himself. In all fairness, if Linley were to undergo a soul mutation as well, then when a 4-element soul mutation was no longer unique, then if Linley were Beirut, he would definitely be more inclined to give Linley a sovereign spark. After all, Beirut and Linley were connected in 2 ways. First, the Dragonblood warrior clan that Linley belonged to had been created by Beirut himself. Second, Linley and Bibi were lifelong brothers. But of course, the most important thing is that I have to show him that I'm loyal and affectionate. I have to let Beirut know that I'm not an ingrate. In addition, I'll most likely have to show my gratitude to Linley. After all, no one else has the chance to repay me. Only Linley has the chance. When he thought of this, Zhou Tong couldn't help but laugh to himself. He knew that although he wasn't some sort of moral saint, he at least knew how to distinguish between kindness and hatred. He would repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. When he had been weak, it had been Linley who had given him his first startup capital, which had accelerated his growth. Linley definitely had to repay this kindness. In this world, aside from Linley and Beirut, no one else had shown him any kindness. Beirut's kindness clearly wasn't something that Zhou Tong could repay right now. The only one who could was Linley. Khan, where are you going next? Walking along the streets of Indigo City, Taras suddenly asked. I'm going to find a random place to stay. I'm still far from reaching a bottleneck in my training. I might need to train in seclusion for a century or so. Zhou Tong said casually. During this period of time, you can play around in the city or go out to carry out devil missions. Stay in an inn? You might as well buy a house, Taras said. Buy a house? Zhou Tong was stunned. He didn't have the concept of buying a house because he didn't want to settle down in one place. Moreover, he wasn't short of money anyway. It didn't matter if he found a high-end hotel and stayed there for hundreds or thousands of years. It would be a waste to buy a house. All right, let's buy a house together. After pondering for a while, Zhou Tong quickly made up his mind. Serene Blue City was Beirut's residence. It would be good to buy a house here. If anything happened, he could find Beirut at any time. The group soon arrived at the Blood Peak Castle. There weren't many houses for sale in the Blood Mountain Castle because the houses here had all been sold out 1 trillion years ago. Now, the houses for sale were either the owners of the houses had died or the owners had gone to other places to develop. When I first entered the infernal realm and saw the prices of houses, I was scared to death. But now, Taras looked at the 5 houses for sale, a hint of a smile on his face. These 5 houses were all extremely expensive. The cheapest one cost 300 or 400 million inkstones, while the most expensive one cost 4.8 billion inkstones. But of course, although these houses were called houses in name, in reality, they should be described as buildings. Every single house was a villa. Including the courtyard, they took up at least 10,000 square meters of space. Among them, the most expensive one occupied a piece of land with a length of 2,000 meters and a width of 1,000 meters. It was simply a manor. We're not short on money. Naturally, we'll buy the biggest one. This one is it. Zhou Tong couldn't be bothered to look around any longer. He directly paid for the largest house. After paying the money and receiving the proof of purchase, the group quickly moved into the house. This was basically a manor, taking up more than 3,000 square meters of space. Aside from the main building, there were many courtyards, as well as many smaller buildings attached to them. The courtyards were connected by all sorts of corridors, gardens, and flowing water. The manor was filled with exquisite sculptures, and one could tell that they were modeled by the passage of time. Just by looking at the exterior of the house, one could tell how extravagant this house was. I wonder who died and actually left behind such a manor. Walking through the house, Dylan felt rather emotional. Generally speaking, this sort of house was the residence of some major figure. You can find any small building you like. I'm about to enter closed-door training and focus on analyzing the profound mysteries of the laws. Zhou Tong instructed Taras and the others. However, he had only taken a few steps when he suddenly turned around and said, "While I'm cultivating in seclusion, if you feel bored, you can go out and accept a devil mission to relieve your boredom. I'll give you something while you're at it." As he spoke, he flipped his hand, and 5 drops of pitch-black water appeared in his palm. "This is Sovereign's might?" Taras called out in shock. "Right. This is Sovereign's might. Each of you a drop. Use it to save your lives." Zhou Tong casually gave the drops of Sovereign's might to Taras and the others. "Let me tell you something. Sovereign's might can be used as divine power, but it can also be used as spiritual energy to execute soul attacks. Remember, don't use this thing carelessly. Only use it when your life is at stake. I don't have much Sovereign's might. If I use it up, I won't be able to replenish it for you. Haha, who would carelessly use such a precious thing?" Dylan very carefully put away the drop of Sovereign's might. This was a precious life-saving treasure. Taras, Olivier, and the others thanked him, then solemnly put away the drop of Sovereign's might as well. The currency of the infernal realm, inkstones. They contain a thin amount of destruction-type Sovereign's might. Roughly 1 billion inkstones can be used to refine a single drop of destruction-type Sovereign's might. But of course, those who are able to refine destruction-type Sovereign's might are experts who have reached the peak of the edicts of destruction. Zhou Tong said in the end, "If it is someone else who refines it, I'll charge you at least 20% of the cost. If you earn enough money, you can give the inkstones to me. I won't charge you a fee." After giving them these final words, Zhou Tong entered the main building of the manor and began to train. This training session was still focused on the elemental laws of fire. His main focus was on the elemental laws of water. The inspiration he had gained from Mosi last time was going to quickly transform into tangible improvements. It was time to begin fusing the elemental laws of water as well, and it was a complete fusion of all 5 profound mysteries. At the same time, the fusion of the profound mysteries of circular softness, the throbbing pulse of the world, and the edicts of destruction was about to begin as well. The divine fire clone will continue to train in the elemental laws of fire. The divine water clone will focus on fusing the elemental laws of water. The divine earth clone will be responsible for fusing the throbbing pulse of the world with circular softness. The divine destruction clone will be responsible for fusing the edicts of destruction with circular softness. My original body will support the various clones at any time. Zhou Tong quickly came up with a plan in his mind. Zhou Tong knew that this training session would most likely take an extremely long time, perhaps a few centuries. Chapter 996. Time passed slowly. Within the manor, Olivier, Taras, Dylan, and the others would often go out to accept a fiend mission, then return. They would often go out for a few decades, then return to rest for a few decades. But Zhou Tong didn't pay any attention to the outside world at all. He just focused on training. The profound mysteries of circular softness, the bewildering mist, the sharpness of ice, and the water technique of water. Ever since he had begun to fuse these 4 profound mysteries, he had been constantly improving. Any fusion of profound mysteries, so long as one found a point of convergence, would have no bottlenecks before mastering it. In addition, Zhou Tong's terrifyingly powerful soul allowed him to divine 100 times faster than an ordinary high god. Virtually every year, the rate at which he was fusing these 4 profound mysteries increased at a visible rate. In a short 20 years, the fusion of these 4 profound mysteries had reached its limit. And after fusing them to the limit, perhaps because of his good luck, or perhaps because of a sudden burst of inspiration, he made a breakthrough. He didn't get stuck at all, making a breakthrough. After making a breakthrough in the fusion of these 4 elements, the elemental laws of water began to fuse in all directions. The profound mysteries of circular softness, the bewildering mist, the sharpness of ice, the water technique, and the elemental mysteries of water were all fused together. Not just the elemental laws of water, the throbbing pulse of the world, the profound mysteries of circular softness, and the edicts of destruction were all fusing together in an orderly fashion as well. While training, Zhou Tong virtually couldn't sense the passage of time. In the blink of an eye, nearly 600 years had passed since Zhou Tong had entered closed-door training. This was the longest period of time Zhou Tong had spent in closed-door training since arriving in this world. In front of the main building of the manor, Olivier, Taras, and Dylan were chatting casually. "Haha, Olivier, that sword of yours really was powerful. That 6-star fiend Hans was killed by that sword of yours. Soul mutates really do make one envious." Taras laughed loudly as he discussed the fiend mission. Olivier revealed a hint of a smile as well. After training for so long, he had finally completely fused one of the profound mysteries of the laws of light and the laws of darkness. It must be understood that this was a fusion of different profound mysteries. Once it was fused, the power wouldn't just increase by 10 times, it would increase by 100 times. Just by fusing the laws of light and the laws of darkness, Olivier had reached the level of a 6-star fiend in terms of the profound mysteries. In addition, his fused divine power as a god wasn't inferior to that of a high god. In addition, given that Zhou Tong had given him a soul-protecting divine artifact, his power had actually reached the 6-star fiend level. Next, all you have to do is simultaneously push your divine light and divine darkness clones to the high god level, and then you will be a solid 7-star fiend. The nearby Dylan was very envious as well. The potential of a soul mutate is the greatest. Most likely, even Khan might not be able to compare to you. But of course, the prerequisite is that you have to be able to develop this potential. The full potential of a soul mutate. Olivier laughed bitterly, shaking his head. Even he himself did not have much hope. To Olivier, the so-called unlocking of potential meant that he would be able to completely fuse all 12 profound mysteries of the laws of light and the laws of darkness. By then, how could a great perfection possibly compare to him? Speaking of Khan, he hasn't come out for 600 years. Olivier suddenly glanced at the nearby building. 1. In the instant that Olivier turned his head, the natural laws suddenly descended. He made a breakthrough? Taras and Dylan both stared in astonishment towards Zhou Tong's main building. The natural laws have a hint of heat to them. He should have made a breakthrough in the elemental laws of fire. Taras sensed for a moment, quickly confirming that Zhou Tong had reached the high god level in the elemental laws of fire. Ah! Accompanied by a burst of loud laughter, Zhou Tong strode out, his long crimson hair fluttering in the wind. Khan, this is your divine fire clone? Dylan and the others stared at Zhou Tong in astonishment. This was the first time since their reunion in the infernal realm that they had seen Zhou Tong's divine clones other than his divine destruction clone. Right. This is my divine fire clone. After his divine fire clone had reached the high god level, Zhou Tong naturally decided to use his divine fire clone to roam the outside world. The divine destruction clone was still working alongside the divine earth clone, divine water clone, and his original body, working together on the final step of fusing the profound mysteries. Congratulations on gaining yet another high god clone. I imagine that your elemental laws of fire have fused quite a few profound mysteries as well. Taras was very curious. Zhou Tong shook his head. His happy smile instantly vanished. He said resignedly, "What a pity, what a pity. I originally wanted to begin fusing all 6 profound mysteries as soon as I reach the high god level, but now, it seems I'll need a period of time before I can do so." After 500 years of bitter training, his elemental laws of fire had improved significantly. In truth, even Zhou Tong himself hadn't expected that his elemental laws of fire would be the smoothest of all. In a short 600 years, he had surpassed the laws of the earth, and even surpassed the laws of destruction. It was as though those bottlenecks didn't exist at all. In the past 500 years, in the first 200 years, he had successfully fused the elemental mysteries of fire, the profound mysteries of explosion, the profound mysteries of scorching heat, the profound mysteries of incineration, and the profound mysteries of fire body. And then, after being stuck for 100 years, he finally gained insight into the final profound mystery of the elemental laws of fire. Luminous ignition. After gaining insight into this profound mystery, he naturally began to fuse as well as comprehend. In fact, for the sake of finding a suitable point, he intentionally slowed down his training speed. But unfortunately, even after spending 300 years, he was only able to fuse the profound mysteries of luminous ignition with the elemental mysteries of fire, the profound mysteries of explosion, the profound mysteries of scorching heat, and the profound mysteries of incineration. As for the profound mysteries of fire body, Zhou Tong had only just broken through with the profound mysteries of luminous ignition and officially become a high god. In the next period of time, he would need to fuse them. However, although Zhou Tong spoke in a simple manner, in the ears of Taras and Olivier, this was nothing more than a blatant boast. Combined with that regretful look on his face and his tone, it was even more of a boast. You've already reached perfection in one style, and you want to reach perfection in a second style? In the various higher planes and divine planes, you probably won't be able to find a second one. Olivier took a deep breath, then sighed in amazement. Right now, my training is basically stuck. It's time for me to go out and take a walk. Zhou Tong didn't want to say too much. He said directly, "I'll go take a look at the purgatory. I want to become a purgatory commander as well." Challenge a purgatory commander? The nearby Taras and the others were all shocked. "Haha, then I'm going to take a good look." Dylan laughed loudly. "Right. Challenging a commander is a supreme duel." Taras spoke out as well. "Only, are you going to challenge using the Tao of destruction, or the elemental laws of fire?" Olivier asked. "Given your great perfection in the edicts of destruction, most likely there aren't many commanders who can withstand a single blow from you. Neither the Tao of destruction, nor the elemental laws of fire. I want to test out the laws of the earth or the elemental laws of water. I've been stuck at this bottleneck for far too long." Zhou Tong shook his head. He was rather impatient. He had been stuck at this bottleneck for far too long. The elemental laws of the earth, which had been number one in terms of power, had now been completely surpassed by the elemental laws of fire and the elemental laws of destruction. In addition, his previous agreement with Beirut was that he would only seek him out after all 4 of his laws had reached the high god level. Right now, he only had the laws of earth and water. Naturally, he had to work hard as well. The laws of earth and the laws of water? They all looked at each other. They didn't know what Zhou Tong's level of attainment in these 2 laws was. "There's no time to lose. Let's head out right now." Zhou Tong rose to his feet, walking out. Chapter 997. Just as Zhou Tong's group left the manor, a man dressed in standard armor suddenly appeared. "Lord Khan!" The man, seeing Zhou Tong from afar, immediately called out. Indigo Prefecture soldier? Was it Lord Beirut who sent you? Dylan asked. The standard armor he was wearing was the uniform of Indigo Prefecture soldiers. For him to have come at a time like this meant that Beirut had sent him. The Lord Prefect invites you in, the soldier said in invitation. Beirut is looking for me at a time like this? Zhou Tong was rather surprised as well. Why was he looking for him at a time like this? Lead the way. Zhou Tong naturally wouldn't refuse Beirut's invitation. He immediately ordered the soldier in front of him to lead the way. At the same time, with but a thought, he quickly switched from his divine fire clone to his divine destruction clone. He had previously told Taras and the others that his divine fire clone was just one step away from the great perfection, but he hadn't told Beirut about this. If some sort of misunderstanding occurred, it would be troublesome. The soldier led Zhou Tong's group directly into Indigo Prefecture's manor, then went to a garden deep within the manor. At this moment the soldier said, Lord Khan, we are not permitted to enter this garden. The Lord Prefect is within the garden. Please go in yourself. At the same time, he stopped Taras and the others, saying, The Lord Prefect has only invited Lord Khan. Please, everyone, follow me to a side hall to rest. Taras and the others were startled. They wanted to know why Beirut was looking for Zhou Tong, but unfortunately they were stopped. I'm not strong enough. Olivier shook his head, then followed the soldier helplessly. Taras, Dylan, and the others knew that this was definitely because they were too weak. Beirut and Khan were both experts who stood at the very peak of the infernal realm. How could they have the right to speak when they were discussing matters between them? Zhou Tong walked into the garden. He followed the small path and turned a few corners. Soon, he saw two people sitting in a pavilion and chatting happily. Zhou Tong was already very familiar with one of them. It was Beirut. The other person was a middle-aged man wearing a dark green robe. His long, curly dark green hair was casually draped over his shoulders, and his thick, black eyebrows were as sharp as two divine swords. And the moment this person turned to look at Zhou Tong also felt as if there were two illusory snake shadows in this person's eyes, fiercely pouncing towards him. Two illusory sword shadows also appeared in Zhou Tong's eyes, directly cutting off the two illusory snake shadows. Another great perfection has appeared in the world? The man looked at Zhou Tong in surprise. Haha, Dunnington, I was right, wasn't I? Khan is the #1 genius of our Yulan continent. Beirut laughed loudly, a hint of smugness in his voice. Your Yulan continent really is filled with geniuses. First, it produced a god-eater rat like you. Then, a second one appeared amongst your descendants. And now, a great perfection has appeared. Dunnington sighed in amazement. Beirut smiled as he twirled his beard, a hint of smugness on his face. The Yulan continent was his homeland, after all. The more powerful his homeland was, the happier he would be. So it is Dunnington of the Chaotic Sea. Zhou Tong nodded towards Dunnington as well. And then, he turned to look at Beirut, laughing. You haven't been watching me this entire time, have you? I just made a few breakthroughs, and you sent someone to find me. Hey, you made another breakthrough? Beirut was rather surprised as well. I made a breakthrough in the laws of fire as well. Most likely, in a short period of time, I'll be able to fuse all 6 profound mysteries together. Zhou Tong naturally wouldn't hide his training progress from Beirut. The nearby Dunnington was rather surprised. Aside from having reached perfection in the laws of destruction, you are also on the verge of a breakthrough in the laws of fire? But although he was surprised, Dunnington didn't think too much about it. This was because there were far too many people who were stuck at the threshold of great perfection. In addition, many great perfection experts, although their second divine clones weren't at the great perfection level, had at least fused 5 profound mysteries. Dunnington himself also had a divine destruction clone, which wasn't any weaker than any commander. Congratulations, Beirut said in joy. However, why have you come looking for me? I was just about to go take a look at the purgatory, Zhou Tong said. Beirut asked, speaking of which, do you know what happened with Linley? Linley? What happened to him? After I sent him back to the Four Divine Beasts clan, I've been training here. I only just made my breakthrough before coming out. Zhou Tong was rather surprised. Could it be that something had happened to Linley? Linley is fine. To be precise, something happened to Linley's wife, Delia, Beirut said. She was attacked by an expert who trained in the edicts of life. Her life is in grave danger. As he spoke, Beirut gave him a general description of Delia's injuries. Oh, that's just like the original work. Only an expert who has reached great perfection in the edicts of life, or another expert who has reached great perfection, can save her using life-type sovereign's might. Zhou Tong said to himself, only, even though she has my soul-protecting divine artifact, something like this still happened. Zhou Tong didn't understand. He had clearly given her a soul-protecting divine artifact, but something like this had still happened? If he didn't understand, he would ask. Zhou Tong asked directly, when we parted ways, I gave her a soul-protecting divine artifact. How did she fall for it? Ordinary people aren't able to break through the soul-protecting divine artifact I created. Did she offend an Azura? Ordinary people aren't able to break through it, but what if a 7-star fiend used Sovereign's might? Beirut said. The nearby Dunnington shook his head as well. Even the soul-protecting divine artifacts which we created in great perfection aren't able to withstand attacks from Sovereign's might, unless the user of the divine artifact also uses Sovereign's might. Beirut continued, Delia was struck because Linley blocked it. Soon, Beirut gave a general description of what had happened to Zhou Tong. So that's how it is. Zhou Tong nodded. So this was the butterfly effect. His appearance had caused Bluefire to be unable to acquire a sovereign spark and become a sovereign. Naturally, Fusro hadn't come to assist Linley in the original work. Naturally, Linley would find it even more difficult to deal with the many dangers and situations he had encountered in the original work. If it wasn't for Fusro, Linley probably would have used up a drop of Sovereign's might. If it wasn't for Fusro, when facing the combined attacks of the 8 great clans, Linley probably would have had to use up an extra drop of Sovereign's might. Thus, when facing the combined attacks of the 8 great clans, Linley wasn't able to hold on. Not only was the soul-protecting divine artifact I gave him destroyed, he even used up Delia's soul-protecting divine artifact. Only then was he able to win. Zhou Tong had already roughly figured out the ins and outs of the matter. Right at this moment, Beirut said, if it wasn't for the fact that you gave her a soul-protecting sovereign artifact that blocked off the majority of the attack, Delia probably would have died on the spot. She wouldn't have been able to hold on at all. However, I've already notified the 7-star fiends of our Indigo Prefecture, who are most skilled in the Edicts of Life, to go take a look. A 7-star fiend level expert of the Edicts of Life might not necessarily be able to save her. I'll go take a look as well. Although my Edicts of Destruction aren't specialized in healing, based on your description, perhaps if I use up a drop of life-type Sovereign's might, I'll still have a chance. Zhou Tong promptly said. Might as well. You can go take a look as a last resort. Beirut nodded in satisfaction, then with a flip of his hand, he withdrew a small bottle of jade-green Sovereign's might. You haven't been to the peak for long, and you haven't gone to any other planes. You shouldn't have life-type Sovereign's might. Take this bottle of Sovereign's might and use it. Beirut was naturally able to heal Delia's injuries himself, but he had intentionally asked Zhou Tong to come over. Without question, he wanted to test him one last time, to see what his character was like and whether or not he was an ungrateful wretch. As Beirut saw it, he was quite satisfied. But the nearby Dunnington was rather surprised. He repeatedly looked at Zhou Tong and Beirut, feeling rather puzzled as to the relationship between the two. This was a bottle of life-type Sovereign's might. From the looks of it, there should have been over 100 drop. Although great perfection experts didn't care too much about sovereigns' might, because sovereigns could casually find great perfection experts to do something for them, they might need tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of drops of sovereigns' might. But to a high god, this was an enormous price to pay. So much sovereigns might had been given away just like that. How could their relationship be this good? There's no time to lose. In order to prevent anything unexpected from happening, I'll head out right now. Zhou Tong put away the life-type sovereign's might, then said, "You are fast. Head out first. I'll catch up with you later." Beirut nodded as well. Chapter 998. The Skyrite Mountains. The territory of the Four Divine Beasts clan. Linley was holding his son and feeding him. Every so often, he would glance at his unconscious wife, Delia. In a soft voice, he said, "Delia, Wade was very obedient today. He didn't make any noise at all." His voice was very soft, as though he was afraid of waking up his wife, who had gone to bed early. Seeing this, Baruch and the others outside the door all shook their heads helplessly. Over the past few months, Linley had been in this state the entire time. Delia's misfortune was even more unbearable to him than his own misfortune. In fact, he wished that the one lying there was himself. "Linley!" Right at this moment, a clear voice rang out in the air above the Skyrite Mountains. The dazed Linley couldn't help but raise his head to look at the sky. "Boss, that seems to be Khan's voice. Stay here with Wade and watch over Delia. I'll go take a look," Bibi said to Linley, then flew into the sky. At the same time, in the air above the Skyrite Mountains, atop that coiling azure dragon, the black-robed Zhou Tong was standing there quietly. "Who are you?" A patrolling warrior flew over and barked. Zhou Tong swept him with his gaze. Instantly, the patrolling warrior felt as though his head had been smashed by a sledgehammer, and he fell down from the skies in a daze. However, not long after he fell, he recovered. Still, he stood there fearfully, not daring to draw near. Zhou Tong knew that he wasn't a very famous person in the infernal realm. Thus, rather than wasting time here arguing with these patrolling warriors, he might as well wait for the upper echelons of the Azure Dragon clan to come, or wait for Linley, Bibi, Caesar, O'Brien, or other familiar faces to come. However, before Bibi arrived, the first person to arrive was the patriarch of the Azure Dragon clan, Gislason. "I am Patriarch Gislason of the Azure Dragon clan. Might I ask who you are?" Gislason didn't dare to underestimate Zhou Tong. He immediately flew over and asked, "Gislason? I'm Linley's friend, and I was just about to look for him." Zhou Tong said directly, "Linley's friend? Only, it might not be convenient for Linley right now." Gislason said, "That's exactly why I'm here. Lead the way." Gislason was still hesitating. He didn't know Zhou Tong, and so he didn't dare to make a rash decision. "Khan, you're here too," a voice rang out as Bibi flew over at an extremely fast speed. "Bibi, let's go take a look at Linley and the others." Zhou Tong went up to them. "Khan? Is this Khan a friend of yours?" Gislason knew that Bibi was Linley's good friend. He definitely wouldn't harm him, and so he immediately asked mentally. "Of course. We all came from the Yulan continent together. We've known each other since he was young." Bibi sent casually as well, and then, ignoring Gislason, he beckoned Zhou Tong to head towards Linley's residence. Gislason frowned, then followed as well. He could sense that Zhou Tong's power was extremely terrifying. He was afraid that something might happen. Soon, Bibi led Zhou Tong to Linley's residence. "Khan, you came." A gentle voice rang out, and Linley walked out of the room, a smile on his face, carrying his son, Wade. "This is my son, Wade. You haven't met him yet, have you? Come, give Wade a hug as well." Linley seemed to be in a very strange state. At this moment, Bibi sent mentally, "The boss is in a rather strange state of mind. Don't agitate him." It's fine if I hug your son, but if I hug him, how am I supposed to save your wife? Zhou Tong laughed. Save Delia. Linley seemed to have been struck by lightning, and he was instantly stunned. Bibi was rather unhappy. He had just told Linley not to agitate him, but in the blink of an eye, Linley had directly brought up Delia's matter. Zhou Tong didn't care at all about Bibi's dissatisfaction. He said calmly, "Not long ago, I was at Beirut's place. I learned about Delia's matter, and so I hurried over. Although I've pretty much figured out what's going on, take me in and take a look. I hope I'm not late." Please come in." Linley didn't dare to tarry. He immediately opened the door and led Zhou Tong in. "Bibi, is a supreme expert who trains in the edicts of life?" Gislason, following closely behind, hurriedly asked. It wasn't just Linley's wife who had suffered similar injuries. Some of the other members of his clan had as well. "No," Bibi said casually. He didn't have the time to waste with Gislason and the others. "Not the edicts of life?" Gislason frowned, then followed behind them into Linley's room. At this moment, within the room, Zhou Tong was closing his eyes, using his spiritual energy to investigate Delia's soul. Everyone was silent. So this is the devouring power of the edicts of life. Zhou Tong was rather surprised as well. At the same time, a thought came to his mind. If he were to use this power in a different way, perhaps he would be able to plant a demon heart in someone else. Although the edicts of life are called life, in truth, they are more like the demonic path. Zhou Tong sighed in his heart. However, after seeing the devouring power of the edicts of life, I understand how to treat it. Zhou Tong had never seen something like this before. At first, he naturally wasn't completely confident, but after observing for a while, he understood how to treat her. At the same time, he opened his eyes. What do you think? Do you have a solution?" Linley asked, a hint of hope in his voice. "It really is as Beirut said. I need to use up a drop of life-type sovereign's might in order to cure her." As Zhou Tong spoke, he waved his hand, producing a green drop of life-type sovereign's might. Use sovereign's might to heal the soul. If there's even the slightest mistake and a hint of the sovereign's might dissipates, then you'll be finished," Linley said hurriedly. "Come to think of it, all you know is that I am more powerful than most Azuras, but you haven't actually seen me fight, have you?" Zhou Tong laughed as he absorbed the drop of life-type sovereign's might into his body. The sovereign's might didn't dissipate at all. Linley and Bibi were both stunned. That was a drop of sovereign's might. Even the nearby Gislason was stunned. How could someone use sovereign's might so effortlessly? As far as he knew, there was only one type of person capable of using sovereign's might in such a manner. That was the Great Perfection. This friend of Linley's who came from the same plane as him is actually a member of the Great Perfection? Only now did Gislason realize that the network of connections he had built up over countless years was far inferior to Linley's, who had lived for a mere 1,000 years. "I train in the edicts of destruction. It really is rather hard for me to use life-type sovereign's might." As Zhou Tong spoke, he pressed his palm against Delia's forehead. Instantly, a blurry green light began to seep into Delia's head. The nearby Linley watched nervously, his heart thumping wildly. At this moment, the high-level members of the Four Divine Beasts clan, having received the news, all came over. The Vermilion Bird Matriarch, the Black Tortoise Matriarch, the White Tiger Matriarch, and some of their elders. In a short period of time, virtually all of the high-level members who had been paying attention to this matter had come. After all, Linley's status in the Four Divine Beasts clan was extraordinary. They all knew that Linley was in possession of the supreme technique of the Redbud Sovereign, the Amethyst Space. "All right." A short while later, Zhou Tong raised his hand. The drop of sovereign's might had been used up as well. What was the result?" Linley asked nervously. "Since I intervened, there was naturally no problem." Zhou Tong said. At the same time, Linley looked towards Delia. Delia's eyelids trembled slightly, and then she opened her eyes. Chapter 999. Delia had awakened. Linley was so overjoyed that he began to weep. On the other side, Bibi Gislason, the clan leaders, and the elders were all stunned by Zhou Tong's power. Khan, has your edicts of destruction truly reached the great perfection? Bibi stared with wide eyes. He knew that Zhou Tong was very powerful, so powerful that even the master of Miluo Island, Mosi, feared him. However, he had never dared to imagine that Zhou Tong had reached the great perfection level. This was because the amount of time he had spent training was simply too short. He wasn't even comparable to Linley. Aside from sovereigns and great perfection, who else do you think is capable of perfectly controlling sovereign's might? Zhou Tong laughed softly. Wow, you really have reached the great perfection level. You've only trained for a few years, but you've already reached the great perfection level? Now that Delia had been rescued, Bibi had returned to his usual lively self. Khan, thank you so much. Linley was extremely grateful. Alright. Delia has just been rescued. You two, husband and wife, definitely have many things to talk about. I won't disturb you any longer. Everyone, let's go out together. Zhou Tong laughed. The others hurriedly nodded as well, and they all left Linley's room. Lord Khan, since you are Linley's friend, and Delia has been rescued, tonight, our 4 Divine Beasts clan shall hold a celebratory banquet. How about it? Gislason knew how to conduct himself. He immediately wanted to rope in Zhou Tong, this high god of great perfection. No rush. After a period of time, Beirut will come as well. Let's wait for him to come together. Zhou Tong said casually. Fine. Gislason nodded in agreement. Lord Khan. Right at this moment, a cold voice rang out. There's something I wish to ask of you, Lord Khan, to assist me with. The speaker was the Grand Elder of the Azure Dragon clan, the daughter of the Azure Dragon Sovereign and the younger sister of Patriarch Gislason. The Great Elder said seriously, Lord Khan, there are more than 100 people in our clan who are in a coma like Linley's wife. I wonder if Lord Khan can help? Treatment? Sure, as long as you can afford it. Zhou Tong said leisurely. I saved Delia because Linley is my friend. If he's in trouble, I naturally won't stand by and do nothing. However, I am not related to your Azure Dragon clan, so if you want me to help, you must pay a price. Lord Khan, may I ask what the price is? The Grand Elder asked. As you know, saving a person requires a single drop of life-type sovereign's might. This is the cost of saving a person. First of all, the cost shouldn't be borne by me. Each drop of life-type sovereign's might should be borne by your clan. Next is my offer. Do you know what a price a sovereign has to pay for a great perfection expert to help? For the sake of giving face to Linley, I can only charge you a friendly price, roughly equivalent to the cost of treating a person. In other words, a single drop of sovereign's might. Zhou Tong smiled as he looked at Gislason and the others. Gislason and the others instantly hesitated. Delia had indeed been the first to be injured, but at that time, after Linley had used his sovereign's might to kill that expert who had used the Edicts of Life, that expert's final self-detonation had affected quite a few members of the Azure Dragon clan. However, those who had been affected by that sort of self-detonation and had been unable to resist were generally demigods, gods, or high gods who had fused with divine sparks. Anyone who had reached the high god level on their own would be immune to this sort of attack. But were these clansmen with low levels of power and potential really worth the price of 2 drops of sovereign's might? If their 4 sovereigns had been alive, this sort of price wouldn't have been too much of a price to pay for a great perfection expert to help out. But now that their sovereign was dead, and they were surrounded by the 8 great clans, how could they possibly waste their precious sovereign's might on clansmen with low levels of power and potential? Soon, even the Grand Elder, who had been pleading earlier, shut her mouth. Forget about 2 drops of sovereign's might per person, and forget about the fact that 1 drop of sovereign's might was used as a reward for hiring a great perfection expert. Even if a single drop of sovereign's might was used up on those useless clansmen, they still wouldn't be willing. In the infernal realm, the weak had no human rights. This was how cruel the truth was. Zhou Tong glanced sideways at this group of people, then laughed. He didn't say anything else. He sat down at a stone table outside the room, asking Bibi about what had happened during this period of time. Gislason didn't say much. He returned to the clan to prepare for the banquet. The entire 4 Divine Beasts clan viewed this banquet with great importance, because this was a rare occasion where the 4 Divine Beasts clan would invite a great perfection expert to a banquet. That's pretty much how it has been for the past few centuries. Bibi gave a general summary of what had happened during this period of time. It's pretty much the same as the original story. My previous guesses weren't wrong. Zhou Tong said to himself. Khan, thank you so much for this. If Delia wasn't here, I really wouldn't know. At this moment, Linley led Delia out of the room as well. He once more thanked Linley. Just a minor matter. Not worth mentioning, Zhou Tong said. However, Delia, your soul-protecting divine artifact was destroyed. I'll give you a bit more. Although it won't be able to withstand attacks from Sovereign's might, it's still better than nothing. The repercussions of fusing with a divine spark to become a deity are too great. Your soul is too weak. With a flip of his hand, Zhou Tong produced 3 soul-protecting divine artifacts, handing them to Delia. 1 for use, 1 for backup, and 1 for backup. Thank you, Khan. If it wasn't for your soul-protecting divine artifact, I probably would have died immediately. Delia very solemnly accepted the 3 soul-protecting divine artifacts. Only, Khan, so many soul-protecting divine artifacts. Linley felt rather apologetic as well, because they had already received far too many from Zhou Tong. Forging soul-protecting divine artifacts expends spiritual energy, after all. If you truly feel embarrassed, then just give me a few 100 million amethysts. I heard that, Bibi, you spent 10 years mining in the Amethyst Mountains. Zhou Tong laughed. His divine fire clone had already reached the high god level, and so it needed a large amount of amethysts to replenish its soul. Linley couldn't be bothered to spend money to buy more. Haha, amethysts, you can have as many as you want. Take it. Bibi was very generous, and he immediately took out an interspatial ring, which was filled with 1 billion amethysts. During those years in the Amethyst Mountains, Bibi had taken at least 10 billion amethysts. In terms of wealth, aside from Zhou Tong, Bibi had the most. I've always heard that soul-protecting divine artifacts are very hard to forge. Why is it that you, Khan, were able to forge them so easily? You were able to casually produce so many of them? Bibi was also rather curious. Soul-protecting divine artifacts weren't for sale at all. From this, one could imagine how hard it was to forge them. But Zhou Tong had casually produced a pile of them. Deities and deities can't be lumped together. A great perfection is different from an ordinary high god, after all. You don't think that ordinary high gods are comparable to a great perfection, do you? Zhou Tong said casually. Soul-protecting divine artifacts were very hard to forge. Even other great perfection experts would need 5 or 6 years of continuous work to forge a single one. But to Zhou Tong, soul-protecting divine artifacts were the easiest to forge. This was because his soul was 1,000 times more powerful than a great perfection expert's, and the power of his will was 6 times more powerful than an ordinary great perfection expert's. Thus, his efficiency in forging soul-protecting divine artifacts was nearly 10,000 times greater than that of an ordinary great perfection expert's. Other great perfection experts would need 5 or 6 years to forge a single soul-protecting divine artifact, but Zhou Tong could forge 5 or 6 in a single day. When he was bored, Zhou Tong would spend a few months forging these things. because his efficiency was simply too high. He had an extremely large number of soul-protecting divine artifacts, at least a few hundred of them. It wouldn't be a problem for him to give away a few as gifts. In fact, he wouldn't even mind giving them a few spares. Chapter 1000. However, Khan, in what aspect is great perfection so powerful? Why is great perfection able to perfectly control sovereign's might? Bibi was rather curious, and he continued to ask. Because of the power of will, Zhotong said. Will is a threshold for controlling sovereign's might. Only those who possess will are able to control sovereign's might. So that's how it is. Linley and Bibi both understood. So great perfection possessed will, which was why they were able to perfectly control sovereign's might. Aside from controlling sovereign's might, what other uses does will have? Bibi continued to ask. Will makes it so that great perfection has no weaknesses. Zhotong continued. Will actually provides an extremely great boost to great perfection's power. Based on what I understand, will can increase the power of profound mysteries by 5 times. Not just that, will itself also has the power equivalent to the fusion of 6 profound mysteries. Thus, great perfection, even without using any profound mysteries, will be able to unleash 10 times the power of an ordinary commander's attack. This, Linley and Bibi couldn't help but feel their hearts clench. Wasn't this powerful? To be able to unleash this level of attack power with a casual strike, even if one was barehanded and didn't use divine power or profound mysteries, this was virtually invincible. And it wasn't just attack power, there was defense as well. Material defense, soul defense, all of them had this level of power. Linley simply didn't dare to imagine how powerful great perfection was in all aspects. You don't have to look at me like that. In truth, the most terrifying aspect of great perfection high gods is their attacks with profound mysteries. The fusion of 6 profound mysteries makes great perfection extremely powerful in all aspects. However, there's no need for you to be envious. There are many other extraordinarily talented high gods whose attack power and defense power are even greater than great perfections. Zhotong shook his head. The will of the great perfection was powerful, but that was only for ordinary high gods. Against those extraordinarily talented high gods, the increase in power of the great perfection will wasn't that great. Hemmers had only fused 4 profound mysteries, but his material attacks had already reached the threshold of great perfection. If he had fused 5 profound mysteries, his power would increase tenfold, and even a great perfection expert would be heavily injured by a single punch from him. In truth, will is nothing more than a threshold for controlling sovereign's might. Only those who possess will are able to control sovereign's might. Zhotong said in the end. That's not right. Linley suddenly looked at Zhotong. What if there's also someone with great perfection? Who can defeat him? As far as I know, all the great perfection warriors, other than myself, are from ordinary races. They don't have any talent bonuses. Thus, you don't need to worry. The great perfection doesn't have that sort of astonishing talent. Zhotong laughed. Then wouldn't you be invincible amongst the great perfection experts? Delia called out in surprise. Right. At present, none of the great perfection experts are capable of withstanding a single full-force punch from me. Even if they have a defensive sovereign artifact, I'm confident in being able to heavily injure them through the sovereign artifact. Zhotong was filled with confidence. Given his current physical strength, if he used his innate divine ability, he definitely would be able to heavily injure a great perfection expert through a defensive sovereign artifact. But of course, right now, he wasn't able to kill a great perfection expert who had a defensive artifact. Only when he had truly reached the great perfection level, or when he was a high god of 4 different elements, would he be able to do so. Formidable, formidable! Linley, Bibi, and Delia all sighed in amazement. Most likely, you are the most powerful expert of our Yulon plane, Linley said in the end. Zhou Tong wasn't able to respond to this topic. He just smiled, not replying. They chatted casually for a while, and then Zhou Tong got to the point. Zhou Tong asked, Linley, you have a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, right? Startled for a moment, Linley finally nodded. That is indeed the case. However, I only told Bibi and Delia about the soul-protecting sovereign artifact. How did you know? I was able to sense it in every way. Zhou Tong laughed. In addition, not only was I able to guess that you had a sovereign artifact, I was even able to guess that your sovereign artifact originally belonged to the ancestor of the Four Divine Beasts clan, the Azure Dragon. Bibi already told me the gist of what happened to you. You were struck by the innate divine ability of the Nether Serpent clan, but you were fine? I know very well that the soul-protecting artifact I created might not be able to withstand the innate divine ability of a rare and powerful divine beast like the Nether Serpent. Aside from the sovereign artifact, were there any other options? Then how did you guess that my sovereign artifact belonged to the ancestor? Linley continued to ask. I know how powerful your body was when you were a saint, and I know how powerful your body is now. This level of physical strength, if measured by the special body-refining techniques of the Azure Dragon clan, doesn't make sense, because based on what I saw just now, most likely, there aren't many in the Azure Dragon clan whose body is as powerful as yours. In the same way, since you are not a close relative of a sovereign, nor are you an emissary of a sovereign, naturally you wouldn't have received a sovereign artifact from a sovereign. Then tell me, aside from the fact that your sovereign artifact came from a fallen sovereign, where else did it come from? After eliminating all the impossible possibilities, the remaining possibilities, no matter how fantastical, are all correct. Thus, clearly, you must have acquired the soul-protecting sovereign artifact of the fallen sovereign, the Azure Dragon. As he spoke, Zhou Tong waved the soul-protecting sovereign artifact in his hand. This sovereign artifact of mine is the sovereign artifact of the fallen sovereign of the Vermilion Bird Sovereign. Since the sovereign artifact of the Vermilion Bird Sovereign can appear in the Yulon continent, then what about the sovereign artifacts of the other sovereigns? It is very likely that the necropolis of the gods was created by the sovereigns for the four divine beasts. After clearing the necropolis of the gods, I should be able to acquire the sovereign artifacts which the four divine beasts used when they were alive. Zhou Tong's words caused Linley and the others to be speechless. They wanted to argue, but there was nothing they could do. In the end, Linley had no choice but to admit. Correct. I do indeed have the Azure Dragon Ring. Unfortunately, the sovereign artifact is already damaged. The ancestor was killed. How could his sovereign artifact be undamaged? Zhou Tong said, I've guessed it. If your soul-protecting sovereign artifact was undamaged, how could Delia, for the sake of saving you, have taken a blow for you, and then have to lie here for months? Linley, if you trust me, then undo the blood pact between you and the Azure Dragon Ring. I'll think of a way to help you repair it. Zhou Tong said. You can repair soul-protecting sovereign artifacts? Linley was shocked. If it were a defensive sovereign artifact or an offensive sovereign artifact, I really wouldn't be able to do anything. But as for a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, I still have some hope. This is because the forging of a soul-protecting sovereign artifact relies on the power of will and sovereign power. If I spend some time, I still have a chance to repair it. Then how long will it take? Linley was very concerned about time. If it took tens of thousands of years, he might as well take his time. If it's short, a few decades. If it's long, a century. This will depend on how damaged your sovereign artifact is. Chapter 1001. After muttering to himself for a while, Linley finally turned to look at the Azure Dragon Ring in his hand. In his mind, he suddenly thought of Dorkwater, who had originally become acquainted with this ring. "Boss, do you think Khan wants to covet this sovereign artifact of yours?" Bibi sent mentally to Linley. Not just Bibi. The nearby Delia looked at Linley with some concern as well. This was a sovereign artifact. Even someone of the great perfection level would be tempted. He shouldn't be. He has a complete sovereign artifact in his possession. I haven't heard of any relatives of his who need this sovereign artifact. Even if he takes it away, it's useless. Khan shouldn't be like this. Although Linley was somewhat worried, he quickly denied Bibi's guess. And then Linley made up his mind. He took off the azure dragon ring, removed the blood contract, and handed it to Zhou Tong. "Khan, I'll leave the azure dragon ring to you. Don't worry. I'm still somewhat confident." Zhou Tong accepted the ring, then bound it with his blood. At the same time, he took off his own sovereign artifact, removed the blood contract, and handed it to Linley. He said, "During this period of time, you can use this complete sovereign artifact of mine. Once I've repaired it, we'll exchange it back." "Khan, this..." Linley was startled. "Don't worry, just accept it. Given my power, without a complete soul-protecting sovereign artifact, no one can harm me, unless a sovereign intervenes. But if a sovereign intervenes, even if I have a complete sovereign artifact, it'll be useless." Zhou Tong waved his hand magnanimously, indicating to Linley that he could accept it without worry. Linley felt rather ashamed in his heart. Previously, he had judged Linley with his own yardstick. He had been a yardstick for nothing. On the other side, Zhou Tong had taken Linley's azure dragon ring. After binding it, a layer of translucent dragon scale-like membrane instantly covered his sea of consciousness. Only, there was an enormous hole in the membrane. This hole was the flaw in the soul-protecting sovereign artifact. With but a thought, Zhou Tong immediately merged his spiritual energy with his will into it. Crackle! That enormous hole was shrinking bit by bit, and at an extremely fast rate. "Khan, how is it? How long will it take?" Linley, rather expectantly, looked at Zhou Tong. "Your sovereign artifact is far more complete than I expected. My calculations were off. In 5 years or so..." Zhou Tong opened his eyes. Linley was overjoyed. In just 5 short years, he would be able to acquire a complete soul-protecting sovereign artifact. This was something that he hadn't even dared to imagine in the past. Once the sovereign artifact was completely repaired, his greatest weakness would be fixed, and he would truly stand amongst the ranks of 7-star fiends. "For the next 5 years, I'll just stay here with you." Zhou Tong thought for a moment, then said, "It just so happens that I need to spend some time training in the laws of the earth. Let's spar a bit." "Spar in the laws of the earth? Fine. Let's give it a try right now." Linley was very excited as well. In the Azure Dragon clan, everyone around them trained in the elemental laws of water. They couldn't find a single expert who trained in the laws of the earth to spar with at all. Zhou Tong had come at just the right time. "Haha, Khan, although your edicts of destruction are powerful, in terms of insights into the laws of the earth, you might not necessarily be a match for boss." The nearby Bibi said excitedly as well. "My laws of the earth have completely fused 5 profound mysteries. Aside from world walking, I've completely fused them all. If Linley is stronger than me, then wouldn't he have reached perfection?" Zhou Tong beamed merrily as he looked at Bibi. "What? Your laws of the earth are also freaks?" Bibi stared with wide eyes. 5. Linley's eyes lit up as well. This was the strongest cultivator of the laws of the earth he had seen since arriving in the infernal realm. Even the patriarch of the Black Tortoise clan might not necessarily be able to surpass him. This was because Zhou Tong had fused 5 profound mysteries aside from world walking. World walking was a low-level profound mystery. Thus, one could imagine how terrifyingly powerful Zhou Tong's fusion of 5 profound mysteries would be. Since that's the case, then I'm going to have to use my full strength. As Linley spoke, he transformed. With a chi-chi sound, golden-green draconic scales tore through his clothes and appeared on his body. At the same time, savage spikes emerged from his body as well. Haha, Linley, you really are excited. Zhou Tong's body blurred as he transformed into his divine earth clone. His earthen yellow hair fluttered in the wind behind him. At the same time, his body flashed as he appeared in the air above a nearby empty area. Linley chuckled, then chased after him. At the same time, as he drew close to Zhou Tong, he immediately unleashed his Blackstone space. Instantly, a blurry earthen yellow light covered the area, and even Zhou Tong's body couldn't help but tremble as he was affected by this gravitational force. Con, be careful! Linley laughed loudly. His right draconic claw clenched into a fist, and his fist smashed out like a thunderbolt. Not bad. Zhou Tong nodded slightly. His earthen yellow hair fluttered in the wind as he also punched out. Both sides used the laws of the earth, and their attacks were incomparably ferocious. Zhou Tong had fused 5 profound mysteries of the laws, while Linley had used his terrifying dragon-formed body to fuse the profound mysteries of strength and the throbbing pulse of the world into his ultimate attack. The two fists collided in midair. Boom! An enormous explosion could be heard, and space itself seemed to be torn apart like paper, exploding apart. Linley couldn't help but clench his fist. Like a cannonball, he was sent flying backwards, smashing heavily against a nearby, mountain-sized piece of adamantine. The entire piece of adamantine was smashed to smithereens. With a single clash of fists, victory was decided. Rumble! Linley broke through the rubble and flew backwards, but right now, his entire body was covered with blood, and more than half of the draconic scales on his body had been shattered. However, as his divine power circulated, the wounds on his body began to heal, bit by bit. These wounds. Bibi was stunned as well. This was clearly just a single clash of fists, and clearly, when they had clashed, Linley had only been wounded on his fist. But why was it that, after being knocked flying, the wounds had instantly spread throughout his entire body? Con, that punch of yours actually contained 18 layers of recoil? Linley could vaguely sense it. Ignoring the wounds on his body, he stretched out his draconic claw and gestured in midair. Is this what you're referring to? Zhou Tong casually punched out, and soundlessly, space itself began to shatter, creating one giant hole after another. Only after 18 holes had appeared did space begin to heal. Linley's mind was constantly replaying Zhou Tong's punch. Rumble! In the end, it was as though a seed had appeared in his heart, and it quickly sprouted. Ha ha ha! A moment later, Linley couldn't help but laugh loudly. A breakthrough? Zhou Tong was stunned as well. All this time, it had always been him who made breakthroughs while fighting against others. But now, someone had actually made a breakthrough while fighting against him? Haha, Con, thank you. I've finally gained insight into the power of life. Linley laughed loudly. When we were in the Yulon Plain, I didn't understand how you could gain insight into the power of life. Now I finally understand. Not only have I gained insight into the power of life, I've also found a way to combine it with the throbbing pulse of the world and the profound mysteries of strength. Give me a bit of time, and I'll be able to unleash a punch like this as well. Linley was very excited right now, because he saw a chance for him to improve even further. His understanding of the profound mysteries of strength had already fused with the throbbing pulse of the world. If he were to fuse with the power of life as well, without question, his material attacks would improve even further, reaching the level of a true Azura. Chapter 1002. Congratulations, Linley. Zhou Tong was overjoyed. The current Linley was even more powerful than he had been in the original work. In the original work, He hadn't even mastered the final profound mystery of life. But now, not only had he mastered it, he had also found a way to combine it with the profound mysteries of strength and the throbbing pulse of the world. His power had definitely increased dramatically. Con, thank you very much. Actually, ever since I saw your fusion of the profound mysteries of strength, the throbbing pulse of the world, and life in the Yulon continent, I've been thinking about this direction. That punch of yours just now inspired me. Linley smiled. He was indeed excited. Not only had he gained a basic understanding of a profound mystery, he had even found a way to combine it with the other profound mysteries. This meant that he had instantly broken through 3 bottlenecks. But if you do that, you'll probably end up in a similar state as me. Zhou Tong suddenly changed the subject. What do you mean? Linley was rather surprised. Your life in the world has found a way to combine it with the throbbing pulse of the world and the profound mysteries of strength. At the same time, the throbbing pulse of the world has fused with the profound mysteries of gravitational space and the essence of the Earth, creating a bridge between them. Perhaps next, you'll be able to consider fusing these 5 profound mysteries. Coincidentally, I just so happen to have fused these 5. Zhou Tong laughed. As for the final profound mystery of world walking, I'm afraid it will be very hard to find a way to combine it with the other profound mysteries. Zhou Tong looked at Linley, shaking his head. He remembered that in the original work, after Linley had become a sovereign and established a divine plane, he still hadn't been able to fuse the world-walking profound mysteries. My boss wouldn't be like you. Bibi joked as well. Indeed. You're a bit better than me. I've fused 5 profound mysteries of the laws of the Earth long ago, but I haven't been able to gain a basic understanding of the final profound mystery of world walking. I've been stuck here for over 1,000 years. Zhou Tong said helplessly. In truth, he really was rather helpless. The world-walking profound mysteries weren't very useful in battle. That was why Zhou Tong had seen so many scryer recordings, and he had seen several people use the profound mysteries of the underground movement technique. Linley was stunned. He had thought that Zhou Tong wanted to slowly fuse and advance, which was why the laws of the Earth were still at the intermediate god level. He did not expect that he was stuck at world-walking. World-walking was a low-level profound mystery. Who would have thought that it would actually trap such a peerless genius? The profound mysteries that the others were stuck on were all high-level profound mysteries, but his was stuck on low-level profound mysteries? Even supreme geniuses have profound mysteries that they aren't skilled in. Linley sighed in his heart. World-walking. That's fine. I'll tell you how I comprehended world-walking. Linley finally understood what Zhou Tong was thinking. He definitely wanted to use this sparring match to break through the bottleneck of the laws of the Earth. Linley didn't hide anything. He gave Zhou Tong a very detailed explanation of world-walking, while also explaining to Zhou Tong some of the key points of his own training in this profound mystery. In the end, he even took Zhou Tong on a stroll through world-walking. In return, Zhou Tong taught Linley some of the techniques he had used to fuse the profound mysteries of the laws of the Earth, while at the same time explaining to Linley some of the techniques he had developed based on the laws of the Earth. If one wanted to increase one's combat power, merely improving one's understanding of the profound mysteries wasn't enough. One also needed to use the profound mysteries of the laws. This was related to how efficiently one could use the profound mysteries. For example, Linley's Blackstone space was an extremely efficient way to use the profound mysteries, while Zhou Tong's own warping force field was the same. But of course, Zhou Tong couldn't possibly transmit his own warping force field to Linley. Time passed, one day at a time. Months later, Beirut finally arrived at the Skyrite Mountains of the Four Divine Beasts clan. However, Beirut didn't just come to attend the banquet hosted by the Four Divine Beasts clan. He also came to clear Bibi's name. This was also the first time he had publicly announced his relationship with Bibi in the Infernal Realm. Beirut, where's Dunnington? Zhou Tong suddenly sent mentally. He doesn't have much of a relationship with the Four Divine Beasts clan. Naturally, he went back to the Chaotic Sea. Beirut said matter-of-factly. Zhou Tong was startled. If Dunnington didn't come, then that meant that foreign, who had framed Linley, was fine. Right. In the original work, Beirut stood up for Linley because he had already viewed Linley as a candidate to become the next sovereign of the earth. Now that the candidate is me, naturally there won't be so much trouble for Linley. Zhou Tong said to himself. However, it didn't matter. A mere traitor of the Four Divine Beasts clan, a mere 7-star fiend. He wouldn't be able to cause any waves at all. Beirut came quickly and left quickly as well. However, Zhou Tong continued to stay at Linley's place, often sparring with Linley and exchanging insight. 3 years after Zhou Tong's arrival, after being once more guided by Linley to experience the world-walking technique, Zhou Tong was instantly stunned. Hey! An epiphany? Did Khan sense something? Linley, seeing the strange look on Khan's face, had a thought. He immediately retreated, watching quietly. So that's how it is. So this is the world-walking technique. It's very simple. Zhou Tong opened his eyes. With a single step, he suddenly appeared 3 meters away. Right now, he had only gained a rudimentary understanding of the world-walking technique. Naturally, he couldn't display it in a way that was too monstrous. When using this technique, he was only able to move about 3 meters per step. Khan, you've finally gained a rudimentary understanding of the world-walking technique? Linley asked. I've gained a rudimentary understanding. In addition, I've found a way to fuse it with the profound mysteries of the essence of the earth. Zhou Tong smiled slightly. He discovered that by Linley's side, he seemed to be able to train a bit faster. Even the fog surrounding the various profound mysteries of the laws seemed to have faded somewhat. Can this be what it means to be a person with an uncertain fate? Zhou Tong secretly guessed. According to Hongmeng, I should be a person with an uncertain fate as well. Can it be that when two people with uncertain fates meet, there will be some sort of chain reaction? No wonder Hongmeng, Lin Meng, and Qin Meng were so eager to see several people with uncertain fates in the same place. Zhou Tong began to vaguely understand some of the mysteries of this world. At the same time, he thought back to when he had sparred with Linley in the Yulon continent. Linley's rate of improvement had been extremely fast, far surpassing the rate at which he had sparred with the experts of the infernal realm. However, I still need to test whether or not this is true. Let's see how many things I can break through while I'm by Linley's side. Zhou Tong wasn't in a rush to go challenge the commanders in the infernal realm. Instead, he planned to stay here for a period of time and see if his guess was correct. Haha, now that you've found a point of convergence, you'll be able to train much faster. Linley nodded as well. Given your speed, most likely in just a few years, you'll reach the final bottleneck. Perhaps. However, I still want to fuse while training. I hope that as I advance, I'll be able to find a few more points of convergence. Zhou Tong laughed. Linley, why don't we have a competition to see who becomes a high god first? Let's see if you can train in one of the profound mysteries faster, or if I can fuse the profound mysteries faster. Although Linley had already found a point of convergence between the profound mysteries of strength and the throbbing pulse of the world, he still decided to first train to the high god level before fusing them. This was because right now, training to become a high god was the fastest way for him to improve his power. Haha, I want to see how fast your training speed is. Linley happily agreed. He had always felt that Zhou Tong's training speed was simply too dreamlike. He wanted to personally witness it. Chapter 1003. Time flowed on like water, silently and silently. A full 100 years had passed since Zhou Tong had arrived at the Skyrite Mountains. During this period of time, Zhou Tong had already repaired Linley's Azure Dragon Ring, and the two had exchanged sovereign artifacts. During these 100 years, Zhou Tong had been quietly training here, and his power had risen rapidly. Just as Linley had guessed, when these two people with uncertain fates met, the rate at which they improved was simply too fast. In a short 100 years, his world-walking profound mysteries had actually found a way to merge with the profound mysteries of strength, the throbbing pulse of the world, the force of life, and the gravitational space. Now that he thought about it carefully, his laws of the earth had actually all merged together in such a short period of time, and he was merging as well. After he mastered the profound mysteries of world walking, he would be able to begin fusing all 6 of the profound mysteries of the laws of the earth. Not just the laws of the earth, the other laws had all made significant progress as well. Rumble, on this day, the laws of heaven and earth finally descended once more. A divine spark, glowing with a faint yellow light, emerged from Zhou Tong's body. After being baptized by the natural laws, the divine spark had transformed from a mid-level divine spark to a high god divine spark. Con, you became a high god so quickly? Linley stared at Zhou Tong in astonishment. After 100 years of sparring, he knew long ago that Zhou Tong's final world-walking profound mysteries had been fusing while cultivating. Now that he had become a high god, did that mean that he had perfectly fused all of the profound mysteries of the laws of the earth, and that all he lacked was the final fusion of all 6 profound mysteries? Given my speed, the fusion of all 6 profound mysteries will reach its limit in 100 years. Whether or not the laws of the earth will be able to break through to the great perfection will depend on whether or not I have enough luck. Zhou Tong laughed softly. You really are. Linley couldn't help but sigh in amazement. By then, wouldn't you have 2 divine clones at the great perfection level? Bibi called out in surprise as well. 2? Can you not look down on me like this? My elemental laws of fire have already fused to their limit. Who knows, I might be able to make a breakthrough at any moment. Zhou Tong said, right now all I need is my final divine water clone. However, there's no point in me staying here any longer. Next, I plan to head to Purgatory. Who knows, I might even challenge 1 or 2 commanders. Zhou Tong continued. Challenging a commander? When are you going? I want to join in the fun. This is something that only happens once in tens of thousands of years. Bibi loved excitement. He looked at Linley. Boss, we've been here for so long. It's too boring to stay here any longer. Let's go to Purgatory and take a look. Purgatory? Linley's eyes lit up. He knew about the Purgatory. It was the place that all experts yearned for. Only here in the family? Linley's eyes dimmed. Boss, since you're not going to fight, it's boring to stay here any longer. Let's go to Purgatory and take a look. Bibi urged Linley. He truly did want to go to the outside world and take a look. Staying within the Azure Dragon clan, for someone like him who didn't have the patience to train, was simply too boring. Linley, you can't let go of the Azure Dragon clan? Are you afraid that they will be wiped out by the 8 great clans? Zhou Tong asked. Actually, I can help you out a bit. I can help you resolve a portion of the problems facing the 8 great clans. But of course, I have no enmity with the 8 great clans, and so I won't help you wipe them out. I can just give your 4 Divine Beasts clan a bit of a respite. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Tong said. Since he knew that Beirut had already decided to leave the sovereign sparks of the 4 Divine Beasts to him, then from a certain perspective, it could be said that the 4 Divine Beasts had indirectly done him a favor. Thus, Zhou Tong didn't mind doing the same as Beirut and helping the 4 Divine Beasts clan out. However, he would only be able to help them out a bit. He wouldn't do everything for them. Khan, are you going to act and kill some of the 7-star fiends of the 8 great clans? Bibi was rather surprised. Zhou Tong said, Linley, the gravitational force of your gravitational space is already comparable to the gravitational force of my 6 profound mysteries fused together. Think about it, How would the 8 great clans view you? Would they feel that I'm a high god who is hiding my power? Linley asked. Zhou Tong shook his head. You attacked several times, but weren't able to cleanly dispose of your opponent. If you were a high god who is hiding your power, it wouldn't be as simple as this. Let me tell you, if it were me, even before I broke through to become a high god in the laws of the earth, I would be able to easily use the laws of the earth to wipe out your opponent. I wouldn't be as slow as you. Khan, keep showing off your power. Bibi was speechless. No, Bibi, Khan's words are correct. By now, Linley understood how serious the situation was. He looked at Zhou Tong and said, Khan, are you saying that the 8 great clans already know that I am a god? Zhou Tong nodded, then said in praise, For you to be able to think of this, you aren't an idiot. Then, please think about it from the perspective of the 8 great clans. Why is it that the gravitational space of you, a god, is so terrifying? Why is it that you, a god, aren't afraid of the soul attacks of high gods? It's because of the Blackstone space. Bibi said. No, they shouldn't know about the Blackstone space. They will only think that my laws of the earth have fused 5 profound mysteries? They will know that I have a soul-protecting divine artifact. Linley immediately understood many things. Zhou Tong continued, Then please think about it again. You, a god, aren't in a hurry to become a high god. Instead, you are slowly, bit by bit, fusing 5 profound mysteries. What are you doing right now? They will think that I'm fusing a 6th profound mystery? Following Zhou Tong's train of thought, Linley was shocked. At this moment, he finally understood why, after he had gone out on a few missions, the behavior of the 8 great clans had changed. He finally understood why, after he had left Bloodbath Gorge and stopped going out on missions, the 8 great clans had become so frantic. They are afraid of me? They are afraid that I will succeed in fusing 6 profound mysteries and become a high god? They are afraid that I will break through to the great perfection level? Thus they have gone mad. They want to race against me? The more Linley thought about it, the more he felt as though he had seen the truth of the matter. The reason why the 4 Divine Beasts clan had suffered such terrifying losses in recent years was because of him? Thus, you might as well take advantage of this aspect of the 8 great clans. Zhou Tong looked at Linley. Since you want to follow me to Purgatory to take a look, why don't you set up a trap and have someone in the clan pretend to be a traitor and secretly leak out your whereabouts? By then, the 8 great clans will definitely send their elites to intercept you. But think about it. You are leaving by my side. Zhou Tong's voice was still incomparably calm. I understand. You are saying that you should have the boss set up a trap? And then you will wipe out the people of the 8 great clans who are chasing after you? Wow, Khan, you are so insidious. Bibi stared with bulging eyes. Know yourself and know your enemy. That is the way to victory. Use your brains and analyze things from the enemy's point of view. Actually, the way the 8 great clans think is very easy to grasp. Zhou Tong shook his head. Khan, if it really is as you say, then the 8 great clans weren't able to kill me last time. This time, they will most likely send out several supreme experts. Once they encounter me, they will suffer heavy losses. Linley felt rather excited. He hated the 8 great clans as well. If it wasn't for the 8 great clans, how could Delia have suffered such a fate in the past? Linley, for your sake, I can act on behalf of your 4 Divine Beasts clan this one time. As for how many fish I can catch, that's none of my business. In addition, in the future, I won't ask too much about the matters between your 4 Divine Beasts clan and the 8 great clans. Zhou Tong said in the end. Chapter 1004. Early the next morning, Linley flew directly towards Gislason's residence. Linley? What's the matter? Gislason asked. I want to leave the clan for a period of time. There's no point in me continuing to stay in the clan. I want to go with Khan to the Purgatory and take a look. Linley immediately gave Zhou Tong's name. Actually, he knew that if he directly asked to leave, the clan probably wouldn't let him go. This was because ever since the clan had learned that his Blackstone space might be connected to the Redbud Sovereign, they had been carefully protecting him and viewing him as the hope of the clan. Thus, it wasn't very likely that they would allow him to leave just like that. Con. Gislason's heart was rather heavy. On the one hand, he hoped that Linley would remain in the clan, because Linley's hidden relationship with the Redbud Sovereign might be able to save his life at a critical moment. Seeing Gislason's hesitation, Linley understood what Gislason was thinking. Without hesitating at all, he immediately explained Zhou Tong's conjecture to Gislason. After hearing Linley's explanation, Gislason suddenly understood. He murmured, "I was wondering why the 8 great clans had become so crazy. So this was the reason. They were afraid that an invincible expert like Beirut or Khan would appear in our clan. Then why are you leaving the clan at this time?" Gislason was rather hesitant. Linley said, "The clan can secretly reveal my whereabouts, and I have Khan by my side." Upon hearing this, Gislason instantly understood. Linley was using himself as bait to draw the elites of the 8 great clans over, and then have the great perfection Khan wipe them out. "Linley, won't this offend Khan? I know that you are on good terms with Khan, but if he discovers that you are using a great perfection like this, he isn't a member of the 8 great clans, and he is also a great perfection. He isn't bound by the Lord Prefect's rules." Gislason was rather worried. After all, this was a scheme against a great perfection. "These were all told to me by Khan." Linley finally brought out Zhou Tong's name. "What? Khan, is he willing to help our 4 divine beasts clan?" Gislason was wildly overjoyed. A great perfection. If he was truly willing to help out, then would the clan's current predicament still be a predicament? A great perfection was enough to wipe out the 8 great families. "Does he have any conditions for helping us? Do you need sovereign artifacts or sovereign's might?" Gislason hurriedly asked. The 4 divine beasts clan was the descendant of sovereigns, after all. They didn't lack sovereign's might. As for sovereign artifacts, the 6 children of the 4 divine beasts all had sovereign artifacts. They had sovereign artifacts for material defense, attack, and soul defense. If a great perfection truly did require sovereign artifacts as a reward, they would be willing to be ruthless enough to hand them over. Generally speaking, sovereign artifacts were not permitted to be traded amongst deities in private. The only exception was if the sovereign who had bestowed the sovereign artifact upon them had died. The 4 ancestors of the 4 divine beasts clan had all died. Naturally, their sovereign artifacts could be given to others. Linley shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. Khan promised to help us this time. He doesn't care how many fish we can catch, or even if none of them take the bait. Whatever happens afterwards has nothing to do with him." The wildly overjoyed Gislason instantly fell silent. After a long time, he let out a sigh. "Alas! If it's just once, then so be it. Aside from Lord Beirut, only Lord Khan is willing to lend a hand when our 4 divine beasts clan is in dire straits." Gislason wasn't an unreasonable person. He knew very well how rare this opportunity to act was. A few days later, Zhou Tong, Linley, Delia, Bibi, and even Linley's son, Wade, and Bibi's old flame, Nis, were all present. They were standing atop a cliff in the mountain range, and next to them was an enormous black, sword-shaped metallic lifeform. Linley's group casually chatted with some of their friends of the Azure Dragon clan. After bidding them farewell, he immediately led his family into the metallic lifeform. Moments later, the metallic lifeform flew into the skies. Right at this moment, a human figure condensed in midair. It was the patriarch of the Azure Dragon clan, Gislason. But of course, this was just another Divine Wind clone he had revealed to the outside world. Many divine beasts had a second element. For example, God-Eater rats were darkness-type divine beasts, but they also had wind-type divine beasts. Although the Azure Dragon was a water-type divine beast, it also had a second element, wind-type. Gislason let out a soft laugh, and then his entire appearance changed. In fact, even his soul became much more reserved. From a muscular, blue-haired man, he transformed into a silver-haired young man. And then, he flew out at high speed. Gislason didn't notify anyone about this mission. He wanted to complete it himself. Last time, when Linley had been attacked, he had been on guard. He had felt that it was very likely that someone had learned about what had happened to the clan in advance. In particular, after Linley had told him why the 8 great clans had gone berserk, Gislason was even more certain that a traitor had appeared within the clan. Before he could figure out who the traitor was, Gislason had decided to personally complete such an important mission. Whoosh! Outside the Skyrite Mountains, the waters of the river surged. The silver-haired youth, Gislason, hovered in the air above the river, his cold gaze sweeping downwards. In a low voice he said, "Members of the 8 great clans, come out." This was a fixed route between the 4 Divine Beasts clan and the 8 great clans. The people hidden on this route were either members of his own clan or members of the enemy clan. Gislason, however, was naturally able to easily identify the members of his own clan. Clearly, the people hidden here were members of the enemy clan. "And who are you? Last time, you were the one who passed on the information?" A low voice rang out from beneath the water. This person only spoke, but didn't reveal himself. They really are cautious. However, there really is a traitor within the clan. Last time, Linley was ambushed by no accident. Someone passed on the information, and the person who passed on the information was of a high level. Gislason's heart was filled with a murderous aura. He didn't expect that within the clan there would be such a cowardly traitor. He had already decided that after returning, he would wipe out the entire clan. He wouldn't tolerate any traitors. Elder Linley of the Azure Dragon clan has already boarded that black sword-shaped metallic lifeform and is heading towards Indigo City. If you want to kill him, seize the opportunity. Gislason suppressed the murderous aura in his heart as he spoke. As he spoke, a crystal ball fell down from the skies. As soon as the crystal ball fell into the water, a surge of azure divine power swept out, dragging the crystal ball down into the water. Seeing this, Gislason's body flickered, and he flew back at high speed. Long after Gislason left, a green-haired figure emerged from the water. That person again? It seems that Linley isn't very popular amongst the Azure Dragon clan. But I didn't expect that I would be able to render such a great service. Last time, Linley didn't die, but this time, he's dead for sure. The intelligence agent was wildly overjoyed, and at the same time, the news was sent to the 8 great clans. Chapter 1005. The efficiency of the intelligence department of the 8 great clans was very high. When they found out about this on the very same day, the 8 great clans were once again agitated. They had thought that after experiencing so much turmoil, Linley had decided to hole up in the Skyrite Mountains and not come out. But in the blink of an eye, he had appeared once more. In the end, this mission was given to the Bullen clan to complete. The 8 great clans were located on either side of the Skyrite Mountains. The 4 great clans to the east were the Bullen clan, which had moved here from the Celestial Realm, the Ashcroft clan, which had moved here from the Netherworld, the St. Nar clan, which had moved here from the Divine Plane of Fire, and the Barbary clan, which had moved here from the Divine Plane of Water. At this moment, the clan leaders of the 4 great clans were all gathered within a palace, while below the palace, there were 8 7-star fiend-level elders. I didn't think that Linley would still dare to appear after all that had happened. He is merely a god, but he has the power of a 7-star fiend. In just a few short attacks, he caused our 8 great clans to suffer heavy losses. Bolan's hoarse voice rang out. "This time, we have to eliminate Linley." Presumably, Linley's trip to Indigo City this time is most likely to be to seek refuge with the Indigo Prefecture Lord. With Lord Manor head around, there's no way we'll make a move against Linley. That's why we have to stop him midway. We can't let him reach the Lord Prefect. The head of the Barbary family said. That's right. Last time we let Linley escape. This time we definitely can't let him go. Linley's gravitational space was extremely terrifying. Even if a 7-star fiend used Sovereign's might, they probably wouldn't be able to suppress him. This time, let us patriarchs lead the team. Patriarch Saint Nar said. This time, send out all of our elite. Don't be stingy with the use of Sovereign's might. We have to annihilate Linley. I refuse to believe that within the 4 Divine Beasts clan, an expert with the potential for great perfection would appear. The abyssal serpent Ashcroft's voice was incomparably gloomy. There's no time to lose. Let's head out right now. Patriarch Bullen's hoarse voice carried a hint of killing intent within it. The black sword-shaped metallic lifeform sliced through the air. This metallic lifeform was very narrow, so both sides of the hall were made of transparent metal, allowing one to see the scenery outside. Zhou Tong and his group were sitting at a table, drinking and chatting. Khan, how many people do you think will chase after us? As soon as the metallic lifeform had left the Skyrite Mountains, Bibi had begun to grow excited. He couldn't wait to see how many of the 8 great clans would perish. It's hard to say. Zhou Tong chuckled. Linley, last time you were ambushed. Based on the entire process, I suspect that there is a traitor in your clan. Therefore, if the traitors of your family find out about this operation, you might not even be able to catch a single fish, Zhou Tong said softly. Whether or not we can catch any fish will depend on the abilities of your patriarch, Gislason. Traitor! Linley frowned. This was indeed a problem. After the ambush and Delia had fainted, Linley's heart had been in complete chaos. But now that Delia had healed, Linley had begun to think about it and could sense that something was off. This was especially true after hearing Zhou Tong's analysis. That's why don't overthink it. Although it's nice to catch a fish, there's no need to be upset over the fact that you didn't catch a fish. In this world, there's no need to be so calculative about gains and losses. Zhou Tong was as relaxed as ever, looking at the world as though it was nothing out of the ordinary. Khan really is relaxed. He doesn't hold the 8 great clans in any regard at all. I wonder when I'll have the same level of power and confidence. Linley was very envious. In the infernal realm, no matter what sort of powerful foe he faced, he would always be so calm and collected. This was the sort of confidence that only a truly invincible expert would have. Time passed, one day at a time. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Whoosh! The black sword-shaped metallic lifeform flew past a tall mountain. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew past the dense forests of the mountain, and an azure-haired man appeared. He raised his head to stare in the direction the metallic lifeform was flying towards. A black sword-shaped metallic lifeform. Given how fast it is, it has to be the target. I need to hurry up and notify the Patriarch. Ever since they had decided to attack, the 8 great clans' intelligence network had been completely activated. They were constantly monitoring the direction the metallic lifeform was heading, constantly correcting its course and preventing it from missing. Swish! Swish! 12 streaks of light, having been corrected, immediately flew towards the metallic lifeform at high speed. Everyone, move faster. Hurry up and set up an ambush. In half a day, the metallic lifeform will pass by here. Patriarch Bullen's hoarse voice carried a hint of urgency. This time, they absolutely couldn't allow any mishaps to occur. At the same time, within the metallic lifeform. How boring! The 8 great clans still haven't shown up. In half a month at most, we'll be at Indigo City. Bibi was seated in the main hall, bored to death. He was complaining as he enjoyed his meal. Right at this moment, rumble! An enormous explosion. Without any warning at all, the entire metallic lifeform began to tremble, causing everyone within the metallic lifeform to tremble uncontrollably. Zhou Tong moved extremely quickly, immediately collecting the metallic lifeform. This was a top-grade metallic lifeform, and he didn't have many of them in his interspatial ring. He didn't want to lose one. The metallic lifeform was collected, but right now, a group of 12 people were surrounding Zhou Tong's group. Streaks of multicolored light began to emanate from their bodies. This was Sovereign's might. The 8 great clans. Even the 4 clan leaders, Bullen, Ashcroft, Saint Nar and Barbary, have appeared? Linley instantly recognized these people. As an elder of the 4 Divine Beasts clan, he naturally knew what his enemies looked like. Kill! An extremely terrifying, murderous roar rang out. The 4 clan leaders were the first to attack. A pair of pure white wings of light appeared behind Patriarch Bullen's back, and fate-type Sovereign's might filled his entire body. And then, a semi-translucent white arrow suddenly shot out explosively towards Linley. 2 pitch-black serpentine shadows appeared in the eyes of the abyssal serpent Ashcroft, and then they suddenly exploded outwards, twisting and twisting as they charged towards Linley. Barbary attacked as well. With a flick of his right hand, a sovereign artifact whip shot towards Linley. The 8 7-star fiends behind them also launched soul attacks or material attacks towards Linley. Multicolored attacks slashed through space, instantly exploding outwards. Amongst these countless attacks, Saint Nar bore the brunt of the attack. As a practitioner of the elemental laws of fire, he was far faster than Bullen, Ashcroft, and Barbary. Clang! With a flip of his hand, a crimson divine sword appeared within it. Carrying a crimson blur of swordlight, he easily tore through the space of the infernal realm and stabbed straight towards Linley. Chapter 1006. In the blink of an eye, 12 experts simultaneously used Sovereign's might to attack, and 2 of them were wielding offensive Sovereign artifacts. Given the situation, even though Zhou Tong was by his side, Linley's face couldn't help but change wildly. Con. The situation was dire. Linley and Bibi simultaneously sent mental messages. Don't worry. Zhou Tong's calm voice rang out in everyone's minds. And then, he transformed into a blurry figure and appeared in front of Linley, then casually kicked out. Rumble! Senner's entire body was sent flying backwards like a cannonball, and the direction of the scarlet sovereign longsword in his hands changed as well. The sword collided against Barbary's blue whip. Rumble! A deep voice rang out, followed by an explosion in space. The terrifying power even affected the several material attacks that were coming at him at the same time, causing all of them to be rendered useless in an instant. At the same time, Zhou Tong swept the area with his gaze, and the semi-translucent black sword shadow flickered slightly next to him. Instantly, the few remaining soul attacks were broken apart by Zhou Tong. Wow! Bibi stared with wide eyes. Too powerful. Linley couldn't help but feel his heart clench violently as well. With but a single kick and a single glance, he had caused the combined attacks of the 4 clan leaders and 8 7-star fiends, along with the use of Sovereign's might and Sovereign artifacts, to be completely nullified. The power of the great perfection completely surpassed his understanding. It was too terrifying. How can this be? My and the Abyssal Serpent's soul attacks are considered powerful even amongst the Azuras of the Infernal Realm, and we use Sovereign's might as well. We also had 4 7-star fiends who were skilled in the soul, using Sovereign's might to launch soul attacks, but all of them were nullified by a single attack from him? Bolin stared, slack-jawed. What a terrifying soul attack. He didn't even use Sovereign's might. Ashcroft was shocked as well. This is a feud between our 8 great clans and the 4 Divine Beasts clan. Can it be that you wish to stand up for the 4 Divine Beasts clan, sir? Patriarch Barbary barked. Who are you, exactly? The Saint Nerel Patriarch also spat out a mouthful of blood and recovered from his injuries. He stood up, his eyes filled with bewilderment. This person's speed was too fast. He was almost unable to react before he was sent flying with a kick. The affairs of the Four Divine Beasts clan have nothing to do with me, but Linley is my good friend. You want to kill him? Zhou Tong stood calmly in front of Linley's group. Humph, your soul attack is indeed powerful, and your speed is also fast. Your strength is not bad, but your material attack is a little weak. Attack together and kill him. Patriarch Bullen didn't say anything else. Since he had already made his move, even if he had offended such an expert, there was no way out. Bullen's words immediately brought everyone back to their senses. Patriarch Barbary said in a booming voice, "Not bad. You are fast and your soul attacks are powerful, but you aren't invincible. Today we will kill him and Linley together. Be careful of his soul attack. Kill." Ashcroft roared. Humph! Zhou Tong snorted as his eyes turned cold. Those cold eyes of his suddenly exploded with blurry black sword shadows. A total of 12 of them shot out at high speed. Not good. Everyone's hearts sank. This attack was simply too fast. There was no way to dodge at all. All they could do was use their sovereign's might to activate their most powerful soul-protecting technique. Clang! 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 12 sword shadows slashed through the air, and instantly, it was as though 10,000 swords were clanging against each other. The sword shadows collided against the attacks and defenses formed from Sovereign's might on the bodies of the 12, instantly breaking through their attacks and defenses and then entering their bodies. Silently, 8 corpses fell down from the skies. A single gaze had caused 8 seven-star fiends who had used Sovereign's might to perish. Only the 4 clan leaders were able to withstand it, but despite that, their faces changed slightly, and their eyes were filled with shock and anger. You were able to withstand my soul attack? Your soul defense isn't bad. Do you have a soul-protecting divine artifact? Zhou Tong wasn't in a rush to attack. Instead, he looked calmly at the 4 clan leaders. Makes sense. Given your status, it's normal for you to have a soul-protecting divine artifact. Zhou Tong nodded. Upon receiving his attack, their faces had changed. This meant that they didn't have a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. But despite not having a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, they were still able to withstand his attack. Aside from the fact that his attack was an area of effect attack, and that his attack had been partially offset by their previous attacks, the most important reason was that they had a soul-protecting divine artifact. Only by using their own profound mysteries, combined with Sovereign's might and a soul-protecting divine artifact, would they be able to withstand it. Who are you, exactly? Bolan's face was extremely ugly to behold. In fact, even his heart was trembling. This sort of terrifying soul attack, most likely, even the great perfection experts weren't as strong as this. Without question, this person in front of him was definitely on the same level as Beirut. Only Beirut was skilled in the material aspect, while this person was skilled in the soul aspect. Faced with Bolan's angry question, Zhou Tong said leisurely, "The edicts of life, the edicts of death, and the elemental laws of water do indeed have powerful soul defenses. Although the elemental laws of fire don't have much of a defense, their powerful soul attacks are able to offset a portion of my attack. If I want to use soul attacks to kill you, I'll have to show some true ability. However, I am most skilled in the material aspect. You 4 clan leaders have dominated the higher planes and the divine planes for so many years. You are qualified to experience my material attacks." As soon as his words came out, Zhou Tong's body suddenly vanished in front of the 4 clan leaders. Not good. Upon hearing Zhou Tong say that he was skilled in the material aspect, the 4 clan leaders' hearts instantly clenched. But in the next instant, they saw Zhou Tong's body suddenly turn blurry. By the time they reacted, Zhou Tong had already arrived by Senner's side. Using his right hand like a sword, He casually chopped down towards Senner's head. Bang! There was no strange phenomenon at all. That palm, which was covered with a layer of faint black light, cut through Senner's head as though it was a watermelon. A divine spark and a sovereign artifact fell down from the skies. A one-hit kill. Senner! The other 3 clan leaders cried out in shock. Don't be hasty. It will be your turn soon. Zhou Tong's voice rang out once more, and then yet another person was chopped in half. It was the leader of the Barbary clan. He's dead. Bolin and the Abyssal Serpent were both shocked. Rumble! Soon, yet another massive explosion rang out. Zhou Tong's palm chopped down on the Abyssal Serpent's head, causing the Abyssal Serpent's head to ring and turn blank. So it's a defensive sovereign artifact? But who said that a defensive sovereign artifact can't kill someone? A surprised voice rang out, but this was the last thing the Abyssal Serpent heard. Rumble! Yet another massive explosion. Zhou Tong's palm slammed down with a bit more force. The Abyssal Serpent's body trembled slightly. On the surface, he didn't seem to be injured at all, but his head had been turned into mush by this palm strike. A divine spark fell out from his head, along with his defensive sovereign artifact. Chapter 1007. This time, Linley, Bibi, and the others were all shocked. Even a defensive sovereign artifact was unable to protect them? This material attack was simply too powerful, terrifyingly powerful. As for the last surviving patriarch, Bolin, his face was so terrified that it turned ashen. Who the hell are you? Your soul attack is so terrifyingly fast, and your material attack was able to penetrate through a defensive sovereign artifact and kill the Abyssal Serpent. You are a great perfection expert? Who in the infernal realm are you? Bolin seemed to want to die, but in the end, he asked furiously. He truly didn't know who this person in front of him was. There were only 2 people in the infernal realm who were suspected of being a great perfection expert. The first was the suspected great perfection expert, Dunnington, but clearly it wasn't this person in front of him, because he clearly used the Edicts of Destruction. Although the other person trained in the Edicts of Destruction, there was no way it could be him either, because Bolin had seen him before. Can it be that I just so happened to run into a reclusive great perfection expert? Or perhaps a newly ascended great perfection expert? Bolin no longer had any thoughts of killing Linley. What a joke! Aside from a sovereign, who would dare to act against a great perfection expert? Even other experts of the great perfection would have to think twice before acting against him. Damn. I actually ran into something like this. The great perfection has already decided to kill me. Given my speed, there's no way I'll be able to escape. The only thing I can do is... Bolin hardened his heart. Rumble, in the next instant, a terrifying surge of fate-type sovereign power exploded out around him. The space of the infernal realm, under the power of sovereign power, was like a sheet of paper. It instantly shattered, and Bolin's entire body was exposed within chaotic space. Not good. Linley was shocked as well. Bolin actually wanted to send himself into chaotic space, hoping to escape the pursuit of the great perfection? I'm finally able to escape. I have a defensive sovereign artifact. I'll be able to withstand chaotic space. Even if I have to drift through chaotic space for 10 million years, I'll survive. In addition, I have a divine clone in the outside world. As long as I ask a sovereign for help, I'll have a chance to escape. Patriarch Bolin's desire to live was at its peak. You want to escape through the spatial turbulence? You're thinking too highly of yourself. Zhou Tong's cold voice sounded. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and a rich golden light instantly appeared on his palm. Then, he clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and slowly pulled it back. This action was just like an ordinary person pulling back before punching. There was nothing special about it. However, at the very moment when Zhou Tong pulled back, buzz. Even the space in front of Patriarch Bullen began to twist and distort. A terrifying surge of power instantly descended, causing large swaths of space to twist and distort. What stunned Patriarch Bullen the most was that his body had been instantly pulled out of his body by such a simple action. Not only was he pulled out, but a large area of spatial turbulence was also pulled into the space of hell and quickly dissipated. Impossible! How could you possibly interfere with the spatial turbulence? Even the great perfection shouldn't be able to interfere with chaotic space. Bullen howled wildly. What he had just seen had completely toppled his worldview. If the great perfection isn't able to do it, then my supreme innate ability might be able to. Zhou Tong's voice rang out. Bullen, you should rejoice. You are the first person to ever force me to use my supreme innate ability. To be able to perish under this technique, you can have no regret. Rumble. Bullen wasn't able to react at all. Zhou Tong's fist slammed into his face. The defensive sovereign artifact on Bullen's body trembled violently. It wasn't damaged, but Bullen's head was completely shattered. Naturally, his soul, which had fused with his divine spark, was shattered as well. In the end, Patriarch Bullen had perished. In front of them, the spatial rift was quickly closing. But right at this moment, a jade-green blur suddenly flew out from the chaotic space at lightning speed, flying towards Zhou Tong at incredible speed. Zhou Tong reflexively reached out to grab it. The Nine-Soul Pearl and the Overgod Decree? As he held these items, Zhou Tong felt an unending stream of life force flood into his body and even into his soul. His body and soul were nourished by this life force, and he felt a sense of comfort. Almost unconsciously, Zhou Tong reached out and collected these items into his interspatial ring. The Overgod mission has actually begun? And it just so happened to fall into my hands? Zhou Tong was rather stunned. Doesn't this mean I've been blessed by the heavens? Zhou Tong himself was rather speechless. The Overgod mission had actually fallen into his hands, just like that? In other words, so long as he didn't take out the Overgod decree, no one would be able to acquire it. Con, what was that? Linley was rather puzzled. A natural treasure, I think. Zhou Tong waved his hand, producing a soul pearl and waving it in front of Linley and Bibi. I acquired one in the past as well. You can say it's useful, but I don't know how to use it either. Natural treasures have such strange properties. I don't know how to use them at all. As he spoke, Zhou Tong put the pearl away once more. At the same time, Zhou Tong began to come up with some ideas. The Overgod of Life actually issued this mission long ago. Only, the mission item has been floating about in chaotic space this entire time. And based on how much time has passed, it shouldn't have been too long since the Lord Prefect of Skymount Prefecture acquired the Overgod Decree and the Nine Souls Pearl. In other words, this item has drifted near the Infernal Realm, and near the Bloodridge continent. My distorting force field just so happened to pull a large amount of chaotic space in here, and it pulled this item in as well. Zhou Tong mused to himself. Although this was a coincidence, it was inexplicably explainable. Next, I'll have to work hard for the Overgod mission. Zhou Tong mused to himself. If nothing changes, then the crown should appear in the planar battlefield 1,000 years from now. In other words, I really am going to become a commander. After standing there for a moment, Zhou Tong shook his head and collected his spoils of war. Indeed, these people all have divine clones at home. There's no way for their interspatial rings to recognize them as masters. Zhou Tong casually inspected the interspatial rings, then shattered them. And then, he took out the metallic life form which he had collected earlier. All right. The people who tried to kill you are dead. Time for us to continue on our way. Then what do we do with these sovereign artifacts? Con, don't you want them? Bibi stared at the sovereign artifacts on the ground, not understanding. What's the point of taking them? The sovereign will take them back when the time comes anyways. Zhou Tong shook his head and advised. Bibi, you had best put away those thoughts of yours. Sovereign artifacts are not to be touched. If the sovereign didn't give them to you, they aren't yours. If you really want to take them, then prepare for the sovereign to come knocking on your door. Fine. Let's go. Bibi let out a sigh, then glanced at the sovereign artifacts, then stepped onto the metallic lifeform. Chapter 1008. At the same time, to the west of Indigo Prefecture, the Edric clan, the Life Temple, the 8 great clans attacking the 4 Divine Beasts clan were located on the east and west side. The east side was led by the Bullen clan, while the west side was led by the Edric clan of the Life Plane. Thus, each side had 2 places where they could meet. Damn. Our clan is finished. Suddenly, a death god golem opened its eyes and let out an enraged roar. The roar came from the patriarch of the Barbary clan. Our Bullen clan is finished as well. Patriarch Bullen's voice rang out from the death god golem as well. We have decided to withdraw from the encirclement of the 4 Divine Beasts clan and return to the Celestial Realm. Our Saint Nar clan is going to return to the Divine Plane of Water as well. Patriarch Saint Nar spoke out as well. Our Ashcroft clan is not planning to continue either. We must return to the Netherworld. The Abyssal Serpent's voice rang out. His voice carried a hint of terror. Clearly, he was terrified. The 4 clan leaders still had divine clones. Thus, strictly speaking, they had only lost their most powerful divine clones. They hadn't died yet. What's going on? Could it be that you failed? Edric's pupils contracted, and a hint of astonishment appeared in his eyes. The 4 of you joined forces. How could you have failed? Patriarch Bolin, Patriarch Ashcroft, both of your soul attacks are amongst the most powerful amongst the paragons of the countless planes. Patriarch Saint Nar, you specialize in the terrifyingly powerful elemental laws of fire, and you have an offensive sovereign artifact. Most likely, there are very few people who can match you in terms of material attack. As for Patriarch Barbary, your defense is unparalleled. How could you have failed when you joined forces? The Patriarch of the Rhaenus clan's voice was trembling slightly as well. You ran into Beirut? Patriarch Vena of the Divine Wind Plane was rather terrified as well. Impossible. We didn't violate Beirut's orders. He shouldn't have acted against us. Can it be that Linley has broken through to become a high god? Is this a trap set up by the Azure Dragon clan? Clan leader Dean from the Divine Earth Plane was bewildered. None of them. It's a friend of Linley's. We never would have thought that Linley would have a friend like that. He's so strong that it makes people tremble. He doesn't lose to the strong people in Beirut at all. Whenever Barbary thought of Zhou Tong, he would feel fear in his heart. Who? Everyone asked. I don't know his name, but I do know that he was so fast that none of us were able to react in time. His soul attack was significantly more powerful than even Patriarch Bolin and I, even when we used Sovereign's might. His material attacks were able to penetrate my defensive Sovereign artifact and kill me in one blow. The Abyssal Serpent's voice was trembling. The most terrifying thing is that this person was completely empty-handed. He didn't even use Sovereign's might. Not only that, but he can also interfere with spatial turbulence. I was prepared to go into self-imposed exile, but he forcibly pulled me out of chaotic space. Patriarch Bolin's voice was trembling as well. Even when I faced the great perfection expert of the Edicts of Fate, Magnus, I didn't feel so powerless. This person is a great perfection expert of the Edicts of Destruction. Not just that, he is the most unique of all the great perfection experts. This is because he has an innate supreme technique. He is very likely the only one of the great perfection experts to have an innate gift. The more he spoke, the more powerless Patriarch Bolin felt. This sort of expert was far more terrifying than Beirut. Great perfection! Everyone in the hall fell silent. Even they were stupefied by the fact that they had offended an expert of this level. They didn't dare to think too much. However, Bolan's group of 4 was already preparing to leave. The most powerful expert of their clan had been killed. If the second-generation members of the 4 Divine Beasts clan were to intervene, their entire clan would probably be uprooted by the 4 Divine Beasts clan. After all, the second-generation members were all commander-level expert. There were a total of 6 of them, and all of them had sovereign artifact. Should we continue, or should we leave? Patriarch Reiners had an ugly look on his face. The 8 great clans had to join forces in order to suppress the 4 Divine Beasts clan. Now that they had lost half of their clan, the remaining 4 clans would probably be beaten down by the 4 Divine Beasts clan. In the past, the second-generation members of the 4 Divine Beasts clan hadn't dared to act, because the 8 great clans only had 8 commander-level experts, while the 4 Divine Beasts clan only had 6. But now, with 4 clans gone, the second-generation members of the 4 Divine Beasts clan were able to act without fear. The other clans were hesitating as well. If they continued to fight, they probably wouldn't be able to wipe out the 4 Divine Beasts clan, and their own clans would be wiped out instead. At the same time, within the metallic life form that was flying away, the 8 great clans have lost 4 clan leaders at once. They shouldn't dare to continue acting against the 4 Divine Beasts clan. Bibi said. If they still have the legacy of their clans in their hearts, the best course of action would be to withdraw. Zhou Tong said leisurely. But of course, if they insist on fighting to the death, it's very likely that they will be wiped out by the 4 Divine Beasts clan. But of course, the 4 Divine Beasts clan will suffer a heavy blow as well. Linley and Bibi both nodded. With the 4 clan leaders gone, the 4 Divine Beasts clan and the 8 great clans would have a completely different situation. Khan, that final blow you used to kill Patriarch Bolan, was it truly the edicts of destruction? Why do I feel as though it was the laws of the earth? Linley asked. Without question, that final blow was naturally the edicts of destruction. However, what pulled him out of chaotic space was indeed the laws of the earth. Zhou Tong said with a laugh. The edicts of destruction are extremely powerful in battle, especially in terms of attack power. In terms of both soul attacks and material attacks, they can be considered supreme. Unfortunately, in terms of other applications, they are inferior to other laws and edicts. To be able to affect chaotic space, the only thing I can do is use this supreme innate ability of mine. Supreme innate ability? I only know about innate divine abilities. What are supreme innate abilities? Linley didn't understand. Haven't you been using your supreme innate ability this entire time? Why do you think Rysgem's amethyst space is so memorable? Why is it that no one has been able to break it? Why is it so enviable? Zhou Tong laughed softly. Precisely because this is his supreme innate ability. Even if he doesn't teach it, everyone will be able to learn it. Wow, then you have it as well? That technique you used to pull Bolan out of chaotic space? Bibi was startled. Zhou Tong nodded slightly, then laughed. This warping force field technique is the final, ultimate technique of the laws of the earth. So long as I use this technique, even chaotic space will be distorted by me. In addition, any opponent who wishes to defeat me in battle will have to face me head-on and then defeat me. When I sparred with you in the past, I never used this technique, which is why your gravitational space was able to affect me. If I were to use this warping force field technique, your gravitational space would be distorted by me as well. Zhou Tong was very confident. Even if he didn't use any of his will, forget about Linley. Even if Rysgem came in person, he would have no choice but to face him head-on. I have no choice but to face him head-on. Linley was speechless. Face Khan head-on? Who would be able to do that? Most likely, not even Lord Beirut would be able to do that. The more Linley thought about it, the more he felt that Zhou Tong was invulnerable. Linley had a terrifyingly powerful physical body, making his material attacks incomparably powerful and invincible even amongst the great perfection realms. He also had the warping force field, an almost invincible field control ability. He definitely wouldn't let any of his opponents escape. He also had a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, making him completely immune to soul attacks. In addition, he had that terrifying innate divine ability. To this very day, Linley could still remember how, in the material plane, Zhou Tong had used his innate divine ability, combined with his physical body and the laws, to forcibly kill a high god as a demigod. Now this is what it means to be invincible. He is so powerful in every aspect that it makes others feel despair. Linley sighed in his heart. The sword-shaped metallic life form slashed through the skies. It flew at an extremely fast speed, and in just half a month, it arrived at Indigo City. Linley's group once more saw Beirut. As for Zhou Tong, he had come to pick up Taras, Dylan, Olivier, and the others. Last time, he had said that he was going to take them to the purgatory, but because of Linley's affairs, as well as his training, he had been delayed by 100 years. Naturally, he had to take them with him now. After being guests at Indigo City for a month, the group once more headed towards the purgatory. The purgatory was the place where the experts of the infernal realm were most concentrated. It was also the place where the most battles and slaughters took place. It was the place that all experts who headed to the infernal realm desired to go. Chapter 1009. The pitch-black, sword-shaped metallic life form flew through the air at high speed. It was so fast that even if the bandits saw it, they didn't dare to block it. The flying speed of a metallic life form, aside from being determined by its level, also had to do with the expert controlling it. Generally speaking, the more powerful the controller, the more terrifying the flying speed of the metallic life form would be. Given the speed of Zhou Tong's group, none of the bandits dared to block it. Even the 7-star fiend-level bandits, who were raised by the Lord Prefect, didn't dare to act against a metallic life form like this. Rumble, the waves of the sea were crashing against the shore. The endless sea was filled with a hint of darkness. It was like a monster with its enormous maw wide open. This was the chaotic sea of the infernal realm, and the most vast region in the entire infernal realm. It was the territory of the most powerful of the 7 sovereigns of destruction, the chief sovereign of destruction. It was also the place where most battles and slaughter occurred in the entire infernal realm. Rumble, the pitch-black, sword-shaped metallic life form slashed through the heavens, instantly disappearing from sight. Within the metallic life form, the group was very relaxed as they stared at the scenery outside. So the infernal realm is located in the deepest parts of the chaotic sea. Linley was holding a wine cup in his hand. While staring at the scenery outside, he swirled the red wine in his hand. The chaotic sea is far more dangerous than the Starmist Sea. Dylan, seated next to him, said. The dangers of the Starmist Sea are the lightning bolts that come out of the fog sea, but the dangers of the chaotic sea are many and varied. Zhou Tong said softly. On their way here, they had encountered inexplicably terrifying tempests. Those tempests were so powerful that even space itself was riddled with cracks. They had also encountered extremely cold freezing rain. Even ordinary high gods who encountered that sort of freezing rain would have their divine bodies frozen and then perish. In addition, there were also underwater volcanoes, whirlpools, chaotic seas, and many other incomprehensible dangers. If the dangers of the Starmist Sea could be described as simple lightning bolts, then the dangers of the chaotic sea were unpredictable and varied. Despite that, roaming the chaotic sea is the true life of a fiend. The nearby Olivier's eyes were shining. To him, this sort of danger, this sort of life filled with excitement, was what he wanted the most. But judging from the distance, we should be reaching purgatory soon. Bibi suddenly said. The metallic life form had already flown for 20 years. they were about to reach their destination. According to normal speed, in order to reach purgatory, one would need to fly for at least 100 years. But Zhou Tong, Taras, and Linli were all controlling metallic lifeforms. Naturally, their speed was extremely fast. In a short 20 years, they would be able to reach this place. If Zhou Tong were to go all out to control the metallic lifeform, it probably wouldn't even take 10 years. In the past 20 years, Zhou Tong's greatest improvement was still in the laws of the earth. He had already reached the final bottleneck in fusing all 6 profound mysteries. The elemental laws of water were still stuck at a bottleneck. Although he had fused 5 profound mysteries, he was still missing a final profound mystery, the profound mysteries of water pressure. As for the edicts of destruction, they were still stuck at the same level. As for the elemental laws of fire, long ago, the 4 divine beasts clan had already fused 6 profound mysteries to the limit. In the past few decades, he had finally begun to train in the mysteries contained within those natural treasures. The profound mysteries of annihilation, explosion, the profound mysteries of scorching heat, and the profound mysteries of incineration. This sort of fusion was far more difficult than fusing the same type of profound mysteries. Even Zhou Tong hadn't made much progress in the past 20 years. Many months later, the metallic life form finally arrived at the so-called purgatory. The purgatory had a total of 108 layers. Although they were called purgatory, in reality, they were 108 enormous islands. When the overgod of destruction had created the purgatory, he had intentionally created a place like this. The 108 islands were arranged in pairs, forming a circle. So that's the purgatory. The place where the true experts of the infernal realm gather. Linli, Taras, Olivier, and the others all had shining eyes. In the infernal realm, countless battle-hungry experts had come here. Over the course of countless years, the 108 purgatories had given birth to 108 commanders. As commanders of the purgatory, they were the most powerful experts of their respective purgatories. They were the most powerful high god. As commanders of the purgatory, they had to face challenges from the other experts of their territory. Once they were defeated, an even more powerful expert would take over the position of commander. Khan, will you use the edicts of destruction, the laws of the earth, or the elemental laws of fire to challenge the purgatory commanders? Suddenly, the nearby Dylan spoke out. Instantly, everyone looked towards Zhou Tong. This was because which element was used would determine how exciting the battle would be. If Zhou Tong used the edicts of destruction, then unless he went to challenge Dunnington, the battle definitely wouldn't be exciting. 1 or 2 blows would be enough to determine victory, and they wouldn't be able to see anything. If he used the elemental laws of fire or the elemental laws of the earth, although he would still be virtually crushed, as long as his opponent was strong enough, he would still have a chance to fight. As for the elemental laws of water, they hadn't considered them, because Zhou Tong's elemental laws of water were still only at the god level. Neither. I'm planning to use the elemental laws of water to try. If I can't beat him, then I'll consider other laws. Zhou Tong shook his head as he spoke out. Water-style battle? Haha, then I'll have to take a good look. The nearby Taras laughed loudly. He also trained in the elemental laws of water. What he wanted the most was to see experts of the elemental laws of water battle. No way. Your elemental laws of water are only at the god level. You, a god, want to fight against a commander? Bibi called out in shock. Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Bibi, then said, Bibi, don't forget that Linli has only fused 3 profound mysteries, and yet he dares to fight against a 7-star fiend. My elemental laws of water have fused 5 profound mysteries as well. How can I possibly lose? That's because the boss has his Blackstone Space Supreme technique. Bibi said. Khan, you came to challenge for the sake of training in the elemental laws of water, right? But are your elemental laws of water truly enough? To become a commander, one has to have fused at least 5 profound mysteries. As for the 5 mysteries you have fused, Linley understood what Zhou Tong was thinking, but he also knew that Zhou Tong's elemental laws of water could be considered to be fairly weak. This was because his elemental laws of water were still missing a high-grade profound mystery which he had yet to fuse. The difference between a low-grade profound mystery and a high-grade profound mystery was vastly different in power. Thus, this time, I'm not planning to use my divine water clone. I'm going to use my original body to fight. My original body, in terms of physical strength, is even stronger than your Azure Dragon's leader Gislason. This is enough to make up for the difference in profound mysteries as well as the difference in divine power between God. Zhou Tong said softly. Chapter 10:10. Swoosh! The black, sword-shaped metallic lifeform slashed through the air, flying past more than 10 islands. Soon, it landed on the northernmost island of the Purgatory. Although it was called an island, that was only relative to the vast, boundless chaotic sea. Compared to ordinary material planes, every single island was a terrifying, boundless continent. Compared to this island, the Yulon continent which Zhou Tong had previously lived in was nothing more than a speck. The metallic life form landed, and the group disembarked. This was a vast grassy plain. It was vast, but sparsely populated. Every so often, one could see groups of saint-level magical beasts appearing here. In the distance, there were many blue lakes that dotted the landscape, like sapphires embedded into a giant green carpet. The air here was fresh and moist. The chaotic, murderous, and battle-ridden atmosphere of the chaotic sea seemed to have been completely swept away. It was like a paradise. Oh, what fresh air! Taras' eyes couldn't help but light up. As a water-type divine beast, aside from the icy plains and the seabed, Taras loved this sort of environment. This is the Azure Plains Purgatory of the 108 levels of Purgatory. The name of this purgatory comes from this great grassy plain. Zhou Tong introduced. The commander of this purgatory is named Enos. You've seen my information. You should know who he is, right? While on the metallic lifeform, Zhou Tong had given them all the information he had collected on the commanders and lord prefects. Naturally, they knew who the commander of this purgatory was. So it's him. Linley instantly had some information appear in his mind. Enos, commander of the Azure Plains Purgatory, an expert of the elemental laws of water. His soul defense and his material defense were both extremely powerful, and these 2 types of defense were nearly invincible. He was known as the most powerful shield, and his material attacks were extremely powerful as well. He had a whip-like sovereign artifact. If one had to say a weakness, or perhaps his only weakness, it would be that he wasn't very fast. But this was a common problem for all water-type experts. Experts of the elemental laws of water had weak material attacks, weak soul attacks, and slow speed. But in exchange, their defense was at the peak of perfection. In terms of material defense, soul defense, and even toughness, they were the strongest. Khan, are you confident? His opponent had an offensive sovereign artifact? Even if your physical body is stronger than Gislason's, it shouldn't be as strong as Lord Beirut's, right? Can you withstand it? Taras was somewhat surprised and doubtful. Of course my body can't take it, but my sword is a Godspark weapon. Zhou Tong casually pulled out his Voidbreaker sword. Water-type material attacks aren't that powerful. Thus, even Godspark weapons are just barely able to withstand the attacks of sovereign weapons. Moreover, Enos might not be able to display his full strength in front of me. Zhou Tong was very confident. Over the past few hundred years, although his water elemental laws had not improved much, in terms of application, he had constantly brought forth new ideas. Zhou Tong himself had some sacred arts and Tao techniques from other world. Now, he only needed to study them a little and he would be able to transform them into moves from this world. Therefore, in terms of the usage of his moves, as long as he didn't use something as powerful as the purple crystal space, he was almost invincible. Let's go. Let's go to the city. Zhou Tong smiled as he flew towards the city. The group moved at high speed, quickly arriving at the center of the verdant plains purgatory. All of them had smiles on their faces. They were all very eager to see the upcoming battles. According to the rules, battles were not permitted within the city. If one wanted to fight, one had to go to the blood battle arena. At the same time, one had to win 100 battles in the blood battle arena in order to challenge a purgatory commander. After learning the location of the blood battle arena, the group immediately headed there. The blood battle arena took up an extremely large area, roughly the same as the Colosseum they had encountered at Miluo Island. As soon as the group arrived at the blood battle arena, they could sense powerful ripples of energy emanating from within, as well as a series of excited cries. What a lively atmosphere! Everyone's eyes lit up as they immediately entered. Just like at Miluo Island, one had to pay to enter the blood battle arena. However, it was much cheaper than at Miluo Island. Only 10 ink stones were needed. After paying, they quickly entered the blood battle arena. As they drew near, they could hear a series of screams. There were a large number of spectators seated in the stands. There were 3 or 4 meter tall giants, as well as white-haired old men, as well as voluptuous beauties. They were all either shouting excitedly or coldly admiring the battles. Some of the spectators were humanoid, while others retained the unique features of their races. For example, those with 3 eyes, those with scales on their bodies, those with horns on their heads. The atmosphere really is lively. The battles at the blood battle arena should be the most exciting event in the entire purgatory. Taras was rather excited as well. The others nodded as well. They all understood that virtually all those who were able to make it to the purgatory were battle-hungry and sought to reach the peak. In addition, the blood battle arena just so happened to be a place one had to pass through in order to challenge a purgatory commander. This caused the battles at the blood battle arena to have a very special status in the purgatory, with many people paying attention to it. Soon, yet another battle began. A wild gust of wind blew past, and an azure-haired figure wielding a scimitar instantly swept past a muscular man. In the blink of an eye, the muscular man's body was chopped apart and he died. So bloody! The nearby Delia couldn't help but clench her fists. Even the weakest of the combatants at the blood battle arena was more powerful than her, because those who dared to go up were at least high gods who had become deities on their own. As long as you are strong enough, it doesn't matter. Zhou Tong shook his head. However, a battle at this level is merely a battle between 4 or 5-star fiends. There really isn't much to see. I'll go raise the level of the battle a bit. You guys wait here. I'll go register. Zhou Tong's body flickered, and then he transformed into the celestial horned ant's original body. His long golden hair fluttered in the wind. Oh? Not too far away from them, several people heard Zhou Tong's words and couldn't help but turn to look at him. Haha, little brother, you have guts. Those people nearby couldn't help but laugh loudly. Zhou Tong smiled slightly. He didn't say anything, immediately leaving his seat and heading towards the blood battle arena. Within the blood battle arena, there were many people registering every day. They had to line up. By the time it was Zhou Tong's turn, he had already fought 5 or 6 battles in the blood battle arena. Right now, the one guarding the dueling arena was a youth with short golden hair. This was an expert who trained in the laws of light, and he had already won 3 battles in a row. While Zhou Tong was still in the corridor, a series of cheers could be heard. At the same time, the thunderous voice of a commentator could be heard. Our Aina has already won 3 battles in a row. Now, let us welcome the challenger, Khan, onto the stage. Zhou Tong's fame was in the Caral continent and the Star-Mist Sea, but it hadn't spread to the Chaotic Sea yet. Naturally, no one recognized him. He casually announced his name, not fearing that anyone would investigate him. Chapter 10-11. Upon seeing Zhou Tong enter the arena, a large group of people around Linley couldn't help but become excited. Even those in the audience who didn't know him were laughing loudly. Haha, he actually dares to go up. That courage is admirable. A middle-aged man laughed loudly. Of course, Khan is the strongest. Taras couldn't help but feel a little proud. He then turned his gaze towards the blood battle arena. Khan, kill this guy. Taras' voice spread throughout the blood battle arena. Hearing this, Zhou Tong couldn't help but smile as he turned towards Linley and the others. He even waved at them. You're courting death. You dare to be distracted in a battle of life and death. Standing opposite Zhou Tong, the young man with short golden hair, Aina, sneered. At the same time, his entire body transformed into a streak of white light and instantly appeared in front of Zhou Tong. The golden divine sword in his hand mercilessly pierced towards Zhou Tong's head. Sneak attack. Zhou Tong's gaze swept over him. His entire body was covered in a layer of icicle armor. Even his fist was covered in a layer of ice. Enveloped in the icicle armor, Zhou Tong, under the illumination of the sky, reflected a dazzling light. Clang! With a soft sound, the golden divine sword pierced the icicle, but it only left a white mark. It couldn't pierce through the layer of icicle armor at all. What a strong defense! My full-strength attack actually couldn't break through it? Aina was shocked. He naturally had no chance of winning against such an opponent. He immediately wanted to open his mouth and admit defeat. Boom! However, Zhou Tong flipped his palm and the icicle-covered fist landed on his head. In an instant, Aina's head exploded and his corpse fell to the ground. Khan! Khan! Instantly, a series of earth-shattering cheers erupted from the stands. In particular, the low gods and mid-gods who had grown up in the Inferno Purgatory were cheering even louder. Zhou Tong's attack just now had been effortless. The difference in strength was obvious. The appearance of such a powerhouse was truly exciting. If you haven't fused any profound mysteries, you'd best admit defeat. Otherwise, don't blame me when you die. Zhou Tong spoke out, his voice echoing throughout the entire arena. Zhou Tong thought to himself, slaughtering those weak gods doesn't give me any sense of accomplishment. I hope some of the stronger ones can fight me. The sudden ruthlessness was to intimidate those who were not strong enough and make them admit defeat as soon as they entered the arena, so as not to waste their time. As for those who had clearly fused with the profound mysteries of the laws and weren't weak, Zhou Tong wouldn't act ruthlessly against them. That was because he needed such opponents to stimulate his elemental laws of water in hopes of making a breakthrough. Being ruthless to this kind of person would only scare those experts away from the stage. The gains did not make up for the losses. At this moment, following Zhou Tong's voice, everyone was shocked. There was actually someone who dared to speak such nonsense here? But soon, a loud voice reverberated in the blood battle platform. Let's welcome our rock giant David for the second match. In the second match, Zhou Tong still didn't show any mercy, smashing his opponent's head apart with a single punch. In the third match, it was still a single punch. The fourth match. The fifth match, 10 matches a day. No one was able to force Zhou Tong to use a second attack. Even though Zhou Tong only used the elemental laws of water, even though his elemental laws of water were merely at the god level, no one was a match for him. He swept his way through. 10 victories! The host of the blood battle platform called out in a loud voice. Khan is too powerful. As I see it, he might be able to win 100 battles. According to the rules of the blood battle platform, each person could fight at most 10 battles per day. 10 consecutive victories was the limit. To win 100 battles in a row would require at least 10 days. These 10 days were given to the true experts to prepare. 100 battles in a row was much more difficult. After all, many experts couldn't be bothered to fight. Only when they encountered an expert who could win dozens of battles in a row would they fight. Quite a few people in the stands began to excitedly shout and cheer. Con! 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 The cheers surged like a tide. Everyone in the blood battle platform was shouting madly. Zhou Tong smiled, then turned and left the blood battle platform. The battles in the blood battle platform were highly valued by all the experts of the Verdant Plains Purgatory. It was unlikely that an expert who could win 100 battles in a row would appear in several hundred years. This was because if someone really did win in a row, a true expert might appear. As time passed, the name Khan was also noticed by the true experts of the Verdant Plains Purgatory. It was impossible for them not to notice his consecutive victories day after day. Although Zhou Tong's previous declaration had caused those who hadn't fused profound mysteries to directly admit defeat, causing the quality of the challengers to increase significantly, everyone could see that Zhou Tong was winning very easily. He was clearly a peerless expert. The winning streak continued. On the 5th day, 10 consecutive victories. On the 6th day, 10 consecutive victories. With Zhou Tong's consecutive victories, the entire Verdant Plains Purgatory was in an uproar. A large number of people went to the blood battle platform to watch the battles. They all came because of the name Khan. They hoped that a true expert would appear. Consecutive easy victories had also caused many true elites to enter the arena. There were already 4 elites who had won 100 battles in a row who had tried to probe Zhou Tong, but without exception, all of them were easily defeated by him. Verdant Plains Purgatory, in the governor's mansion. At this moment, Governor Enos of the Verdant Plains Purgatory was sitting cross-legged under a lake. He was quite muscular, and his body was no less than 3 meters tall. He only wore a pair of shorts as he sat cross-legged under the water. His body emitted a faint layer of cold air. Although the water element was gentle, this person gave off a majestic aura. This was one of the 108 governors of the Purgatory, Governor Enos of the Verdant Plains Purgatory. He was one of the most powerful water-type experts in the infernal realm. Ever since he had become the governor of the Verdant Plains Purgatory, he had encountered countless challenges, but only a very small number of people had been able to force him to use his sovereign artifact. But even more terrifyingly, no one had ever been able to break through his defenses or injure him. "My lord!" Right at this moment, a silver-haired woman walked in from outside, shouting towards the lake. "Anna? What is it?" The lake water rippled slightly, and a deep voice rang out from within it. "My lord, an expert has appeared on the blood battle platform of our Verdant Plains Purgatory." The silver-haired woman named Anna said respectfully. "This person's name is Khan. He has already won 80 consecutive battles. In addition, just like you, my lord, he is an expert who trains in the elemental laws of water. This person should have the power of a 7-star fiend, and he should be considered an expert amongst 7-star fiends. He has already easily defeated several experts who have won 100 battles. Elemental laws of water? There's no need to tell me about this sort of person." The lake water rippled, and Enos' voice rang out once more. How many people in the infernal realm who trained in the elemental laws of water could truly surpass him? He had already completely fused the profound mysteries of water, the bewildering mist, the sharpness of ice, the circular softness, and the water pressure of the elemental laws of water. The profound mysteries of water had already completely fused with the circular softness, the profound mysteries of water, and the water pressure. Once he fused the profound mysteries of water, the bewildering mist, and the sharpness of ice, he would be able to fuse all 6 profound mysteries of the elemental laws of water. Enos believed that in the divine water plane, There were some water-type experts who were more powerful than him. But in the infernal realm, there were at most one or two who were on par with him. There was no water-type expert who could surpass him. If there's nothing else, you can leave, Enos said one last time. There was no need for experts of the elemental laws of water to watch, because there was no point. Chapter 10-12. Yet another day passed. Zhou Tong smoothly increased his 80 consecutive victories to 90 consecutive victories. On the 9th day, in particular, even more experts appeared. It could be said that even the weakest of them was a 6-star fiend, and there were even 1 or 2 7-star fiends. This was the purgatory. Every single purgatory had its own army, which was set up by sovereigns to deal with the planar wars. Within the army, the soldiers were all 6-star fiends, while the captains were all 7-star fiends. Thus, this place didn't lack experts at all. But regardless of whether they were 6-star fiends or 7-star fiends, without exception, they were all easily defeated by Zhou Tong. Even 7-star fiends weren't able to take more than a few punches from him. He's actually trained in the elemental laws of water to such a level. A defeated 7-star fiend couldn't help but sigh in praise. Carl, you train in the elemental laws of water as well. Say, how many profound mysteries do you think he has fused? A defeated person next to him asked. Judging from the situation of the past 9 days, we should be able to tell that he has fused the profound mysteries of ice, the profound mysteries of mist, and the profound mysteries of water, but it definitely isn't limited to just these few. His usage of the profound mysteries of the laws is extremely ingenious, and many of his techniques are completely undetectable. A nearby middle-aged man with long, azure-green hair said solemnly, "But of course, those are techniques that have been tempered over and over again. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell anything from them." A nearby blue-haired youth looked towards Zhou Tong with a hint of worship in his eyes. In a place like the infernal realm, the most revered people were experts. Actually, many people knew that the battles on the 8th and 9th days were the most exciting. As for the battles on the 10th day, they would definitely be of a lower level. This was because many of the true experts who were interested in Zhou Tong would fight with him during these days, rather than waiting until the final day. But on the 10th day, the bloodbath arena was still filled with people. They hadn't come to watch the battles, because the previous 9 days had already proven his power. They wanted to see yet another expert who had won 100 consecutive battles appear. Haha, this battle is over. Next up will definitely be the one that everyone has been waiting for. Khan, who has already won 90 consecutive battles, will come out. The announcer's voice grew louder and louder, stirring up the atmosphere, causing one wave after another to surge through the bloodbath arena. Soon, Zhou Tong appeared. However, the battle ended as quickly as it started. 10 consecutive opponents were easily defeated by Zhou Tong within a few moves. At this point, Zhou Tong was the only one to win 100 battles in the Verdant Plains Purgatory in several hundred years. On the stands of the blood battle arena, everyone began to discuss. Wave after wave of voices surged wildly. Suddenly, the blood battle stage's host, a black-haired middle-aged man, flew out and stood beside Zhou Tong. His loud and clear voice rang out, "Everyone, today, our blood battle stage has another expert who has won 100 battles. He is Khan." After saying that, he took out a large black seal that looked like a hexagram and handed it to Zhou Tong with a smile. "Khan, from today onwards, your name and your achievements in these 100 battles will be displayed on the blood battle platform. Take it, this is the glory of your 100 battles." Zhou Tong smiled as he took the seal. Of course, this isn't just an honor. It's also a qualification. It means that you have the qualifications to challenge our mighty commander of the Verdant Plains Purgatory. The more the announcer spoke, the more excited he became. "Khan, let me ask you, do do you wish to challenge our commander of the verdant plains purgatory? As soon as these words came out, the entire blood battle stage once more became lively. Challenge the commander. Challenge. Lord Khan, continue the challenge. Countless shouts rang out from the stands. However, everyone knew that this was a routine inquiry every time a seal was awarded. In truth, the vast majority of people wouldn't dare to challenge them. To actually see someone challenge a purgatory commander, it would probably take hundreds of thousands, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years before it was possible. Although Zhou Tong had easily defeated even 7-star fiends, they didn't believe that his strength had reached the level of a commander of the verdant plains purgatory. This was because their commander was no weakling. His title of the strongest shield had been verified by countless challengers in the past hundreds of millions of years. Zhou Tong laughed, then said in a clear voice, "Actually, the reason I came to participate in this battle is to obtain the qualifications to challenge the commander of the verdant plains purgatory." Instantly, the entire blood battle stage fell silent. A hint of astonishment appeared on everyone's faces as they stared at Zhou Tong in a daze. "No way, he's really going to challenge him?" Someone cried out in surprise. How many tens of thousands of years would one see someone challenge a commander? Although it was very common to challenge lords and commanders in the infernal realm, that was because there were a total of 216 lords and commanders in the infernal realm. On average, each commander would challenge a lord once every 10 million years. That was equivalent to a challenge every 50,000 years. That was why it was common. However, this kind of challenge was very rare when it came to a specific lord or commander. This was especially true for experts with terrifying strength who might not be challenged even once in hundreds of millions of years. Zhou Tong's figure suddenly flew up, then he quietly stood in the air, overlooking the entire blood battle stage. He announced, "I hereby announce that I'm officially challenging the commander of the verdant plains purgatory." Challenge! This voice reverberated in the air above the blood battle stage. Everyone fell silent for a moment, then an uproar broke out. Everyone was excited. After waiting for so many tens of thousands of years, they could finally see a battle between commanders. Khan! 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 Thunderous voices resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Everyone was cheering in the only way they knew how. Challenging a commander was indeed a rare event in the verdant plains purgatory. Countless people shouted Zhou Tong's name. At this moment, the atmosphere in the blood battle stage had reached an unprecedented level. Crazy. These people are crazy. Bibi, watching from the blood battle stage, couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Now this is the world of experts. Olivier's eyes were filled with a hint of fanaticism as well. In the infernal realm, only true experts are able to attract such attention. Khan has always been training quietly. Even though he has reached the great perfection level, only the few of us know about him. Now, he's finally going to reveal a bit of his fangs. Taras was very much looking forward to this upcoming battle as well. That's right. Challenging a commander, how crazy is that? In the infernal realm, this is most likely the same as back in the Yulan continent, when saint-level experts publicly challenged each other to a duel. Countless people went crazy. Linley laughed as well. This scene caused him to think back to his duel with Hadesun in the Yulan continent. Chapter 10:13. At the same time, within the governor's manor of the verdant plains purgatory. After receiving the news, Purgatory Commander Enos closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the water. How many tens of thousands of years has it been? Finally, someone has issued a challenge to me, and it's actually a water-type expert as well. I hope you're strong enough. Based on the strength you've displayed so far, you aren't qualified to fight me. If you're strong enough, perhaps I'll be able to improve further. Suddenly, he opened his jade-green eyes and leapt out of the water. In a clear voice, he called out, "Anna, go out and make the announcement. 3 months from now, at the Jadewave Lake in the southern part of the city." As this announcement was made, the entire Verdant Plains Purgatory was in an uproar. The commanders of the Verdant Plains Purgatory had accepted the challenge, and the time was 3 months from now. This wasn't too long. This meant that they would soon be able to see a battle between commanders. At the same time, Zhou Tong and the others had already returned to the small courtyard they were staying in. "You don't need to worry about me. I need to make some preparations." As soon as Zhou Tong returned, he immediately spoke to Linley and the others. At the same time, he walked into the courtyard and pulled out the Skysplitter sword, beginning to practice his sword technique. 3 months wasn't a long time, but it wasn't a short time either. However, it was impossible to make any further progress in the profound mysteries of the laws in 3 months. Even if he did make some progress, he would need to spend a period of time to come up with a more suitable technique. Thus, in the next 3 months, Zhou Tong began to think about how to improve his technique. He wanted to practice all of his water-type techniques and see if there was any possibility of improvement. Khan is feeling the pressure as well. Seeing Zhou Tong train, Delia couldn't help but say, "Nonsense. Who told him to be so arrogant? He didn't use the laws of the earth, the laws of fire, or the laws of destruction. Instead, he insisted on using the weakest laws of water?" Dylan was somewhat speechless. If he had used the laws of destruction, he would have been able to kill his opponent in a single blow. "I've repeatedly studied Commander Enos of the Verdant Plains Purgatory. His law of water is terrifyingly powerful. Khan is no match for him. Furthermore, Enos doesn't seem to be an ordinary race. His body isn't weak. Although he can't compare to Khan, he's probably close to your body's strength, Linley." Taras couldn't help but comment. Khan's elemental laws of water are only at the level of a god. The divine power of a god is far less pure than that of a high god. And most importantly of all, Enos has an offensive sovereign artifact. The nearby Olivier nodded as well. Even Linley and the others did not think that Zhou Tong could win. Enos had too much of an advantage. "Hey, what are you guys worried about? If Khan can't win with the water elemental laws, he will switch to the laws of destruction. There's no need to think too much about the outcome of this battle." Bibi was incomparably relaxed. "Do you need to worry about Khan? Think about how many profound mysteries you have fused." "Haha, you're right. Khan is an expert of the great perfection level." O'Brien laughed loudly. After hearing Bei's words, everyone revealed relaxed looks on their faces. Right. He had reached the great perfection level. Why would they need to worry about him? Khan had only used the elemental laws of water to play around with Enos, and to see if there was a chance for him to make a breakthrough. How could he truly be unable to defeat Enos? Let's take a look at Khan's technique. Perhaps we'll be able to learn something. Linley knew that Zhou Tong's techniques were very powerful. He just so happened to train in the elemental laws of water as well. He wanted to see if he could secretly learn something. Time passed, one day after another. Zhou Tong, wielding the Skysplitter sword, continued to train in his little courtyard. It was as though he had returned to the very beginning of his training, with each sword strike striving to become more powerful. Using the profound mysteries of the laws was a very particular matter as well. In the original work, although Linley had fused the throbbing pulse of the world, gravitational space, strength, and the essence of the earth, his most powerful material attack had only been able to use the throbbing pulse of the world, strength, and the essence of the earth. This was because he didn't know how to use the fused gravitational space technique. However, Zhou Tong's techniques had been perfected long ago. Over the past few months, he had only been able to slightly improve a few of his techniques, making them slightly more powerful, making his divine power more restrained, or making it harder for others to see through his techniques, at this moment, within the little courtyard. The Skysplitter sword was being brandished by Zhou Tong again and again. The entire space, under the influence of his sword's shadows, began to ripple like waves, and an extremely bizarre spatial vortex began to appear. Hey, that's not right. This sword of mine, it seems as though it can still be improved? Zhou Tong's eyes suddenly lit up, and as fast as lightning, his sword pierced towards the vortex. Rumble, an explosive sword light instantly split apart the spatial vortex, piercing out. In the space in front of him, a spatial tear that was half a meter long appeared. Wow! Bibi and the others, who had been paying attention to Zhou Tong this entire time, all cried out in surprise. He didn't use any divine power, nor did he unleash the power of his Godspark weapon, nor did he use his invincible physical body. But he was still able to create such a rift in the infernal realm? Linley was shocked. The elemental laws of water, which were originally not very good at attacking, were actually developed into such an offensive technique? Why does this sort of explosive attack seem a bit similar to the elemental laws of fire? He used the elemental laws of water to simulate the power of the elemental laws of fire? Taras was rather surprised as well. However, after thrusting out this sword, Zhou Tong closed his eyes. The only thing left in his mind was the feeling of that final sword attack. The softness of water, the rotation, the condensation, and then the explosion. This is the fusion point between the profound mysteries of circular softness and the profound mysteries of explosion? My elemental laws of water and the elemental laws of fire are finally beginning to fuse? Zhou Tong was very surprised. He hadn't expected that when he was training in his water techniques, he would actually find a fusion point with the elemental laws of fire? Elemental laws of fire water and fire are interlinked. The compression and explosion of these flames, isn't it actually the water pressure of the water element? In virtually an instant, Zhou Tong had grasped the final profound mystery of the elemental laws of water, which he had never been able to grasp: water pressure. All the insights he had accumulated over hundreds of years exploded forth in an instant. Not only had he gained a basic understanding of the profound mysteries of water pressure, more importantly, this profound mystery had already fused with the other 5 profound mysteries. He could fuse and train at the same time. No, it's not just water pressure. The compression and explosion of the flames, it seems? The insights didn't stop there. From water to fire. In this instant, the bottleneck which had been stuck at this entire time suddenly broke through. Rumble! The natural laws descended, enveloping Zhou Tong's entire body. This grand aura and undulations caused everyone to tremble from the bottom of their hearts. The natural laws descended? He broke through in the elemental laws of water? Impossible. A few months ago, he hadn't even gained a basic understanding of the final profound mystery. How could he have broken through now? Everyone was shocked. They all knew exactly how fast Zhou Tong's training in the elemental laws of water had progressed. He had completely fused 5 profound mysteries, but hadn't gained a basic understanding of the 6th one. No matter what, he shouldn't have broken through. After a long time, Zhou Tong opened his eyes once more. Con Yu. Linley couldn't help but be puzzled. Fire broke through. Zhou Tong smiled. Fire. Everyone stared, wide-eyed. Hadn't you been studying the elemental laws of water this entire time? How could you have broken through in the elemental laws of water? And didn't you reach the high god level in the elemental laws of fire long ago? How did you break through in the elemental laws of fire? Bibi asked. Of course, by fusing all 6 profound mysteries into one. My elemental laws have reached perfection. Zhou Tong smiled slightly. The duel will be in 3 days. Breaking through so close to the duel is a good omen. He was indeed rather excited. Unlike the self-proclaimed perfection of the edicts of destruction, his elemental laws of fire had truly reached great perfection. Adding in the elemental will from the descent of the elemental laws, his elemental laws of fire now had 78 portions of will. An additional portion of will meant a tenfold increase in power. Zhou Tong's 78 portions of will was 60 times more powerful than a great perfection. If an ordinary great perfection expert's full power attack had a power of 600,000, then Zhou Tong's was 36 million. And this number didn't even take into account the terrifying fleshly body of his original body, as well as his innate divine ability. If his fleshly body and innate divine ability were factored in as well, he would be able to easily insta-kill a great perfection expert. Chapter 10:14. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The streets and restaurants of Azure Plains Purgatory were virtually devoid of people. As long as it wasn't a major event, virtually everyone within the Azure Plains Purgatory hurried to Jadeple Lake, waiting for the epic battle to begin. This island of the Azure Plains Purgatory was an endless stretch of plains. The plains were dotted with one lake after another. Jadeple Lake was the largest lake in the southern part of the city. It was thousands of kilometers in circumference. In some of the smaller material plains, it could be described as an ocean. But right now, the area around the lake had been completely frozen by the experts who had come to watch, using it as a foothold. Right now, the surface of the lake was filled with a sea of people. In midair, there was only one person, Zhou Tong. So many people! Linley and the others, mixed in with the crowd, sighed in amazement. 3 months isn't a long time, but it isn't a short time either. Perhaps some of the commanders of the nearby purgatory have come to watch as well. Dylan suddenly thought of something and laughed. That's for sure. Olivier stealthily pointed in a direction. Instantly, everyone turned to look at a distant, arrogant figure. Without question, this was the commander of the nearby bronze purgatory. Commander-level battles rarely have such public battles. If I were a commander, upon hearing this news, I would definitely come and watch as well. Taras laughed. Growl, growl, Linley, so you are here as well? Right at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in Linley's mind. This voice instantly startled Linley, causing him to immediately turn his head to look. 2 figures appeared in front of him. The most eye-catching one was a muscular man who was nearly 4 meters tall and whose entire body was covered in a bronze color. On the shoulder of this big guy there was a bald young man. This young man's body was very small, only about 1.5 meters tall. In this world where the average height of humans was close to 1.9 meters, he was simply a dwarf. You are? Linley frowned. The muscular man was one thing, but that youth gave Linley a feeling of dread. He was definitely an ultimate expert. It's only been a few years, and you don't recognize your teacher anymore? The bald young man shook his head helplessly. Then, with a whoosh, he appeared in front of Linley. This speed was so fast that it caused Linley and the others to be stunned. Buzz. However, a layer of purple light quickly enveloped Linley and the others, causing their bodies to sway. However, the purple light flashed and quickly dissipated. Reese Gem. Linley looked at the young man in shock. Who would have thought that they would reunite under such circumstances? Roar. It's me. Haha, my control over the soul is too strong. You won't be able to recognize me if I change my appearance. Haha, it's understandable, it's understandable. Reese Gem was very happy, especially after seeing the look of shock on Linley's face. He was so happy that he began to laugh. Why are you here? Linley asked. This is the Purgatory, and I'm the Purgatory Commander. The planar war is about to begin. Why can't I appear here? I just so happened to return to the Purgatory, and I heard that there was something exciting to watch. Of course I had to come. Reese Gem countered. Rather, Why have you suddenly come to the purgatory? This time, Khan, who is challenging for the position of commander, is our friend. We have come to witness him become the new purgatory commander. Delia, standing by Linley's side, smiled. You have quite a bit of confidence in him. But that bastard Enos has an attack-type sovereign artifact. If you get hit by him, that would be incredible. Jem was rather surprised, and then he looked at Khan in the air. That bastard Enos has come. Jem suddenly spoke out, and then he stared at the sky. A blurry, azure-blue blur was flying over at high speed from afar. To Zhou Tong and Jem, this speed was naturally very slow, but to the other high gods it was extremely astonishing. Now that the other main character of this battle had appeared, the voices of the people who had been chatting amongst themselves suddenly quieted down. In an instant, the Jade Wave Lake, where more than 100 million deities had gathered, became completely silent. Everyone raised their heads to look at the two figures in the air. Zhou Tong and Enos. Swoosh! That blurry, azure-blue blur suddenly froze, transforming into the figure of Commander Enos of the Verdant Plains Purgatory. At this moment, his figure was tall, and he was dressed in blue armor. A long, azure-blue whip hung from his waist. He just stood there quietly in front of Zhou Tong. For a moment, the air above the Jade Wave Lake was completely silent. It was as though even the wind had stopped. High God Artifact? You're not going to take out your sovereign artifact? Zhou Tong glanced at the whip hanging from Enos' waist and asked. Sovereign artifact? If you have the power to force out my sovereign artifact, you'll naturally see it. Enos' voice was very cold, like ice that had not melted in 10,000 years. Let's not waste words. Let's begin. As soon as these words were spoken, all the deities immediately held their breaths, staring at the two above. Even Jem and the other commanders of the Purgatory, who had come to watch by chance, were doing the same. As Commander Enos of the Verdant Plains Purgatory spoke, Zhou Tong instantly drew his Skysplitter sword. His body trembled slightly, and an azure-green light spread out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it covered a distance of several thousand meters. Deep-sea space. This was one of the strongest techniques of Zhou Tong's elemental laws of water. It used a domain to imitate the deep sea and suppress the opponent. Space was something Zhou Tong was extremely proficient in. It was impossible to comprehend the laws of space in the coiling dragon world, but Zhou Tong was not a native of this world. He had a deep understanding of space long ago. Thus, to him, developing a technique similar to a spatial domain was much easier than for others. The other high gods of water actually had similar techniques as well, but they were purely based on the profound mysteries of water pressure, or the product of a simple fusion of one or two profound mysteries. But Zhou Tong's technique was a product of the profound mysteries of water pressure. It was a technique developed from a different angle, achieving an even more powerful effect. Actually, based on Zhou Tong's calculations, this technique would reach its peak after fusing in the profound mysteries of water pressure. But unfortunately, he had only fused in 5 other profound mysteries of the laws. Ugh! Enos' face changed slightly. In this instant, he felt an omnidirectional binding force. It was as though he had suddenly sunk 10,000 meters into the deep sea. His entire body was being suppressed by the terrifying seawater. He moved his limbs slightly, but felt as though his body was being entangled by countless threads, making his movements slow. What a fellow! The elemental laws of water actually allowed you to develop a technique similar to the deep sea. Enos howled wildly in his heart. Clang! But very quickly, with a clear ringing of the sword, Zhou Tong's body pierced through the air like lightning. This speed was far faster than when he had participated in the Battle of 100 Victories. In fact, before the spectators below could even react, Zhou Tong had already appeared by Enos' side. Not good! Enos secretly knew that things were bad. He quickly pulled out the whip at his waist, using all his strength to shake his wrist. Rumble! The whip was like a giant serpent, slowly twisting and turning. Everywhere it passed, space rippled like water, and even Zhou Tong's terrifying green spatial domain began to ripple. The terrifying ripples affected Zhou Tong's sword, causing the sword that had been stabbing towards Enos' forehead to deviate greatly. With a slash sound, the spatial cleaving sword slashed across Enos' chest, leaving behind an enormous wound so deep that bone could be seen. Boom! At this moment, Enos' whip was like an enraged dragon, biting towards Zhou Tong. At the same time, Zhou Tong countered with a punch. Fist and whip collided, causing the void to explode and a huge spatial crack to appear. After this exchange, the two of them simultaneously flew backwards. Chapter 10-15. My water-type attack is still a bit lacking, and my defense is too strong. I didn't manage to break his whip. Zhou Tong raised his hand and looked at his fist. There wasn't the slightest injury on it, but in the moment of collision, he also felt that his arm had been affected by the ripples on the whip, and its power had been weakened. What a powerful attack and what a strong body! Enos also looked at his whip and was greatly shocked. He did not expect that in that instant of collision, the whip in his hand was almost broken by the other party. Enos' heart ached. This whip was a divine artifact that he had nurtured for billions of years, but in that one collision, it had been damaged. He didn't know how many tens of thousands of years it would take to slowly repair it. And that sword, there's no doubt about it. It's definitely Beirut's Godspark weapon. Normal divine artifacts can't break my defense, and this guy is actually related to Beirut? Enos looked at the black divine sword in Zhou Tong's hand and cursed in his heart. At that moment, his body that had been cut open by the sky splitter sword had already healed. Water-type weapons were just that difficult to deal with. Their attack wasn't high and their speed wasn't fast, but their recovery, defense, and tenacity were notoriously difficult to deal with. Godspark weapons were very rare, and most of them were small and exquisite, such as gloves and daggers. Yet, this person actually had such a divine sword. According to all the Godspark weapons he knew of, aside from the staff in Beirut's hand, this sword was the largest. In the air above the frozen Jade Wave Lake, everyone held their breath. The strength of the two experts above was a little too excessive. Although it was only a short confrontation, it had already shocked everyone. Lord Khan's space domain is so strong. It's squeezing the commander's movements out of shape, and he even injured the commander. He even dared to use his fist to catch the commander's whip. The commander is also strong. Lord Khan hid his strength and caught him off guard, but he still managed to avoid a fatal blow. Everyone watching the battle had been conquered by the strength of Zhou Tong and Enos. They all stared at the sky, wanting to see how the battle would turn out. TSK, this friend of yours, Khan, is really something. His space domain has some of the elegance of my purple crystal space. Gem couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. However, I'm afraid that a single Godspark weapon won't be enough. Enos is going to use a sovereign artifact. In the sky, Enos put away his whip. With a flip of his hand, a brand new whip appeared in his palm. However, this time, the whip was no longer green. Instead, it was pitch black and emitted a dense aura of destruction. This was the sovereign artifact whip which the Sovereign of Destruction had forged for Enos. Not only that, but at the same time that Enos took out his sovereign artifact whip, Chi, his body began to change. Fish scales began to appear on the surface of his body, and in an instant, Enos' entire body was covered in fish scales. Khan, your space domain is indeed powerful, but I am of the merfolk race. After revealing my true body, your space domain will no longer be able to affect me. Enos' eyes emitted a green glow. A single Godspark weapon won't be able to save you. As soon as he finished speaking, Enos' body began to swim about in Zhou Tong's deep-sea domain like a fish. His body was much more nimble than before, and the omnipresent pressure of the deep-sea domain seemed to have been completely ignored by him. At the same time, the sovereign artifact whip began to stir up space. In an instant, it seemed to transform into thousands of pythons, wrapping around Zhou Tong from all directions. Every time a python slithered through the air, it would cause the space to emit a loud wailing sound. The terrifying ripples continued to appear in an endless stream. In an instant, the entire space was like a lake in the middle of a storm, with ripples appearing on the surface of the water. In addition, these ripples continued to wrap around Zhou Tong. He's trained in the elemental laws of water to such a level. Taras sighed in amazement. With just a single attack, he was able to transform a large area of space into a raging sea. This level of comprehension of the elemental laws of water was enough to shock countless people. Merfolk, my deep-sea domain is indeed ineffective against you. Zhou Tong took a deep breath, then immediately dispersed the deep-sea domain. Wielding his void splitter, he slashed diagonally at the whip next to him. This sword seemed to have no power at all, but when it came into contact with the endless ripples in space, it quickly changed the direction of the ripples, forcibly opening up a tunnel in the space around the ripples. Clang! The void splitter, flowing with green divine power of water, very naturally brushed past the sovereign artifact whip. Immediately, the space rumbled and huge spatial cracks appeared. In this short collision, Zhou Tong only felt a strong impact. However, his hand merely trembled slightly, and he immediately dissipated the impact. But in an instant, the advantage of the elemental laws of water was displayed. The impact was incomparably flexible, and it was continuous. It was like a waterfall crashing down, or like a long river flowing. Before the first wave subsided, another wave would rise. Even though Zhou Tong repeatedly dissipated the impact, he was still shaken back by the impact. What a powerful elemental laws of water! This is going to be troublesome. Zhou Tong's eyes narrowed. What followed next was a protracted battle. If neither side made a mistake or made a breakthrough, it would be difficult to determine the victor. There's no helping it, Enos. Who told you to be so unlucky? The reason I insisted on using the elemental laws of water was because I wanted to make a breakthrough. But before the battle with you, I had already made a breakthrough. I no longer have any reason to use the elemental laws of water to fight to the death with you. Zhou Tong took a deep breath. What a powerful physical body! Although his comprehension of the elemental laws of water is inferior to mine, the difference isn't too great. However, on the other side, Enos wasn't having a good time either. Zhou Tong's strength was too great, and his comprehension of the elemental laws of water wasn't low either. In this collision, although he appeared to have the upper hand, the ripples he had painstakingly created had been broken. Moreover, his speed is even faster than mine. He must have fused the profound mysteries of water. Enos cursed inwardly. The profound mysteries of water was the only one of the profound mysteries of the elemental laws of water that was related to speed. What he lacked was the fusion of the profound mysteries of water, so his speed was very slow. If not for his innate talent as a merman, it would have been difficult for him to move in Zhou Tong's deep-sea space. This is troublesome. If we continue fighting, I'm afraid there won't even be a day to determine the victor. Enos understood that in a battle between two water elemental experts, it would take a very long time to determine the victor. This was because the water elemental laws had low offense and high defense. However, this sort of battle suits me. The profound mysteries you've fused are exactly what I lack. Come. Enos' fighting spirit couldn't help but ignite. He wanted to use Zhou Tong to temper himself, hoping that he could make a breakthrough in the final profound mysteries of the laws. But just as his fighting spirit was ignited, a voice rang out, "Enos, there's no point in continuing this battle. Let's end it in one move." Chapter 10:16. A single blow to determine victory? Enos's face changed slightly. What the hell was this? Both sides were of the water element, and the difference in power wasn't that great. How could a single blow determine victory? Enos was about to reply, but then he was startled. You? Isn't your strongest element of water? This was because he clearly saw Zhou Tong's body flicker as he switched to another divine clone. That black energy, filled with a destructive aura, was the aura of the edicts of destruction. When did I say that my strongest element was the water element? I'll let you have a taste of my destruction, Sword Dao. This battle will end in an instant. Zhou Tong laughed softly. But don't worry. I don't want to be too much of a bully. I'll spare your life. Instantly, all of the onlookers in Jadeple Lake fell silent. How can this be? His elemental laws of water are already so terrifying. How can he have an even more powerful edicts of destruction? Everyone couldn't help but feel shocked. There was actually someone like this? Haha, in the end, Khan is going to bring out his edicts of destruction. Linley laughed as well. The reason Khan challenged Enos was so that he could make a breakthrough in the water element. Unfortunately, he already made a breakthrough in the water element prior to the battle. Naturally, there's no need for him to fight against the water element head-on. Taras understood what Zhou Tong was thinking. Since he no longer needed Enos to make a breakthrough, of course he would end the battle quickly. Interesting, very interesting. Rizjem laughed. His elemental laws of water definitely have fused 5 profound mysteries, but it isn't his strongest element? Linley, how powerful is your friend Khan's edicts of destruction, exactly? He dares to instantly end the battle? Enos's defense is famous even among the commanders. How powerful? Invincible. The nearby Dylan was very confident. End the battle in an instant? Utterly arrogant. Enos roared explosively. He had been a famous commander for a long time, and no one had ever spoken to him in such a manner. Rumble! Enraged, he attacked with all his strength. Enos even used his sovereign's might. His pitch-black destruction-type sovereign's might was used in conjunction with his sovereign artifact whip, and with a simple swipe, an enormous spatial tear appeared. The whip was like a python, directly hitting Zhou Tong. However, as the whip rushed past, Zhou Tong's figure gradually dissipated. Then, a pitch-black crack instantly traversed the sky, like a pitch-black line, and slashed across Enos' body. Clang! It was only when the lines stopped spreading that the clear sound of the sword rang out. At the same time, everyone saw Zhou Tong's figure appear at the end of the black line. However, this time, he simply sheathed his sword. Destruction Sword Dao, 11th Sword. This was Zhou Tong's Destruction Sword Dao's most reserved and concentrated attack. Poof! The Skysplitter sword returned to its sheath, and Enos' head was tossed high into the air. As for his body, it fell powerlessly down from the sky, with blood spurting out from its neck. At this moment, Enos' head, which had been tossed high into the air, was being condensed with divine power, slowly reforming into Enos' body. His face was still filled with a look of deep shock. Enos was frightened. He was truly frightened. He knew that he had lost. His opponent's Destruction Sword Dao was simply too terrifying. That speed was so fast that no one was able to react to it, and that terrifying material attack was completely beyond his imagination. Before he could even react, his head had been chopped off. If his opponent had wanted to kill him, he would have died in that attack. Thank you for showing mercy. Enos bowed respectfully towards Zhou Tong. He actually trained in the edicts of destruction to such a level. Terrifying. I've never seen such a terrifying Destruction Sword Dao. Enos was stunned. Even my defense couldn't withstand a single blow. Even my body was corroded by the Destruction Sword energy and was completely destroyed, The more he thought about that attack, the more shocked he was. Generally speaking, in such a situation where one's head was chopped off, if one's reaction was fast enough, they could use their divine power to connect their head and body in an instant. However, after that attack, he only felt that his body was completely destroyed. It was impossible to connect his head and body. This destruction soared Dao. Riesgem, who was watching the battle, was also shocked. He also cultivated the edicts of destruction, and was a commander-level destruction sword Dao expert. However, even he only saw a faint shadow flash past. As for that material attack, it was merely a thin, thread-like crack in space where the divine sword had sliced through. It was obvious that all of its power had been restrained to the limit. With such speed and material attack, I'm afraid even a great perfection sword Dao expert can't compare. Could Khan be a great perfection destruction sword Dao expert? Riesgem was secretly shocked. Announce the result, Zhou Tong said. Commander Enos of the Azure Plains Purgatory looked down at the countless spectators and said in a cold voice, "This battle is over. From today onward, Khan is the new commander of the Azure Plains Purgatory." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a ray of green light and disappeared from the sky above the Jade Ripple Lake. Silence. The countless gods watching the battle were silent for a moment. Then, a commotion broke out as they discussed the outcome of the battle. In fact, when they saw Zhou Tong behead Enos of the Azure Plains Purgatory with a single strike, they already somewhat understood the result of the battle. Now that Enos had made such a public announcement, the result was clear. Khan had succeeded in his challenge and was now the new commander of the Azure Plains Purgatory. Khan! Someone shouted enthusiastically on the spot. Khan! 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 The cheers seemed to be contagious. Countless gods cheered one after another. They were here to witness the change of the commander who had ruled the Azure Plains Purgatory for hundreds of millions of years. They were here to witness the birth of a new commander. Ha, Khan, you used the law of destruction in the end. Congratulations on becoming the new commander of the Azure Plains Purgatory. Linley and the others flew into the air as well, either teasing him or congratulating him. Come, let's go to my commander's residence, Zhou Tong said with a smile. Haha, Linley's friend, congratulations on your successful challenge. At this moment, Riesgem flew over as well, flying in front of Zhou Tong and congratulating him. Khan, this is the Riesgem I told you about. Linley immediately transmitted his voice to Zhou Tong. Riesgem? You're here to watch my challenge too? Zhou Tong looked at Riesgem in surprise. Haha, it just so happens that soon, the planar war will begin. I came here in advance to take a look, and I just so happened to see a good show. Riesgem couldn't help but laugh loudly as well. Khan, your destruction sword Dao truly is terrifying. Since you're here, let's go to my commander's residence, Zhou Tong invited. Chapter 10:17. Within the rear courtyard of the commander's estate. Within a pavilion built atop a lake, Zhou Tong's group was leisurely eating delicacies and enjoying life in the infernal realm. Riesgem, the reason you came to the infernal realm was to participate in the planar wars, right? How much longer until the next planar war begins? Zhou Tong asked. Soon. Within 100 years, it will definitely begin, Riesgem said as he ate fruits unique to the Verdant Plains Purgatory. Khan, what are the planar wars for exactly? What are they used for? Linley was rather curious. Although he had heard of this term long ago, Linley didn't know much about it. All he knew was that the planar wars were battles between two planes, and the casualty rate was extremely high. Right now, Linley was still a bit too weak. He still hadn't broken through to become a god, and he was still stuck at a bottleneck in the profound mysteries of vitality in the laws of the earth. But of course, right now, Linley was in a much better state than he had been in the original work. This was because although he had reached a bottleneck in the profound mysteries of vitality, he was slowly fusing it with the other profound mysteries of the laws, and his power was still slowly increasing. The nearby Reesgem explained, the planar wars are actually just a game for sovereigns. However, the matters at the sovereign level aren't our business. To ordinary high gods, the planar wars are just a place for them to accumulate merits. These merits can be used to trade for sovereign's might and sovereign artifact. Sovereign's might and sovereign artifacts? Everyone's eyes instantly lit up. If you want sovereign artifacts and sovereign's might, you have to be alive to get them. Reesgem rolled his eyes at this group of people whose eyes were shining. In the planar wars, the soldiers are all 6-star fiends. Anyone who isn't strong enough will die. Only by killing 10 commanders will you be able to trade for a sovereign artifact. Only by killing 100 soldiers will you be able to trade for a drop of sovereign's might. Don't overthink it. Reesgem swept the group of gods with his gaze, as well as the deities who had fused with divine sparks, then shook his head. No matter how many profound mysteries they had fused, gods and deities who had fused with divine sparks would not be able to gain anything from the planar battlefield. In fact, even staying alive was a problem. 10 commanders is equivalent to 1 sovereign artifact. Linley was also looking forward to it, but he knew that as long as he hadn't reached the level of a high god, he wouldn't be able to enter it. There's still some time. By then, if you have reached the high god level, I can take you in. Zhou Tong said casually. Khan, are you also preparing to enter the planar battlefield? Taras looked at Zhou Tong. Given your power, it doesn't make a difference whether or not you have a sovereign artifact, right? I've never been there before. Let's go in and take a look. Sovereign artifacts and whatnot, let's leave it to fate. Let's see if anyone dares to attack me. Zhou Tong said casually. There was no point in asking him to take the initiative and slaughter those commanders. In any case, he was going to take a stroll around the planar battlefield. If there really were some ignorant fools who attacked him, he could just casually kill them. Not long after taking complete control of the verdant plains purgatory, Zhou Tong once more entered secluded meditation. This time, he was preparing to fully focus on analyzing the final profound mystery of the elemental laws of water. Water pressure. Because he had already found a way to combine this profound mystery with the other profound mysteries, Zhou Tong didn't train while fusing them. Instead, he prepared to train to the high god level, then begin to fuse them. Given the power of Zhou Tong's soul, if he focused all his attention on analyzing a profound mystery, how terrifyingly fast would he be? In a short 3 years, he had reached the limits of his understanding of the water pressure profound mystery. Within the estate of the verdant plains purgatory, the boss and the others are really all they do is train, train, train. How boring! Bibi was seated on the grass, bored to death. In front of him was a barbecue grill, upon which was an armored dragon-like beast. A dense aroma of meat wafted out. Bibi, you need to work hard on your training as well. No matter how talented you are, you shouldn't waste it like this. Taras casually sliced off a large piece of meat with a knife, tasting it as he spoke. Bibi, I don't mean to criticize you. The nearby Reesgem patted Bibi on the shoulders as well, then laughed. Look at me. In the past 20 years, although I've been strolling around, every so often, I'd go into secluded meditation for a few years and train seriously. But you've only been sitting for a few days, and you've already lost your patience. If you continue like this, how long will it take for you to become a high god? Reesgem and Bibi both had the temperament of children. The two of them got along very well. In the past few decades, Reesgem would often take Bibi on a stroll around the purgatory. I've already trained to the limit, anyways. What I need is that final moment of enlightenment, Bibi said resignedly. What's the point of bitterly training? Just sitting there for a few years is boring to death. If you can't gain insights, you can try fusing them. Riesgem rolled his eyes, feeling rather speechless towards Bibi's attitude towards training. Look at Linley and Khan. Which one of them hasn't started fusing from the very beginning? Especially Khan. You guys told me that his saint level is fusing 3 profound mysteries. He's a monster. Just as they were chatting, rumble, 2 powerful ripples of natural laws descended, one after the other, in the direction of Zhou Tong and Linley's residence. Bibi, Riesgem, Taras, and the others all rose to their feet. Khan and Linley both broke through at the same time? Taras called out in surprise. The boss's laws of the earth are finally about to become a high god. Bibi called out, and then he glanced at Zhou Tong. I wonder if Khan's breakthrough will be in the laws of water or the laws of earth. After Linley broke through, he quickly came out, but Zhou Tong was still in his private room. The laws of water have finally broken through. A hint of a smile appeared on Zhou Tong's face. My 4 divine clones have finally all become high god. It is time for my original body to begin its final transformation. With a thought, Zhou Tong's fused high god power of earth, water, fire, and destruction began to appear in his body. Crackle, the pitch-black, incomparably pure fused divine power quickly merged into every corner of Zhou Tong's body. His muscles, bones, and organs all became more and more powerful as the fused divine power merged. Energy rumbled. His bones trembled. His muscles pulsed. Zhou Tong's entire body was shaking, making the space around him begin to crack. The heavenly horned ant was number 1 in terms of strength, and this was just the power of his flesh and blood, yet it was enough to cause space to crack. One could imagine just how powerful his body was, and this power was still growing. As Zhou Tong's fused divine power continued to merge into his body, it continued to grow. This transformation should last for a few years, I guess. Forget it. It is time for the Sky Splitter Sword to begin its next transformation. Zhou Tong casually separated a strand of pitch-black fused divine power and merged it into the Sky Splitter Sword. Rumble, immediately, the divine sword trembled. Terrifying spatial blades appeared around the entire sword. The last bit of mixed earth, water, fire, and destruction energy within the divine sword quickly disappeared under the effects of the fused divine power. The entire divine sword began to undergo a strange transformation. All of the materials of the sword were now perfectly integrated. Zhou Tong could clearly sense that this sword was now completely different from before. If before, my Sky Splitter Sword could only rub against a sovereign artifact, then now, it can definitely clash head-on with a sovereign artifact. It can even gain a slight advantage. Zhou Tong couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. The fusion of 4 types of high god power was even more terrifying than sovereign power. Naturally, a divine sword nurtured by this type of divine power was no small matter. Now, the power contained within the divine sword was already on the verge of becoming a sovereign artifact. As long as Zhou Tong continued to nurture it for thousands of years, this divine sword definitely wouldn't lose to a sovereign artifact. Chapter 10:18. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a few decades had passed. Finally, it was time for the planar battlefield to open. In the central region of the Purgatory, at the center of the circle formed by the 108 islands, there was a single pitch-black island. This island was completely barren, and it was covered with a very special type of pitch-black rock. This type of rock was a specialty of this place, and it was filled with a destructive aura. It was a high-quality material for forging divine artifacts. At the same time, this island was littered with many small castles. At the very center of the island, there was an enormous pitch-black castle, and there were many black-armored soldiers patrolling the area. Zhou Tong, Linley, Bibi, Riesgem, and the Redbud Sovereign's emissary, Raham. The 5 of them flew directly to the entrance of the castle. In the past few decades, Bibi had finally gained insight into the final profound mystery of the laws and become a high god. The entrance to the castle was completely pitch black, and it was covered with bloody runes. Just by looking at the entrance, everyone could sense an aura of apocalypse emanating from it. At the same time, there were more than 10 black-armored men standing guard at the entrance to the castle. "Halt!" one of the guards barked. "I am a commander of the Violetrock Purgatory. This is a commander of the Azure Plains Purgatory. Make way." Riesgem stood at the very front and spoke. As he spoke, he released a hint of his aura. Instantly, the soldiers trembled slightly. They knew that they were Linley. These soldiers were all veterans of the Purgatory. Naturally, they recognized all of the commanders of the Purgatory. Even Zhou Tong, who had recently taken over as commander of the Azure Plains Purgatory, knew what he looked like. "Milords, please enter." The black-armored soldiers didn't dare to continue to block them, allowing Zhou Tong's group to enter. "Haha, Riesgem, Khan, the 2 of you have come. Everyone, this way please." Not long after they entered the castle, a voice rang out. It was the person in charge of this castle, one of the emissaries of the chief sovereign of destruction of the chaotic sea. "Marcel." "Marcel." Riesgem nodded and gestured for Linley and the others to follow. Under Marcel's lead, the group moved forward along a wide path. The path was slanted downwards, going deeper and deeper into the ground. It looked like a tunnel leading to a tomb. Of course, this passageway was very wide, enough for 10 people to walk side by side. "Commander Khan, this is the first time you've come to the planar battlefield. Perhaps you don't know much about the things here," Marcel explained as he moved forward. He also saw Zhou Tong, Linley, and Bibi looking around. It was obvious that this was their first time seeing something like this. The spatial gate to the planar battlefield was built underwater on this island. The planar battlefield was connected to the 7 divine planes and the 4 higher planes. In other words, there were a total of 11 planar gates. Legend has it that the 4 overgods worked together to create this. "Overgod? I've never seen them before," Bibi mumbled softly. "The 4 overgods are the manifestation of the edict. They are the edicts of this world, and they are always by our side. If you praise them, you won't be rewarded. If you insult them, you won't be punished either." Marcel laughed. But of course, the origins of the spatial gate and the planar battlefield are nothing more than legends. Only the sovereigns know whether or not they are real. "Didn't I hear that the planar battlefield requires soldiers to enter? Why don't I see any soldiers?" Suddenly, Linley looked around. Although there were some 7 star fiends following them into the battlefield, it was different from the large number of experts he had expected. This planar war is a battle between the divine plane of darkness and the divine plane of light. Naturally, the soldiers will come from these 2 planes. We, the infernal realm, are just helping out. We aren't starting the battle ourselves," Marcel said. "Even if there were 6 star fiends, 7 star fiends, or Purgatory 100 victorious, who were willing to enter as soldiers or captains, they would have entered long ago. But of course, as soon as these people enter, they will immediately be incorporated into the army of the divine plane of darkness and won't be able to move about freely. They won't be able to move about as freely as commanders." Marcel smiled. As they spoke, they quickly reached the end of the corridor, and the group could sense a strange aura. At the end of the corridor was a large, empty hall. In the center of the hall was a black pool that was roughly 10 meters in diameter, and in the center of the pool was an enormous stone door that was 5 meters wide and 10 meters tall. This large door stood there in the center of the pool, emanating a black aura. Walking in front of the spatial gate, Marcel flipped his hand, and 5 palm-sized badges that emanated a pitch-black light appeared. Although these badges all emanated a black aura, they were all made from different materials. 2 of them were completely blood-colored, while the other 3 were completely pitch-black. Marcel said, "The blood-colored badge represents your status as a commander, while the black badge represents your status as a soldier. At the same time, this represents that you are representing the divine plane of darkness." As he spoke, he placed the 5 badges into the hands of the group. Zhou Tong and Reese Gem had blood-colored badges, while Linley and Bibi had black-colored badges. Please bind them with blood. After entering the battlefield, if you are on the same side, you will be able to sense the aura of each other's badges, and thus determine whether you are a friend or foe. Marcel continued. According to the rules of the sovereigns, after leaving, you must first return your badges. If you are unable to return them, then that means you are already dead. At this point, Marcel laughed. This was to prevent the 2 sides from discussing and exchanging badges. There are also things related to military merits here. Since it's your first time here, you should take a look. Marcel pointed at a nearby stone stele, indicating for Zhou Tong and the others to take a look. Zhou Tong casually skimmed through it. The contents were basically the same as the original work. Killing a single soldier would result in a white badge. 100 badges would result in a drop of sovereign's might. 100 badges would result in a sovereign artifact. Killing a single commander would result in a gold badge. 10 badges would result in a sovereign artifact. Gold badges could not be exchanged for sovereign's might. In other words, if you wanted sovereign's might, you had to slaughter soldiers. This was to prevent sovereign's might from being overflowing. If you're done, then let's go. Riesgem was very experienced. He knew about the planar wars long ago, and he urged from the side. Right. Let's go. Zhou Tong nodded as well. I wish you all a safe return, Marcel said with a smile. He wished the same for every single commander who entered the battlefield. The group quickly flew into the spatial tunnel. The spatial tunnel emanated a brilliant black light. After the 5 entered, they discovered that the walls were filled with colorful light, and the space in front of them seemed to distort. Oh, so this is the Tao of space of this world. Unfortunately, it has been mastered by the primordial taboo. Zhou Tong stared at the distorted space. In his heart, he knew very well that although he had taken a single step through the tunnel, in reality, he had walked over 10,000 kilometers. Flying through this place gave one the feeling as though spacetime itself had been distorted. Soon, the group successfully left the spatial tunnel and appeared within the planar battlefield. Chapter 10-19. Welcome, my lords! Just as the group entered the planar battlefield, a voice rang out. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice, only to see a large group of people standing in front of them. However, they could sense the aura of their badges. They were on the same side. The person who had spoken was a petite, black-haired maiden. She said, "My lords, is this your first time in the planar battlefield, or are you experienced?" The nearby Linley was rather astonished. They had entered as soon as the planar war had begun, and could definitely be considered the earliest group of people to enter. But in the end, there were still so many people ahead of them. However, Riesgem was quite familiar with this sort of situation. He said, "This war is between the divine light plane and the divine darkness plane. They need to arrange their forces, and so the people of these 2 planes entered the planar battlefield half a year earlier than the people of other planes. They sent people to block the entrance. They must be looking for helpers. Ignore them. Let's go ourselves." Riesgem was very experienced. He knew what was going on long ago. As he spoke, he led Zhou Tong's group to one side. The black-haired maiden said somewhat regretfully, "Unfortunately, there are 5 of them. They definitely have enough people, hey? More people from the infernal realm have come." Soon, she regained her composure, revealing a hint of a smile as she went to welcome the next person. The planar battlefield had just begun. The number of people who had entered was the highest. On the other side, after leaving the army camp, the group immediately headed deeper into the planar battlefield. The spatial binding power of this place really is astonishing. Linley suddenly punched the air, but his full-force punch was only able to create a few spatial ripples. It wasn't able to break through space at all. Rees-Jem said, the planar battlefield was created by the combined power of 4 overgods. Even commanders would find it extremely hard to tear through space. Even for me, if I didn't use a sovereign artifact, I'd probably have to use Sovereign's might. Zhou Tong didn't feel anything. With a flick of his finger, a ray of sword energy instantly tore through space and shot towards the distance. You? Forget it, you pervert, don't say it. Rees-Jem was speechless. Being so familiar with Linley and Bibi, Rees-Jem had long known that Zhou Tong had reached great perfection. Moreover, he had reached great perfection in both the laws of fire and the laws of destruction. Without looking at Zhou Tong, Rees-Jem continued to explain to Linley and the others, the planar battlefield isn't that large. The skies and the underground are both very dangerous. That place is filled with spatial rift. The entire battlefield is illuminated by the spatial turbulence leaking out from the spatial rifts, which is why it's so dark. The entire planar battlefield is actually like 2 planes joined together. In the middle is the Milky Way. The divine darkness plane is on our side, while the divine light plane is on the other side of the Milky Way. As Rees-Jem spoke, he pointed to the other side. Now that you mention it, Khan, what sort of sovereign artifact do you want? Rees-Jem suddenly asked. You already have a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. The toughness of your body is most likely in the top 50 of the various planes. Given that God's Park weapon of yours, which is almost as powerful as a sovereign artifact, Rees-Jem didn't know that after yet another transformation, Zhou Tong's body had already reached the sovereign artifact level. By now, his body was definitely in the top 3 of the sovereigns. In fact, he could even fight for first place. Because Beirut was a sovereign, he had been excluded. Bibi had only trained for a short period of time, and his body hadn't been strengthened to such a degree. Aside from Beirut, even if there were other experts in the various planes, they wouldn't necessarily be able to surpass Zhou Tong. Even Hima's clearly wasn't a match for the current Zhou Tong. I feel as though it's a waste for you to come. Rees-Jem's eyes lit up as he spoke. Rees-Jem, how many badges do you want me to help you acquire? Zhou Tong laughed. He immediately understood what Rees-Jem was thinking. He definitely wanted Zhou Tong to help him out. You are willing to help? If you help me, I definitely won't treat you unfairly. You'll have as much sovereign's might as you want. I'm still 6 badges away from the next sovereign artifact. Rees-Jem's eyes instantly lit up. Rees-Jem, that's not right. The nearby Bibi spoke out as well. Khan grew up with us. If he wants to help, he should help you acquire a sovereign artifact first. Boss only has a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, and he still lacks a defensive sovereign artifact and an offensive sovereign artifact. Boss, what sort of sovereign artifact do you want? Bibi immediately looked towards Linley. Linley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Bibi, Khan himself only has a single sovereign artifact. He definitely prioritizes himself. I just came to the planar battlefield to take a stroll. I don't need sovereign artifacts. Below the sovereign level, is there anyone who can injure me, or is there anyone I can't kill? Zhou Tong shook his head. Given my power, if I act against those commanders, that would be too much of a bully. Take a stroll. Rees-Jem was rather speechless. You can act on your own. I just came in to take a look. If you really encounter someone you can't handle, come find me. Zhou Tong said directly. I won't take the initiative to attack. As for the commander badges, that'll depend on fate. He didn't want to continue to accompany Linley's group. He was planning to go underground and take a look. It seemed as though in the original work, the crown was underground. Perhaps if he used his innate divine ability in an underground area near a spatial tear, he would be able to draw the crown out. The reason Zhou Tong had come to the planar battlefield was precisely for the crown. As long as he could obtain the crown, he couldn't be bothered with anything else. It didn't matter whether or not he could obtain a sovereign artifact. In any case, his body was like a sovereign artifact. Fine. Then we'll leave. Linley was the first to speak. I've been with you all this time, so I don't feel any sense of danger. Perhaps I'll be able to make further progress in the planar battlefield. Linley wasn't a person who craved comfort by nature. What he yearned for was adventure. If it hadn't been for Delia restricting him, he probably would have let himself loose long ago. Goodbye, then. Zhou Tong bade farewell to Linley's group, and then his body flashed, quickly disappearing from Linley's sight. He was going to the other side of the Stellar River. After all, in the original work, the crown had appeared underground on the other side of the Stellar River. Zhou Tong quickly appeared in a patch of grass next to the Stellar River, staring at it from afar. The Stellar River was extremely long, dividing the entire planar battlefield in two. It was at least 1,000,000 kilometers long, and just by looking at it with the naked eye, it was at least 1,000 kilometers wide. So this is the Stellar River. Interesting. Zhou Tong couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Although the Stellar River was called a river, in truth, it wasn't the river itself that was dazzling. It was the streams of chaotic space. In this region of the Stellar River, there were countless spatial tears, and chaotic space could be seen everywhere. It was precisely because there were so many of these things that this river of chaotic space had been formed. But of course, there were safe places within the Stellar River. For example, within the Stellar River, one could see some asteroids and mountains floating about. Clearly, the places where these things floated were safe. If one looked carefully, one could find some safe paths to cross the Stellar River. I wonder if there will be an army from the Divine Light Plane on the other side of the Stellar River? Zhou Tong was rather eager. However, the chaotic space within the Stellar River wasn't able to stop Zhou Tong. After gaining the power of will, ordinary spatial tears were no longer able to threaten the Great Perfection Plane. Thus, Zhou Tong couldn't be bothered to waste time searching for a safe path. He directly charged through, instantly crossing 1,000 kilometers of the Stellar River and arriving on the other side. Chapter 1020. There aren't many people here in the Stellar River. Zhou Tong laughed softly. How could he be so lucky as to arrive at the headquarters of the Divine Light Plane right after crossing the Stellar River? But forget it. I'll find a place to burrow into the ground and take a look. Perhaps I'll be able to find the crown right now. With a thought, Zhou Tong immediately used world walking to burrow into the ground. Very quickly, he arrived at the edge of the planar battlefield. He saw the terrifying spatial tears in front of him, as well as the multicolored streams of chaotic space within them. Zhou Tong opened his palm, aiming at the spatial tears. A dense golden light instantly exploded out from his palm. Rumble! The entire underground space instantly distorted, and the multicolored streams of chaotic space within the spatial tears were instantly drawn out by Zhou Tong. But unfortunately, this time, there wasn't anything within the streams of chaotic space. There's nothing here. Zhou Tong stopped, immediately leaving this place. He changed to another location, then struck out once more. To ordinary commanders, the underground world was a completely forbidden area. Thus, Zhou Tong didn't need to strike in secret at all. He could openly move about underground without anyone noticing. But Zhou Tong's speed was terrifying. In a short half a year, he had traversed a large portion of the Divine Light Plane. He had struck out thousands of times, but he still hadn't been able to find the crown. Is it because the crown still hasn't arrived at the planar battlefield? If I recall correctly, it should arrive in a few hundred years, Zhou Tong said to himself. Since that's the case, I'd best find a place to properly train. It just so happens that I still need to fuse the final 6 profound mysteries of the laws of earth and the elemental laws of water. Fusing the elemental laws of fire and the elemental laws of water will require a large amount of time as well. To Zhou Tong, time was extremely precious. There were simply too many things he needed to train in. For example, the fusion of the profound mystery of circular softness of the law of water and the profound mystery of explosion of the law of fire, the fusion of the law of fire and the law of destruction in the natural oddity, the fusion of all the profound mysteries of the law of water, the law of earth and the law of destruction. Let's find a mountain and build a temporary cave abode first. After that, we'll go out and search every 100 years. Zhou Tong immediately made up his mind. He glanced around and looked directly at a mountain peak not far away. All right, here it is. He walked towards the mountain peak. Just as Zhou Tong was moving forward, there was a piece of gravel half buried in the ground in front of him. Someone he had never seen before? Could it be the new commander? Usually, this kind of newcomer won't be too strong. When he gets close to me, I'll sneak attack and kill him. Just when Zhou Tong was less than 10 meters away from this piece of gravel, the gravel instantly shot towards Zhou Tong at an inconceivably fast speed. The distance of 10 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. I wasn't even prepared to go on a killing spree. Someone actually dares to sneak attack me? Zhou Tong couldn't help but laugh. He turned his head and looked at the attacker. Instantly, he understood the identity of the attacker. This person's name was ROP. He was an expert from the divine earth plane. He was extremely skilled in concealment, sneak attacks, and escaping. However, his true strength wasn't very strong. Rumble. At this moment, the gravel suddenly dispersed and transformed into a human figure. At the same time, a dazzling blade edge instantly slashed through the air and appeared in front of Zhou Tong. With just one slash, the space distorted. Go to hell. Seeing that Zhou Tong didn't react at all, ROP's eyes revealed a trace of pleasant surprise. Clang. This unparalleled slash landed heavily between Zhou Tong's eyebrows. However, to ROP's astonishment, this slash of his didn't even leave a scratch on Zhou Tong's skin. How can this be? This feeling, it's not a defensive sovereign artifact. I really did cut into his body. But how can this be? My full-force attack wasn't able to break through his defense? What sort of body is this? ROP was completely stupefied. Not good. It's actually a supreme expert with a freakishly powerful physical body like Hemmer's or Beirut. ROP was very decisive. He immediately turned and fled. Rumble. But by now it was too late. A green light suddenly spread out, and Zhou Tong's deep-sea dimension instantly descended. For a moment, ROP was like a drowning man in the deep sea, unable to move at all. Not good. The elemental laws of water have actually been trained to this level. ROP gritted his teeth, immediately using up a drop of his precious Earth-type sovereign's might. Rumble. Instantly, a large amount of earthen yellow light appeared, and one terrifying surge of energy after another exploded out from his body. You want to run after using Sovereign's might? Zhou Tong laughed softly, then formed a sword with his right hand and chopped through the air. Bang! A soft sound like a stone falling into water rang out. The entire space seemed to have been cut off from the flow of water, instantly exploding apart. Following the direction of the sword, a terrifying spatial rift that was dozens of meters long was formed. This was the planar battlefield. Bare-handed, without even using Sovereign's might, Linley was able to create such a terrifying spatial rift with a casual chop. ROP's eyes were completely stupefied. This sort of terrifying power was simply inconceivable. He vaguely knew who he had ambushed. Great perfection. I actually ambushed the Great Perfection. ROP felt bitterness in his heart, but it was already too late. The spatial rift slashed past his head. And then, ROP's High God artifact, interspatial ring, and a golden badge all fell down. I never even thought about fighting in the planar battlefield. I really am looking for death. Zhou Tong shook his head, collecting his spoils of war and then continuing to walk towards the mountain peak. He casually dug out an estate within the mountain. After sealing it, he immediately began to train. He had long ago reached the limit of fusing the 6 profound mysteries of the laws of the earth. Right now, he was in the process of developing a supreme technique unique to the laws of the earth. In truth, during the years he had spent with Riesgem, he had secretly observed Riesgem's amethyst space. Given the hints given by the original work, he had long ago understood some of the mysteries of the amethyst space. The divine water clone was fully focused on fusing the profound mysteries of water pressure with the other profound mysteries. The divine destruction clone and the divine fire clone were working together on fusing the profound mysteries of destruction with the profound mysteries of explosion, incineration, and scorching heat. This was a fairly difficult process, because the incineration and scorching heat profound mysteries hadn't yet found a way to fuse with the laws of destruction. As for his original body, it was fully focused on helping the divine water clone analyze the elemental laws of water, hoping to reach the bottleneck of fusing the elemental laws of water as quickly as possible. Time passed on bit by bit. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Tong once more went out for a stroll, searching for the crown underground. After searching for a while, he still didn't find anything, and so, he once more began to train. Chapter 10:21. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 200 years had passed since Zhou Tong had arrived at the planar battlefield. Within his temporarily opened estate. Crackle! The fire elemental essence around Zhou Tong suddenly began to gather. Slowly, a pitch-black flame appeared next to him, and the surrounding space began to melt away under the terrifying heat of this flame. A spatial rift appeared, flickering and flickering like a flame. Rumble! Suddenly, the pitch-black flames were extinguished. This rapid extinguishment immediately caused the flickering spatial rift to shake and ripple with terrifying spatial ripples. It even caused the walls of the cave he had temporarily opened up to turn into powder, and the entire cave instantly expanded by a size. At this moment, Zhou Tong opened his eyes once more. After 200 years, I've finally completely fused the destruction aspect of the profound mysteries of explosion and blaze. Zhou Tong revealed a hint of a smile. It's been over 1,000 years since I acquired that natural wonder. Finally, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. The traces he had found within that natural wonder required him to fuse the destruction aspect of the profound mysteries of matter, as well as the profound mysteries of explosion, blaze, and scorching heat. Now, all he needed to do was to fuse the final profound mysteries of scorching heat, and he would be able to successfully complete that technique. I wonder what the result of that technique will be. A small portion of the destruction elemental laws and a large portion of the fire elemental laws will fuse together. The resulting power will most likely be tens of times greater than that of the profound mysteries of the Great Perfection laws. Zhou Tong very much anticipated the result of this technique. However, given how much time has passed, it's about time for me to search for the crown again. Zhou Tong rose to his feet, leaving the estate he had opened up. Rumble! However, not long after he rose to his feet, a strange ripple appeared once more. Immediately afterwards, an enormous azure dragon illusion appeared hundreds of kilometers away, in an area near the stellar river. Azure dragon illusion? That's Linley's innate divine ability. Zhou Tong understood that the Azure Dragon clan was still trapped within the Skyrite Mountains. The only Azure Dragon who could appear in the planar battlefield right now was Linley. Buzz! But at this time, another monster shadow appeared. It was a purple monster with 108 spikes on its body. It was the amethyst mythical beast. Even Riesgem is using his innate ability. Zhou Tong's figure instantly dissipated and shot towards the place where the battle was taking place. At the same time, beside the galaxy, Riesgem and Linley were surrounded by a pitch-black cocoon-like object, and above this cocoon-like object, there were streaks of violet light revolving around it. Opposite them was a white-robed figure with white eyebrows and hair. This person was none other than Baiyu, a high god of wind element, great perfection. Riesgem, looks like you're determined to protect this god-eater rat. Baiyu stared coldly at Riesgem, his voice cold and emotionless. I admit that this god-eater rat is using Sovereign's might. I am unable to kill him, but HRM? Just as Baiyu was about to say some vicious words, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He suddenly turned his head to stare into the distance, a hint of astonishment and shock in his eyes. Someone's coming. This speed is even faster than mine? Wind, light, and lightning were the fastest of the 4 edicts and 7 elemental laws. As for Baiyu, as a high god of wind element, great perfection, he was incomparably fast, and could be said to be the fastest amongst all sovereigns. But now, someone had appeared who was even faster than him. How could Baiyu not be stunned? Haha, it must be Khan. Khan has come. Seeing the look on Baiyu's face, a hint of joy appeared in Linley's eyes as well. Baiyu, don't be arrogant. Someone who can deal with you has come. Bibi called out as well. Someone who seems to be at the level of great perfection really has come. Baiyu frowned. He was confident that once the god-eater rat's might was used up, he would be able to finish him off with a single blow. But clearly, before the god-eater rat's might was used up, that expert who seemed to be at the level of great perfection would hurry over. For the sake of repaying Akhlur's favor, I'm going to fight against a great perfection expert? Baiyu was rather hesitant as well. However, since I'm repaying a favor, I'll go all the way. If I fight against a great perfection expert, there's no way to determine victory or defeat. Most likely, Akhlur won't have anything to say. Thinking to this point, Baiyu stood there in midair, quietly waiting for Zhou Tong to arrive. Baiyu, you actually aren't running? Zhou Tong quickly slashed through the air, appearing in front of Baiyu. Khan, kill him! Bibi roared wildly. Just now, he really had nearly died at Baiyu's hands. This was the first time he had ever faced such a life-threatening situation. Naturally, Bibi felt unprecedented rage. Don't worry. The divine clone of Baiyu that appeared on the battlefield won't live past today. Zhou Tong said confidently. Before becoming a sovereign, he had to curry favor with Beirut. At the very least, he had to show that he valued friendship and loyalty. Now that such a good opportunity had come knocking on his door, Zhou Tong naturally wouldn't let it pass. Humph! Arrogant! Baiyu roared explosively, while at the same time, he brandished the sovereign longsword in his hands. The speed of a high god of the great perfection of wind was terrifyingly fast. What's more, he had already used wind-type sovereign's might. In this instant, space trembled slightly, and Baiyu's sovereign longsword seemed to have teleported, arriving directly in front of Zhou Tong. Facing an expert like Zhou Tong, who was on the same level as him, even Baiyu didn't dare to ask him to use long-range attacks. He had to use his sovereign artifact to strike the opponent's body. Humph! Zhou Tong let out a cold snort, and a drop of destruction-type sovereign's might instantly exploded out from his body as well. At the same time, the pitch-black skysplitter sword left its sheath, colliding directly against Baiyu's sovereign longsword. Clang! The two swords collided. At first, there was a metallic clanging sound, but then there was a tearing sound. The void, unable to withstand the terrifying shock waves of the collision, was torn apart, creating a series of enormous crevices in the void. One heaven-destroying, earth-shattering spatial tear after another, over 100 meters long, instantly appeared in the skies. However, in the face of this collision, Zhou Tong's palm muscles merely trembled slightly, dissipating the terrifying power of the attack. However, Bai Yu didn't have it so easy. Zhou Tong's palm muscles trembled slightly, instantly causing the sovereign longsword in Bai Yu's hand to tremble violently. His sword-wielding hand was shattered, and the edge of the sovereign longsword chopped against Bai Yu's own body. Bang! The Azure God's word, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, was deflected by Zhou Tong's attack. It slashed through the void, actually splitting Bai Yu's body in two from the chest. Neither sovereign's might nor Bai Yu's will was able to prevent this sword from being deflected. The power of this attack from Zhou Tong was simply too great. Chapter 10:22. This, impossible. Bai Yu's eyes were filled with astonishment. In a single collision, he couldn't even hold his sovereign longsword steadily? And when the longsword bounced back, it actually cut him in half. How could there be such a ridiculous material attack? Was this really a high god of the great perfection? Not good. Flee. Seeing Zhou Tong continue to chase after him, Bai Yu immediately shattered the space around him, and the remaining half of his body instantly dove into chaotic space. Faced with Zhou Tong's attack, he couldn't worry about anything else. He had to go into self-exile to have a chance at survival. Bai Yu only had 2 sovereign artifacts in total, an offensive-type sovereign artifact and a soul-type defensive sovereign artifact. He didn't have a defensive sovereign artifact. Faced with Zhou Tong's terrifying attack, there was no way he could withstand it. Within chaotic space, Bai Yu controlled his sovereign power to quickly regenerate his lower body, but his body was virtually unable to move at all. It was very difficult for him to move within chaotic space. He wanted to enter the depths of chaotic space and get far away from Zhou Tong. The farther, the better. If you flee into chaotic space at full force, I really won't be able to pull you out, Zhou Tong said to himself. Although the warping force field was capable of pulling out a large amount of chaotic space, it wasn't enough to pull out a great perfection. Zhou Tong's current strength lay in his sovereign artifact-like body and his fused divine power of 4 elements. But a technique like the warping force field would find it very hard to cause a great perfection expert to flee at full force, especially when this technique was an Earth-style technique. Zhou Tong's divine Earth clone wasn't at perfection yet, and his will wasn't strong enough to completely crush a great perfection expert. However, do you think that by fleeing into chaotic space, you'll be able to avoid death? In your dreams. Zhou Tong's body moved, and he instantly charged into chaotic space as well. When he moved, everyone was shocked. But the most shocked of all was Bai Yu. He had thought that since he had already gone into self-exile, he should be able to escape. But he didn't expect that this opponent would be so determined to kill him, even willing to go into self-exile to kill him. Who are you? Your friends are fine, so why do you have to kill me? Bai Yu transmitted his voice. He really didn't understand. Although he had attacked his friend was completely fine. Why was he willing to help him even if he was exiled? Because you don't understand how strong I am. Do you think I'm exiling myself? Do you think I can't move like you in the space turbulence? Zhou Tong moved and immediately chased after Bai Yu. A great perfection expert was unable to move freely in spatial turbulence, but Zhou Tong might not be able to do the same. He had a physical body that was on par with a master divine weapon, so he didn't need to divert his attention to control his divine power to defend against the damage caused by spatial turbulence. Moreover, the power of his will far surpassed the imagination of a great perfection high god, especially his divine fire clone that had truly reached perfection. Using his original body, which was like a sovereign artifact, as a shield, and the divine fire clone within his body unleashing its power, Zhou Tong moved quite quickly through chaotic space. His movements instantly caused Bai Yu to be completely stunned. His opponent was actually able to move through spatial turbulence? Although this sort of movement speed seemed extremely slow to him, merely comparable to the movement speed of a demigod in a material plane, this was truly relying on one's own body to move through spatial turbulence. It wasn't like Linley himself, who was only able to use his full power to influence the flow of spatial turbulence, allowing the spatial turbulence to push him forward slowly. No, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Bai Yu couldn't help but send a mental plea for mercy. But it was useless. Bai Yu, goodbye. By now, Zhou Tong had arrived by the side of the frantic Bai Yu. Boom! Bai Yu wasn't able to react at all. Zhou Tong's fist slammed against his face. Bai Yu's head exploded, and a golden badge fell out of his body. At the same time, his divine spark, interspatial ring, and 2 sovereign artifacts all fell out as well. Zhou Tong used his sovereign power to sweep them all into his hands. The first great perfection to fall. A hint of a smile appeared on Zhou Tong's face. But just as he was preparing to leave, suddenly, something within chaotic space caught his attention. It was a crown. A crown that didn't shine at all, and the gemstones embedded in it were completely gone. But in Zhou Tong's eyes, this crown was incomparably eye-catching. That's the pentametal crown? So it's here. If I hadn't come to chaotic space, I probably wouldn't have been able to find it. Zhou Tong's face was filled with wild joy, and he immediately hurried towards the crown. However, even though he was able to move through chaotic space, his speed wasn't that fast. Thus, he still needed a bit of time to get there. At the same time, next to the stellar river, the shattered space once more began to heal. Riesgem, Linley, and the others stared blankly at the healing space. He entered chaotic space? Linley was rather stunned. He hadn't expected this to be the result. Bai Yu really is doomed. Riesgem was rather emotional as well. Khan truly is terrifyingly powerful. He is the only member of the Great Perfection race. He truly is powerful. Even the normally quiet emissary of the Redbud Sovereign, Raham, couldn't help but sigh in praise. In that clash before entering chaotic space, they had already seen the difference in power between them. In just a single clash, Bai Yu had been utterly defeated. He wasn't even able to hold his sword steadily, and had even injured himself. What sort of difference was this? Only Khan, he is too ferocious. Not only did he force Bai Yu into self-imposed exile, he actually really did charge into chaotic space. Bibi was stunned by Zhou Tong's actions as well. Riesgem, Khan is chasing after Bai Yu for us. Can you ask your mother to step in and rescue him from chaotic space? Bibi looked at Riesgem with some anticipation. In this place, only Riesgem, the son of a sovereign, could casually meet with a sovereign. Moreover, Bibi wasn't someone who didn't know how to be grateful. Zhou Tong was the one who had stood up for him, which was why he had ended up in chaotic space. He had to show some gratitude. Don't worry. When Bai Yu appeared, I already notified my mother. She's already rushing over. Riesgem was very confident. Even if it was a great perfection that was completely unrelated to him, a sovereign would definitely step in to save him, let alone a friend of his. After all, a great perfection could help a sovereign accomplish many things. In addition, if a sovereign saved a great perfection, there was a very high chance that the great perfection would become his emissary. There were many sovereigns, but very few great perfection emissaries. In addition, the vast majority of great perfection emissaries weren't interested in becoming emissaries. This made it so that there were very few sovereigns who had emissaries of a great perfection. If a sovereign could acquire an emissary of a great perfection, the sovereign would gain quite a bit of face. Good. Linley let out a sigh of relief as well. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.